Welcome to the county ground. This match will resume in 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Wantage Road. Day 3 of the County Championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan, and the scores on the doors at the moment. So Northamptonshire lead by 43 runs. Glamorgan made 271 in their first innings, and in response, Northamptonshire are 314 for 2. Ricardo Vasconcelos, Northants opener, not out overnight on 166. And the Indian overseas, Karun Nair, currently on 55. The stream is powered by Daffabet. If you'd like to get in contact with myself or Phil Rowe during the course of the day, you can on email or Twitter or in the YouTube live chat. You can pop some questions across and ask some things and share your comments and thoughts. And other than that, just get stuck in. But Phil, how are you?
Yeah, I'm very well, thanks, Dan. Yeah, very much looking forward to what promises to have some interest in it in terms of the way that both sides go about today's play. As we've been talking about this morning, unfortunately, the weather forecast for Monday looks pretty ordinary. And that's a real shame, because otherwise today could be moving day, really, as they say in the golfing world, in terms of Glamorgan looking to hold Northants. Northants looking to get away from Glamorgan is really the headline, I guess. But as I often say, without wishing to get too far ahead of themselves, they've got to get in this morning.
Yeah.
The ball there's a second new ball. It's only 4 overs old. And Mir Hamza is going to start his first spell with this second new ball from the David Capel end. And he bowled absolutely beautifully yesterday. 18 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 42. Doesn't sound like... doesn't really tell you the quality with which he bowled. He bowled absolutely beautifully. He was really well played by, in particular, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who starts again on 166, not out.
Yeah, well, here comes Mir Hamza from the David Capel end. Vasconcelos happy to play that one up to mid-on. First ball of the morning complete. Yeah, you're right. These two, they've got to get back in again, haven't they?
That's the first job. Yeah, get back in. And kind of for certainly for the first hour, just play. If they've got themselves back in, they're both still there together. One or both of them might just think, well, by that time out, the lead might be towards 100, something like that. Let's have a little nudge on, put the bowlers under a bit more pressure, and see if we can get a lead with time. That's the issue. It's time.
Yeah.
Well, there are 2 issues. One is getting a lead, a significant lead. And the other one is time that you then allow yourselves to bowl. But for the second time already this morning, it's only been 2 balls. I'm going to say don't get ahead of yourself, because if you do that, Mother Cricket has a way of biting you on the behind.
Throwback to Edgbaston a couple of summers ago.
Absolutely. Mother Cricket won't look after you. You've got to do the right things.
Well, it's a beauty from Hamza. It draws Vasconcelos into a shot through to the wicketkeeper Cook. Vasconcelos survives. Have a watch of that one back on the replay.
Toes outside off stump already in setup. Oh, that's just a jaffer, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's pitched and left him, and
it's not done a huge amount, has it?
No,
but
it
it's
hasn't.
done
It's done
enough to
enough,
be an absolute peach of a delivery from Mir Hamza.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying, I think, is very much from a man in the game with regards to not looking too far ahead. It's on the leg side, and Vasconcelos turned that one into the leg side for a single, and that'd be the first run of the day. But I think from a fan's perspective, that's a wild throw from Zainul Hassan that Chris Cook couldn't quite get up the step ladder to catch. But I think you look at it in a, I don't know, not optimistic's the wrong word, but slightly more kind of quizzical kind of way. And you kind of sit there and you think about it overnight and you think, oh, well, if the weather is going to be naff tomorrow, which by all accounts it's going to be.
Yeah.
Oh, could Northants get like 100 in front and go on, Glamorgan, you go out there and have a bat again and just see what happens. As you say, Mother Cricket has a funny way of not looking after you if you do silly things like that, but it could be worth a thought.
I think part of that equation will be. I don't think it's a silly thought, and I actually would say, just to back that up, probably 10 years ago that might have been dismissed.
Yeah.
But the game has moved forward, and in particular under McCullum and Stokes, that sort of thinking is absolutely good thinking. And they've almost unlocked that ability to think about those things without being ridiculed. So one of the things in that equation and that decision will be how quickly Northants are scoring, how easy it is for them to bat, or difficult.
Dot ball to finish. 1 run off the over.
So Mir Hamza from the David Capel end, kind of starting where he left off. During his spell yesterday, just bowled absolutely beautifully. Another ball there that just zipped past the outside edge of Ricardo Vasconcelos' bat. To be fair to Ricardo Vasconcelos, he hasn't played and missed very frequently at all. There's not been very much movement, let alone elaborate movement on offer, but the two men in the game who've exploited that is available more than any others really is, surprise, surprise, Mir Hamza and Ben Sanderson. High quality seam bowling. Interestingly, from the Lynn Wilson end, I would have expected James Harris to open the bowl, and it's going to be Brad Wheel.
Yeah, I thought both of them bowled pretty well yesterday. Brad Wheel, 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 52. James Harris, 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 72. He got the wicket of Emilio Gabe. I thought Brad Wheel was as handy as James Harris yesterday. But I think with the experience of Harris, I suppose logically you might kind of side that way. But
well, we talk. Yeah, I mean, really, nothing. There's no criticism at all implied there of Brad Wheel. As you say, he ran in very well for his team. There was a short spell where he just lost his length a wee bit and decided to bang a few in. They got dispatched. That aside, I thought he bowled nicely. But he hasn't played a lot of cricket, has he? No. We talked yesterday.
Short ball, and that is pulled away by Vasconcelos, almost dismissively pulled away with a polite jump from the umpire at square leg. 4 added to the score, first boundary of the morning.
I mean, that was just a long hop, wasn't it? Just the second ball of the morning. He's not properly loose yet, although he should be, but isn't. And that was a bit stiff, dragged down, and absolutely smashed through square leg from Vasconcelos. Yeah, we said yesterday that Brad Wheel didn't play a game of first-class cricket last year, and this is his first game this year, I think.
Yes, it certainly is. Whether, I think we spoke again, there was possibly the chance of a bit of second 11 cricket, and you made a really good point. Going on loan to Glamorgan for both counties, Hampshire and Glamorgan, it just makes a lot of sense, and Brad Wheel as well. a better quality of cricket to go out and play in the middle at Wantage Road than it might be to play at an outground or a school or whatever.
Yeah.
So good for Brad Will, good for Glamorgan, and good for Hampshire.
That's nicely bowled. I think, again, maybe this is a little bit of a pro shout, but Glamorgan's post-day chats, they won't have been long and deep at all. But I think the word consistency or inconsistency would have been mentioned, because that they were not able to consistently hold a line and length. Other than Hamza, he was the only seamer who was able to do that consistently. And we got some stats during play yesterday from the Northampton analyst James Maybe that indicated that very point. I think. I don't know whether people listening, watching, are aware that every ball that's played is recorded. It's tagged, which means that where the ball pitched, what happened, what shot was played, what the outcome was of that ball is recorded. And, you join that together, you get some data that tells you about the day's play.
Yeah, very grateful to James for actually sharing that information with us as well. Certainly adds another layer of detail, doesn't it, to the broadcast that we're able to bring you here at Wantage Road. So thank you very much, James. Fan of the show, isn't he, James? Maybe.
I think he is.
Yeah,
he's the one. And we're a fan of his. It's a mutual appreciation there. But no, it is nice. Yeah, it's generous of him to do that, and please keep it coming, because it saves me guessing and getting it wrong half the time. So thank you, James. No pace there, is there?
Very little. I think that heavy roller yesterday between innings just took a little bit extra out of it, didn't it? Because it was lively enough, wasn't it, during the first innings? Those atmospherics changed quite a lot, which I think would be worth highlighting as well. It was very overcast. It was pretty breezy last couple of days, or yesterday and today. It's set relatively fair, isn't it, for the middle of April? Very cold. I mean, I think it's about 8 degrees on my car when I came in this morning.
It was cold, yeah.
Lots of woolly hats and flat caps and coats and scarves and sorts.
That's just you.
That's just me, yeah. I'm sat here looking like the Michelin Man up in the commentary box. Left alone by Karun Nair. But the hardy Northamptonshire fans have made their way in to the ground today, and they are suitably wrapped up warm. Although I suspect, give it another half hour, I suspect they might be thinking, oh, you know what, I could have done with another jumper.
Yeah, I've got some of my family coming in today, and as I walked from my car to this point, I did message them and said, wrap up warm.
Yeah.
It is chilly out there.
If you think you're going to be warm enough, you're not. Take another one. There's the advice if you're coming into Wantage Road today. 2 slips for Mir Hamza. And it's an appeal for OEW that comes back into Karun Nair. Half an appeal, really, from Mir Hamza. The slip cordon were more interested. I don't think there was much going for that one. Umpire was not interested at all.
No, the bowler wasn't particularly either, was he? It's pitched outside and it's too high.
Yeah.
And it's probably not hitting the stumps. So it's not meeting many tests there. We didn't see a lot of, I mean, I'm racking my brain. Your brain is better than mine. Hamza bowling at Nair yesterday. Whether that happened, it probably did happen.
It did, yeah. It did yesterday evening.
Yeah, it didn't happen a lot, did it?
No.
And certainly not when the ball was anything like new as it is now in its 7th over, this one. So this is the high quality Pakistan international seamer, and he's shown why he is in that bracket of Pakistan seamers against I don't want to say former, because that says he's never going to play for India again, but a one-time Indian top order batter with a treble 100 in Test cricket to his name. It doesn't get a lot better than this in terms of quality.
No, it really doesn't. As you said, they're two real standout performers in the county championship this season. To have them going toe for toe right now, as you said, is about as good as it gets at the moment.
And yeah, Hamza is a man who loves bowling. He's demonstrated that throughout yesterday, and he will recognise that whilst Vasconcelos is on 171, and they'd take any wicket at this point. The big scout for him personally will be Nair, will be the other team's, one of the other side's overseas players.
Defended by Karun Nair. Yeah, so Karun Nair currently holds the 28th highest score in Test cricket history. 303 not out of 565 balls against England in Chennai in 2016. For context, there's only 31 cricketers in the history of Test cricket to have scored a triple hundred or obviously better.
Don't ask me to name them.
I reckon you'd get a few.
I think I'd get about, maybe 15. Was there 30, did you say?
Yeah, 30.
I think I'd get half.
I reckon half. That could be a nice bit of trivia as the day goes on. I'll keep the stats up. Brad Will from the Lynn Wilson Centre End. Back of a length.
What a cricket shot, young man.
Punched through the covers by Vasconcelos. Doesn't go all the way, and Kieran Carlson does the fielding. Karun Nair was ready for 3. Vasconcelos turned and looked and decided to turn around. I'll tell you what, have a little bit of a time to think, and then I just want 5 names off the bat, and we'll go. Okay. We'll go like that. I'll ask for 5 at the end of the over.
Oh, with crikey, that's not long, is it?
And then we'll see how much further we can go. I'm not going to give you any extra bonus points if you tell me the exact number and who it was against.
That's not my thing.
Where it was, and
that is not happening.
Down the leg side by Brad Will, flicked around the corner by Vasconcelos. 4 more added to the score, so it's been a really good start for the day for Northamptonshire. 325 for 2 now. Vasconcelos moves to 177, so he is 8 runs away from equaling his current career best in first-class cricket.
And that ball there, the previous ball was a very good cricket shot. It was back of a length, about sort of 4.5, 5 stumps. And Vasconcelos is obviously in some nick, punched it beautifully through extra cover. Another day that goes for 4. But the next ball was just a poor ball down the leg side. And
yeah,
Vasconcelos caught up with that. It's that inconsistency.
Sure, again from Brad Will that Vasconcelos, I think, if he hadn't have picked up 6 in the previous 2 balls, might have felt a little bit hard done by that he's missed out on there. Takes a wander over towards square leg just to gather his thoughts as Brad Will makes his way back towards the end of his mark.
As we flagged yesterday, Vasconcelos' career best is 185. Did you tell me that, Dan?
It is, yeah, 185 not out.
He's closing in on that milestone.
Walker from Brad Will, well dug out by Vasconcelos. Yeah, 185 is the high score for Ricardo.
And do you have details of that? It was in my time, I'm sure. Well, I'm not that sure. I'm doubting myself. What's my name? It's been a long 2 days. 2 balls of the over remaining. Will want to not go for any further runs, and that's the way to do it. Yeah, that'll be recorded. I mentioned earlier about tagging, about recording digitally what happens with each ball. That will be a good length ball, well defended, top of off would be the data that we captured on that one. And that is that combination hasn't been happening frequently enough from a Glamorgan perspective.
Yeah, 2021 against Glamorgan, funnily enough.
Okay.
Nicely played round the corner by Vasconcelos. So we'll have a look for 2, but Karun Nair says no, and rightfully says no. Day 4, LV County Championship 2021. Ricardo Vasoncelos, mighty 185 not out from 221 balls, steered Northamptonshire County Cricket Club to an exciting win against Glamorgan.
Did he bat with Kesey and get some runs? Was it Rob Keogh got some runs there? That was a chase, wasn't it? We chased down.
Oh, why do you keep asking me questions?
Sorry.
Rob Keogh's 11th first-class century saw Northamptonshire pull off a remarkable chase on the final day, I would suggest.
That is as good as my memory gets. Sort of vague notion that some cricket happened in some kind of order.
That's the best I can offer to you. Morning to you, Brian. Morning, Jack. Morning, the top edge as well. Have you got your 5 cricketers that have scored a Test match triple hundred?
I have, and I will give them to you, but I had such trouble coming up with these 5 that I think we should call it score draw if I get 5.
Okay.
I've got a friend who does brilliant quizzes on cricket and other sports. Nicely bowled, and he very often will give me a life.
Okay, we can have a life if you want.
I don't know. Okay, so here are my 5.
Hit me.
Okay, Karun Nair.
Correct. That's some low-hanging fruit right there, isn't it, Rory? That one might have already fallen, to be fair, but go on.
Well, you got to read the small print on these on these competitions. I think Brian Lara might feature in that.
He does. He's in there twice. I'm going to give you 1 point for it. 400 not out, 375. So he occupies first and third.
I think Gary Sobers is in there.
Gary Sobers is fifth, 365 not out against Pakistan in 1958 in Kingston, Jamaica.
Matthew Hayden is definitely in there.
Matthew Hayden, second place, 380. Australia versus Zimbabwe in Perth, 2003.
And Graham Gooch.
Gucci, 333, obviously at Lords against India.
It's not called batting, it's called making runs.
Is that worse than your Yorkshire accent?
Yeah.
Oh, well, 5 out of 5. Well done. Well batted, sir.
Well batting. Nicely bowled, nicely played. He's in good nick here, Vasco. I hope I don't put the mockers on him. He started well again this morning. Hasn't had a great deal of cricket. Missed the first 2 rounds with Northamptonshire due to shin splints, and proved his fitness in the second team game against Glamorgan seconds at Dunstable. Northampton won on the final day there. So he came into this game. This is his first bat at this level this year, and boy, is he making it count. Nicely, well, I say nicely. Yes, it was nicely fielded, because the job of the fielder is to prevent the run, and he did prevent the run.
Yeah,
he fumbled a wee bit, but actually it was he set off very quickly. He being Billy Root set off really quickly to his left, which was the thing that prevented the run being taken in. Fumbled the ball and it ran away from him a bit, but by that point the batters had declined the opportunity. So I think Glamorgan have been pretty good in the field. Actually, they've been pretty alert, haven't they? Billy Root has been very busy. Kieran Carlson has been very, very good. That one finds a thick edge from Vasconcelos, runs away through the gully area for 2. And I think probably the standout fielder yesterday was Dan Douthwaite.
Yeah.
Who must have run on, it's the marathon today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Watched a bit of it this morning before it came out. And Dan Douthwaite ran his own personal marathon yesterday, up and down the boundary, away to our left, towards the scoreboard, where he was the lone patrolman out there and did an incredible amount of work really, really well. So credit to him for that. He didn't bowl brilliantly. He can bowl better than that. But whatever he leaked with the ball, he more than made up for in the field. So good on him. Well done.
Absolutely. The bowling performance was, well, certainly wasn't lacking in effort, was it, from Dan Douthwaite? He put everything into it, bowled a really good pace. Just didn't quite get it right, but I think by that stage, after that heavy roller had been on it, just taken a little bit more life out of those 22 yards here at Northampton than what was there on the first day. And I'm sure we'll see him again later in this innings. Just 5 overs, none for 36 for Dan Douthwaite. Following up what was, well, quite a fantastic 50 in the first innings, to put a bit of pressure back on Northampton, who'd been having it pretty much all their own way up to that point.
In general, people have found it just difficult to kind of put pressure on bowlers in terms of scoring options. And Dan Douthwaite did that. He's the man who's found it perhaps easiest to score quickly. That's the way he plays, and he looked to do that in the context of the game. It was a very good 50.
Karun Nair on strike and defends that to Dan Douthwaite, who finds himself much closer in at point this morning. 328 for 2, 89 overs. We've got another long day ahead of us, Phil. 99 overs remain in the day.
You're saying strap in, aren't you?
I am,
Dig
yeah.
deep.
I tell you, that evening, 43 over evening session.
Yeah.
That was hard yards for everyone concerned, wasn't it?
It was brilliant. Loved every minute of it.
Oh, I never said I didn't enjoy it. I said it was hard yards.
It was.
Ice cream van's in today, though.
Is it really?
I think they're feeling a bit optimistic.
That is.
It's not going to melt, is it?
It's not going to melt. I'd be interested to know what their sales are by the end of the
I'll
day.
see if I can keep an eye on it round the corner.
Will it exit? Well, I've got, I think, 20 quid or below.
Okay. So that's what? $3.99 now, isn't it?
Yeah, I would probably not 4, is it? Yeah, 3.45.
Width on offer. Karun Nair strokes it through the covers. That's going to be 4 more into 332. Karun Nair moves to 59. What a lovely shot.
That was. If I use the word on my mind is casual, but casual is not fair, because that kind of casual is what carefree. It's just easy.
Yeah, it looked easy, didn't it? Wasn't really a full stride into the ball. It felt like a hand-eye coordination shot.
Yeah.
It just kind of went, well, I'll just stroke it through the covers then.
Yeah, it's the sort of shot when sometimes I'll come back to that. Back on it, well done, Brad Wheel. Yeah, sometimes you might throw some balls to a player who has one pad on, and it's a bit of those. I just want a few out the middle, just and yeah, it was dismissive. And from Brad Wheel's perspective, with the ball now, this is in its 10th over, so it's still very new.
Yeah.
To get hit on the up so comfortably through covers is a message. It's been sent a message there. And there.
And another nice one. Over pitch this time, and I think that's Billy Root. Just couldn't quite haul it back in. It's not going to go for 4. In fact, it's just going to be 2. These two this morning seem quite content, don't they? Not to push the fielders. Quite happy to settle for 2s rather than 3s.
Yeah, I think I was really impressed, and I have been actually in all the days that I've done here this season. Northampton running between the wickets, and it's an area in particular that Vasconcelos has improved over his time. That's probably the first run all season that I think we've missed. There was a third there. It was just the communication wasn't quite as sharp as it normally is.
So played down the ground. Dot ball to finish. 6 runs off the over. 90 now done. 334 for 2. So Northamptonshire have got 20 overs left to play with to get as many of these batting bonus points as possible. 16 away from the next one. Obviously 66 away from 400, which I'm sure they've probably got eyes on. 450 is a little bit out of...
Yeah, it's not beyond belief, is it, 450? But certainly 400 will be... He'd be disappointed not to get to that milestone. Just watching Nair there, he played 2 beautiful cricket shots through the offside and over the last ball just got a thickish, half the bat really, and he was very disappointed with the way he played the ball and rehearsed the shot a number of times. So far from casual.
Defended back to Mir Hamza, who I think starting to look like he can't believe that he's not picked up a wicket.
Yeah, that's the first time he's looked anything other than really enthusiastic. His enthusiasm has been fantastic. It's not always easy in county cricket. The grind, the schedule, it kind of wears you down. And although it's early in the season, he's bowling on a flat pitch with a new ball. He's not getting a lot out of it. But you would not know that until that ball.
Yeah.
That the body language wasn't strong there.
Yeah.
He kicked it away to extra cover.
Vasconcelos. Oh, and that's not going to cheer him up either, is it? That's going to be another couple of runs added to the score as Billy Root misfields that one and shows his displeasure at himself.
I've put the jinx on Billy.
You have,
Root there, haven't I?
The mockers.
He actually he sort of dived early to his left, and I think he had a really clear idea of how he was going to stop it. It was kind of like trap the ball with his hands coming down on top of it. Whether it bobbled or not, I don't know. That was a bad decision and a bad bit of fielding.
Just tucking Vasconcelos up and picked up clean that time by Billy Root, who still isn't happy with himself with that previous misfield.
Yeah. I mean, he fielded brilliantly yesterday, and he was the cheerleader really in the field, him and Kieran Carlson, but particularly Billy Root. Through the effects mic, we could hear his encouragement all day long, and kept his own standards up, and I'm sure helped one or two others to raise their eyes from their shoes. And he beat the drum in the field, so he's a bit disappointed he's let that one through.
Oh, and that's a beauty, and that's gone. Vasconcelos has to go this time, and Mir Hamza, that will put a smile on his face. 3 down now, Northamptonshire, and Vasconcelos goes for a fantastic 182.
Yeah, it was just a great bit of bowling, wasn't it? And thoroughly deserved. Pitched, bounced. There's a little bit more bounce than has been there. Caught the edge. He's played and missed a couple of times, not very many. And movement has been hard come by it. What you've got to do as a bowler, you have to keep banging away at that area. It's not complicated. It's not exciting sometimes in terms of plans. You know, it's not out there. It's very much that's what we'll do. The game is that's the game, particularly in this situation, particularly with the new boards. You've got to hit that area as hard as you can, as often as you can, broadly speaking.
Yeah.
Other plans are available, but you go away from that at your peril. Vasconcelos walks off. He's dejected because he shouldn't be. He should be absolutely delighted. I'm sure by the time he sits down and gets a cup of tea in his hand, he'll reflect on that and say, I've played very well there. And I'd taken 182 before I walked out to bat. He's just shy of his career best, which would have been on his mind. But that really did carry through very nicely.
Yeah, that was a great bit of bowling by Mir Hamza, and just a continuation of what we've seen through his previous 21 overs, wasn't it? It was. I think a lot of people watching the stream, and Mir Hamza himself, will probably say that wicket, not specifically Ricardo Vasconcelos, but a wicket for Mir Hamza has been a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, that's just fair play, isn't it? I've been given a word to describe, and it's absolutely the right word. I was scrabbling around for the word to describe the cover drive that Karun Nair played, and the word is nonchalant.
Yeah.
And that comes from the Northampton chairman, Gavin Warren. Thanks, Gavin. It was nonchalant. You're quite right. That's what a road school education does for you.
Well, that's why I couldn't come up with it either. George Bartlett is the new man at the crease, playing his second game for Northamptonshire. Missed out last week, but is back into the team in at number 5. 3 slips now in the cordon. George Bartlett will be looking just to carry on where Vasconcelos left off.
It's my first look at George Bartlett in Northampton colours. Oh, wow. Keep going. Keep doing that.
Turned off the hip through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. Dan Douthwaite does the fielding again on that side. It's quite a nice start, isn't it?
It's kind of what you want, isn't it? One off the hip, the pros used to call that back in the day. One off the hip, exactly what you want to get yourself going. Joined the county during the winter from Somerset. Well thought of in the game, George Bartlett. Probably, you know, I haven't spoken to him, and be interested to get his perspective. He is known to be a very talented middle order batter. One of a number that Somerset have produced over recent years. In fact, forever, really. I think he has ambitions to play white ball cricket. And possibly that was part of his reasons for looking to move. And I think it's a good signing for Northampton. It bolsters their batting. You know, I talked a few times about one of the areas they wanted to reinforce was in particular, their red ball batting. And yeah, it's a good signing. Let's hope he takes advantage of the opportunities he's going to get.
Brad Will to continue. Defended by Karun Nair. I echo those points. I think that Somerset white ball side is so strong at the moment. To force yourself into that team would require, I think, an outstanding performance. They are so good. Obviously, the reigning T20 champions, aren't they? But first-class cricket for George Bartlett. 2,600 runs, high score of 137, 800s and 850s. It's a good signing. He's right-handed as well, which is, I think, probably what Northamptonshire needed. There's a lot of left-handers in that top 6. So another right-hander just to split them up a little bit, I think is a good bit of business as well.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. I just got a message on my phone and it said low fuel. And I thought, how does it know? And actually, it's from my car. It's the first time I've seen that. Yeah.
Oh.
How about that? It's clever, isn't it?
Your car's texting you.
Yeah. That's what I think.
What kind of high-end Mercedes or BMW are you rocking around in then?
Yeah. Yeah. One that's just decided, maybe I've not had low fuel before, Dad. Maybe that's what it is. But I've never seen that message. It was slightly confusing. I thought it was a health warning to begin with.
I've never, ever heard of that.
No.
Never heard of it.
There you go. It's a first.
It is? Well, thanks for sharing. Karun Nair defends that one into the offside. Can you do much about that at the minute? Or do you just have to hope that it doesn't cop a strop in between now and being able to go to a petrol station?
What I will do about it.
Are you driving Herbie? Is this what's happened? Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Did you not know that?
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
I always knew he could kind of communicate, but I suppose in 2024 it'd be right that he's got a mobile phone and can WhatsApp.
Car breaks its silence on fuel issue.
Turned around the corner.
Ooh.
They're going to take a quick run on here. They're going to take on Ul Hassan.
Oh,
and there are going to be a couple of buzzers, or at least one added to Karun Nair's tally. That was very peculiar because that looked like a single for all money, didn't it? Neither of the batters looked particularly convinced there was one there, which gave Zain Ul Hassan encouragement to throw at George Bartlett's end.
So my instinct was that George Bartlett wasn't really. Oh no, that's not fair. Actually, he was out of the blocks.
I think it was just something about it just looked a little bit peculiar, didn't it?
Yeah.
And I think Karun Nair was in as well by the time that Ul Hassan had let go of the ball.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Karun Nair won't complain. And he just opens up the offside, splits those two fielders nicely. Doesn't time it well enough to get to the boundary, but I think partly that might be to do with the lushness of the outfield here at Wantage Road. He adds another couple of runs to his score. 92 overs have been complete. 342 for 3 is the score.
So, yeah, good start from Glamorgan's perspective in terms of picking up that wicket, the very important wicket of Vasconcelos for 182. This gives me the chance to say how well I think he played. Off both feet, square of the wicket, down the ground when it was full enough. Must be very full to get it straight down the ground. But his wagon wheel will be pretty comprehensive. His decision-making was good. His play leave was good. He was tight in defence, ran well, had a couple of good partnerships there, one with the captain, Luke Proctor, and another one of over 100 with Karun Nair. So well played, Vasco. But well bowled, Mir Hamza. And he's right on the money again. There's something that I used to talk to sort of academy level seamers about was it was a bit of a trick question. I'd say, tell me who the best bowlers in the world are in the game, and they would come up with the usual suspects. Mm-hmm. And I'd say, okay, in terms of seam bowling, and then tell me what they've all got in common. And of course, the guys were looking for, well, do they all swing it the same way? Do they hold the ball the same? And similar pace, actions, and they were quite. And they'd say, broadly, I'm not sure really what they've got in common. And my answer was, they're all accurate. And it's a very underrated skill. And Mir Hamza has been incredibly accurate, which is why he's going for just over 2 and over. If he now goes bang, bang, his figures are 3 for 50.
Yeah.
Off would be about 25 overs, something like that. So he is accurate. He is very, very skillful. We've talked about his skills. We've talked about his endeavour. We haven't perhaps talked enough about his accuracy. It is an underrated skill. There he is again.
I suppose it's not what you'd call a sexy skill, is it really? It's not reverse swing. It's not lavish seam movement. It's not swing the ball in, nip it away and take the top of off. It's kind of a bit of a basic, but something that if you can be really good at it, I'm sure probably adds a few more quid in your pocket than what you would be if you weren't quite so accurate.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's interesting to, that it's not something that people necessarily look for or think about when they're thinking about the greats of the game with the ball, is their accuracy. Oof. Yeah, Hamza has bent his back there. A couple now have kind of gone through more so. I mean, the ball is still only fairly new, sort of 13 overs old now. That one went away off the wicket. George Bartlett just pushed at it a little bit, but it also bounced a bit. It died before it got to the keeper. It bounced off the pitch. And the one that Vasco nicked, I think, just bounced a little more than others had done. And there is a bit of effort, a bit more shoulder into it.
Well, he came back, didn't he, yesterday evening for I think what was his third or fourth spell, and was still getting that dukes to move.
Yeah. So he's gone away off sort of a good length in that one. Is he getting the question he was asking there? Are you going to try and cover that movement away and just fall over a wee bit? Can I hit you on the pad in front? I'm going to go fuller. But George Bartlett was up to the job. Played it reasonably comfortably in the end, out to square leg. It's good. It's a good contest. Looks like square leg is going to go out to deep square leg.
Yeah, Dan Douthwaite makes his way back out to his patch of grass at Northampton. Suspected, we're hoping he doesn't have to spend too much time out there today.
Yes. Yeah, and as he's done so frequently in his 23 overs so far, that one absolutely on the money again. He joins the darts. He adds another maiden to his collection. So that's 23 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 49.
I was surprised, actually, when I looked at those figures from yesterday, and not to discredit his absolute brilliant work, but when you look through it and you think, how has he only bowled 4 maidens? I think that was something that really stood out for me. I don't really understand how that's happened, because he for a long time he was going about 1 1/4 runs and over.
Yeah.
And you think, well, there'd be a few maidens in there, wouldn't you? But yeah, 4 in those 20 odd overs that he bowled yesterday.
Yeah, the fact that he's gone for as many as he has, 49. There are a couple of edges that flew through the cordon last night, weren't there?
Yeah.
Through the vacant second slip position, indeed, between first and third. So that hurt him a wee bit. But he's still only going at 2s. Brad Wheel to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bowls a back of a length wide ball. It was a very wide ball. So wide, in fact, that Karun Nair couldn't connect with it.
Not for a lack of trying.
That
was the first one, really, that it kind of looked like he'd properly thrown his hands through. He's been quite happy just to almost stroke the ball around Wantage Road up to this point.
He's got an immense amount of style with the bat, and that was probably the first one where he just lost a little bit of shape. But I'm sensing, I don't know, I'm sensing that Karun Nair has just turned his own personal dial just one notch further on the aggression level. He's just looking to dominate a little bit more. But he can't dominate there. They think that's out. They, being Glamorgan, are absolutely convinced that that's out. Karun Nair is absolutely convinced that he's not going anywhere. It was one of those where there was no appeal because they thought it was clearly out. We can't really add a lot to that from having just looked at the replay here. I have to say, in terms of body language and all of those things, firstly, I would say I don't know whether he hit it or not. It didn't have the right look about it. But from a Glamorgan perspective, they were pretty convinced it was, unless that was a real bluff of an appeal. But I don't think it was.
I don't think Glamorgan have given me any kind of indication that they would do that as a team or a cordon, to be honest.
Yeah.
We've all played those games of cricket where there's been a catch go through to the cordon or to the keeper, and the bowler might not have heard something for whatever reason. We didn't hear anything through the headsets, did we? No. The effects mic is turned down slightly because it's pretty breezy out there.
Yeah.
But with the way that Colin Ingram and Chris Cook reacted, it was almost a bit of a formality, wasn't it?
And the bowler as well, yeah. But Karun Nair, oftentimes when you get a nick on it, you follow the ball behind, see if it's going to be caught.
Well, Vasconcelos the prime example
Yeah.
with his one, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just didn't have that right look about it.
We spoke yesterday about Luke Proctor having a incredible ability not to look around after playing it behind him. Maybe Karun Nair's got that same skill, but yeah, unfortunately the replay isn't going to be able to kind of give us any definitive answer, but certainly by the reactions from behind the stumps and then joining in Brad Will, it was a bit more of a, well, are you not going to walk it then,
Yeah.
Karun?
Yeah, it was.
Well, either way, he's still there.
Wheel again in, back of a length. The heavier ball, that one. Pretty fired up, feels he's been wronged. Has run down through the vacant third slip area to the third man. That's perhaps something we might talk about as the day unfolds. Glamorgan have had a third man pretty much throughout, and it's not a position that Northants had hardly at all, if at all, actually.
No. They don't look that aggrieved, do they? I mean, nobody's
they
kind of
don't.
engaged Karun Nair in conversation about it.
No, they don't.
Whether they just put it down as, oh, it's one of those things, or whether it was an optimistic question or whatever it might have been. But
yeah. Will's first ball to Bartlett. It's full. It's driven on the walk.
you'd have
Missed
thought,
time to mid-off, no run.
you'd have thought if he'd nicked off and not been given or not walked, somebody would have gone up to him and just gone, you got away with that.
Yeah.
Got away with that one, didn't you?
I'm just watching now to see, and Chris Cook is just inquiring Sue Redfern. I mean, very politely, he's kind of, his palms are up. He's saying, well, we was there a nick there? We heard one, and she's saying whatever she's saying, but she's not saying, yes, I heard a nick and decided not to give it out.
If there was, it wouldn't have come from anything else, would it? I don't think it looked like, well, maybe the bat hit the pad on the inside, but it didn't look like it.
It didn't quite look. It didn't look like. But overall, it didn't have quite the right look about it. Having said that, if he'd wandered off, it would have had the right look about it.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, Nair is now going to face Hamza, the best bowler in the Glamorgan setup. He's full. He's swinging the ball back into Nair, and he's finding the middle of the bat as Nair pushes it firmly up to Kieran Carlson, who pulls his jumper over his hands and gives the ball a good polish.
Yeah, he's been hard at work at mid-on for the course of the game. I think that might have been the first time, actually, that Colin Ingram and Chris Cook might have just engaged in Karun Nair. He just had a quick look around the corner, didn't he, to the slip cordon.
Ah, okay.
But
sort of banged in again. Banged in on a good length. He's bowled, I think he's bowled with a little bit more intent. When he's bowled very well throughout all of his spells that he's bowled, he looks to be hitting the pitch a little bit harder. He may be thinking, look, I can seam the ball, I can swing the ball, but I've got to, on this pitch, I've got to hit that surface a little bit harder. And that looks to be what he's done. And it has actually been successful for him. He's picked up the important wicket of Vasconcelos, but he's also squared up a couple of times, gone past Bartlett on the outside. If you get a thick edge from Karun Nair, that's a victory, which he did there. So just working out exactly what he needs to do on this pitch with this ball, which is experience. That one came off the wicket quite slowly. And initially, I thought George Bartlett was going to try and play some kind of aggressive shot into the leg side, but he thought better of it.
there's no real need at the moment, is there?
No, not at all. No, it would be an instinctive
away.
shot, that. It would be an instinctive shot when you just kind of whip it off the top of the bails through the leg side. I don't know if George Bartlett's batting well enough, but he looked like he was shaping up to that and then just thought better of it.
6 runs away from that next point. At that time's just eking away slightly for that 400, isn't it?
It is.
Just working its way into those remaining overs.
I'm going to go out on a limb. Well, I'm not going to go out on a limb, am I? Because that, not literally. But I think Northampton will get the 400. We'll get that extra.
Should do.
Extra batting
I think
point.
from this stage.
Yeah.
7 wickets in hand. Allow George Bartlett to get in slightly, and what is there? There'll be 15 left at the end of this over.
Brendan McCullum. 300.
Yeah.
I think he was the first.
Oh, we're back on that again.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The first New Zealander to do that. I think I sat up and watched that innings. It's fantastic. Bang on the money again, just dragging Bartlett across the crease. So these two won't have played against, I suspect anyway, at least these two won't have played against each other before. If they have, they haven't played very frequently. And Karun Nair will be, as all experienced and quality seamers will do, will be picking up clues about modes of dismissal. How can I get this guy out? Will he follow the ball outside the off stump? Where's his head going? What shape's he making? Okay, this looks like a guy I can go across. Looks like I'm going to go full and swing it back into him. He's having a chat with Kieran Carlson as well, maybe saying, have you seen much of this guy?
Quite happy to give him one, aren't they, at the end of this over?
Yeah, absolutely. Slips come in. Billy Root's come into third slip. Deep square has gone out. Back of a length. Bit of a nothing length, really, on this pitch. Push firmly back down the ground, but no run. It's the end of another over from Mir Hamza. Northants move on to, at the end of that over, at the end of the 95th over, move on to 344 for 3. George Bartlett getting himself in, is 2 not out. Karun Nair will face the next ball. He's 67 not out. And it's going to be Brad Wheel to continue from the Lynn Wilson end. A little chat with his captain. Any change of plan? Do we put a sweeper out? He's kind of indicated with his hand. Do you think we should put one out there and bowl at the other guy? What do you think? No, I want to get this fella out, he's saying. That was, I can't lip read, but that was the conversation just on the body language was, do you want to bowl at this fella? And he said, yeah, I do. And I like that. That's very positive. He might regret that, but I think it's a very positive move from Brad Wheel. Let's bowl at this fella. I can get him out. He doesn't get him out. He does invite him to drive. He does drive. Sort of far. He wasn't in full control of that. It was a very full ball. Karun Nair kind of played inside it, opened his hands on the ball, and it carried in the air for a while to backward point.
I don't know how close that was to the fielder at backward point, but I thought Brad Will, the ball before, then the appeal for the caught behind, the balls after that, I thought he bowled pretty well against Karun Nair, to be fair. So I'm not surprised he's got his tail up.
Yeah, good.
He is into his 6th over, mind you, so I don't suspect he's going to have too many more. I think I saw James Harris having a shoulder roll and a skip, trying to get the blood pumping in the Glamorgan seamer's body. Looks like Zainul Hassan might be having a little stretch as well.
I like the positivity from Wheel there. I want to bowl at this guy. I want to get this guy out. And he goes past the edge again. So there's a bit more movement, actually. Maybe how long have we been out there now? 45. Maybe the roller this morning, the effect is wearing off a wee bit, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, the clouds come over now. It's not, even they said looking out our window, there's patches of blue, which there have been all day yesterday and Friday evening as well.
That's in the right area. He must invite the drive. He drives that beautifully into the offside Karun Nair, but straight to Billy Root, so there's no run. This has been, I think, the best spell that Wheel has bowled. He's bowled pretty steadily throughout into his 22nd over now. For me, this is the best spell that he's bowled so far. He bowled a very early drag down that Vasconcelos pulled for 4. Other than that, he's been there or thereabouts with some movement and some threat. It's been good stuff. He will desperately want to take the big scalp of Karun Nair before he gives the ball to whoever comes after him. As you said, Dan, this is his 6th over. He's got 2 balls of this over remaining. It might be his last 2 at this point.
Yeah, I think it'll be a double change, Rowie. I think it'll be Harris from David Capeland and then possibly Zainul Hassan from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. Mir Hamza's putting more effort in, isn't he? A 7 over spell would be tough.
Yeah. And that's not out. That's not out. That's not out. That's a bump ball.
That's a peculiar appeal. Unless they think he's played that into his boot.
That's just not out.
I can't see what that appeal was for.
It was for quarter slip, but it was a bump ball. I'm absolutely convinced that's a bump ball.
I'm less convinced of that one than I was the one before.
Yeah.
When I say convinced, I suppose perplexed. That one there, it's just
yeah.
Nothing about that looked right.
No, and in particular, the bowler is now back at the end of his mark, so that tells you what he thought about it. I spot Wendell away to my left on his bike. Last ball of Brad Wheel's over, potentially the last ball of his spell. It's been a good spell. He's gone a little bit straight and gets tucked away behind square for a single from Karun Nair. Takes him to 70. Well bowled, Brad Wheel's bowled really well this morning. I did sort of not particularly raise both eyebrows. I kind of wondered why Glamorgan didn't start with the more experienced James Harris from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And that's why, really, because that was a great spell from Brad Wheel.
Yeah,
he ran in with real purpose, bowled one loose ball, and was there or thereabouts the majority of the time. We're going to see a replay. Yeah, I mean it's actually a full toss that Karun Nair very skillfully edges into the floor. It's caught by second slip, but I don't think anyone really thought that was out.
No. There is Wendell, engaged in conversation with
someone,
one of the Glamorgan
I think
coaching
that's Grant
staff. I think.
Bradburn, I think. Yeah, I think it is.
Offering his wisdom, his advice, maybe seeing if he can get a gig. And I bowl this mean off break, get a bit of bounce.
He's well into his 60s now, Wendell, but he wasn't a bad off spinner actually. Yeah, can't say I've had the pleasure of sharing a changing room with him, but I think I might have kept these earphones on if that had been the case. Yeah, so we're going to see Ul Hassan, 12 overs, 0 for 49, bustling, medium pacer. Bowled pretty well yesterday. Oh, starts with a good ball, nips back and cramps Karun Nair, who was initially looking to play that ball out into the offside. Nipped back, caught the inside edge into his back leg, and that ball could have run anywhere.
Just looks like he's finding this a little bit difficult at the moment, doesn't he, Karun Nair? Since passing 50, he's just, since this morning, just kind of got a little bit tougher for him. There was that nonchalant shot through the covers,
yes,
but post that,
yeah, I think he wants to score more quickly. I think the ball's doing a little bit more in the last 15 minutes or so. That one's nipped back as well. Got an inside edge on that. Otherwise, that would have been a very good appeal for LBW, I think. I don't know if we can see. Yes, we can. Look at that. Replay's coming up. He got a little nick back on. Oh, he's got a big nick back on, actually. So the first two balls of this spell from Ul Hassan have nipped back, and both times Karun Nair has got an inside edge on it, and both times it could have run back onto the stumps. And this time he's forward beautifully, calmly, right over the ball, lets it come to him. Doesn't get a big stride in, but his weight transfer is the important thing. There was a lot of body weight over the front knee.
I like what Glamorgan have done this morning. I think they've been good. I think they've been tight. I think they've kept Northants honest. I think particularly once we started talking about that next bonus point, it's certainly taken its time, isn't it, to come closer, and Northants are still 3 away from there.
Well, I think what they've been is more consistent with the ball. They've just been in the right area more of the time. They've joined the dots up well. It's not a wicket that is absolutely easy to score. I think it's a wicket that you can get in on, but to actually score, take the ball off the top of the bounce, I think that's not so easy to do. And the wagon wheel from yesterday, from Glamorgan perspective, would have been there too frequently. Both sides of the wicket, but in particular getting a bit straight and being worked into the leg side there. Karun Nair does that very skillfully for a single to take him to 71, the score to 348 for 3. So I mentioned earlier, I think the chat, such that there would have been much chat from the Glamorgan camp, would have been, we need to be more consistent. We haven't been there. Mir Hamza is the model. What's he done well? He's bashed away at the top of off. We need to do that more frequently. George Bartlett has a little edge down the wicket there to disturb Ul Hassan's length. He as a result drags his length back, and as a result of that can get worked into the leg side. So just a little bit of I'm coming into your space there from George Bartlett. Picks up his third run. Northants on 3-4-9-1 now away from the next batting bonus point, which will be their third as and when they collect it. But yeah, I agree. I think Glamorgan have been good this morning. Yeah. I don't think they were terrible. yesterday, but it wasn't quite consistent enough.
No, I would agree. If those weather conditions had been the same on day 2 as they had been on day 1, then maybe we'd have been talking about a very different game of cricket. But as it stands, it was a pretty good toss to win by Captain Luke Proctor, wasn't it, to get first bowl on this pitch?
Absolutely, it was. That was important. And Brad Wheel has earned himself another over. He's a big, strong lad, isn't he? He hasn't got many overs under his belt, so he's earned another over. And good captaincy from Sam North East to say, well, look, you look very likely. You might be getting a bit tired. I think you've got one more in you. I'm backing you. I'm backing you to get this big wicket. We need to get another one in, get another new one in. And you can have one more because you've earned the right to. I like that. Brad Wheel's responded well. And he has got that wicket. It was a very good delivery that. It pitched and straightened. And George Bartlett looking to turn that into the leg side almost sort of nonchalantly, to use that word. Got a leading edge. And it went very quickly to second slip where the captain himself caught it very nicely and comfortably, a nice height to catch that. And that's good cricket all round, actually, you know, from Glamorgan. They've done, as a team today, they've bowled far more consistently than they did yesterday. And the captain has backed Wheel with an extra over. We both thought the previous over would be his last. No, have another one. You're looking threatening. And he thoroughly deserves that wicket. There was a big appeal. Well, yeah, a casual appeal. They thought they'd definitely got Karun Nair out about two or three overs ago from this end with Brad Wheel bowling again. But he has definitely got the edge there and nicely caught. Sharp catch at second slip. So George Bartlett's stay is quite brief. It brings in James Sales, who's loving cricket at the minute.
Yeah,
got 100 in the last game. His maiden first-class 100 in the last game here at Northampton. And what a pleasure it will be for him to walk out and bat with Karun Nair.
Absolutely, yeah. Fresh off 100, career bests all over the place. Everywhere you looked last week here at Wantage Road, James Sales was one of those. One run to get that next bonus point, and Brad Wheel's making it as hard as he possibly can for Northamptonshire to get that extra run and that extra point on the board. And as you said, since that kind of half appeal that I think they assumed was just going to be given, Brad Wheel's looked like a different bowler. Yeah,
I think he's bowled really well this morning. As I said, there was the one drag down, Rasco smashed it square, and I thought, oh no, that's not a good sign. Since then, he's really switched on. He's bowled very, very well. He's got one wicket to his name, could easily have had two. And I think the ball is doing a little bit more, but and that's all well and good, but you've got to be in the right area. And that is what Glamorgan have done so much better so far this morning than they were able to do yesterday.
Yeah, I think that cloud cover is probably playing a bit of a part, isn't it?
Yes, I'd agree.
I'd be hugely surprised if the lights don't come on before long.
Yeah, his tail's up, isn't it, Brad Wheel, running in?
Absolutely. It's a shame. It's a shame for him and a shame from Glamorgan's perspective that he's already bowled 6.5 overs.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure within his capabilities to bowl an eighth if asked, and I'm sure he'd be desperate to have another one, wouldn't he?
I would think so, particularly if the new batter is on strike. Although he has caused problems to Karun Nair, he's been there quite a while on 71. Yeah, nicely played from James Sales. Gets off the mark with a nicely taken single into the offside. And that does bring up the 350 for Northampton, the third batting point. It's good to see.
Very good.
I mean, I don't know how many times Northampton were able to pick up 3 batting points last year. Not many.
No, I suspect not many is the right answer. I wouldn't know without going back through all of them, but I don't suspect there were too many occasions. Those points have been hard to come by so far this season as well, haven't they?
They really have.
Not necessarily the batting bonus points, but points in general.
Mm-hmm.
One positive result through 2 weeks worth of cricket, and that's probably, you'd guess, probably weren't too many bowling points on offer for either side. So yeah, an important extra point to add to the tally for Northamptonshire.
They make a huge difference at the end of the day. Those bonus points, you miss out on them at your peril. So the last over of Brad Wheel's 23rd over will be bowled to Karun Nair, pushes him onto the back foot, gets the inside half of the bat nicely fielded in terms of preventing the run by the fielder at square leg. There's no run, so I wonder if that will be Brad Wheel's last over. He gets a tap on the backside from Chris Cook. Sam Northeast has a chat with him. Gave him initially a thumbs up, then a bit of a longer chat. He's having a wave to someone, and there is going to be a change. Yeah, it will be James Harris next over from this end. But from the far end, it'll be Ul Hassan. So they've preferred Ul Hassan to Douthwaite this morning, and I think that's about accuracy, really. Just trying to keep Northants honest and not give them too many scoring opportunities. And that's exactly what Ul Hassan has done so far. He only bowled one over, very accurate. Did get some movement back into the right-hander. I'm sure that information has been passed on to the newly arrived James Sales. He has a look at the field. He finds 2 slips, 3 men on the offside on the single. 3 men on the leg side on the single as he pushes gently forward up to mid-on. So the field, 2 slips, a point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket square leg. There's a man at long leg, and that's Shalot, no third man, which backs up, I think, the plan that Ul Hassan's got, which is to try and bowl straight, not leave the stumps really. Bail height, don't get driven. Sort of somewhere like that, but maybe that was a stump too straight and allowed James House to turn it. Timed that really well. Firmly pushed to wide of mid-on, but mid-on moved quickly to his right, Mir Hamza, to prevent the run. He's only been in 3 or 4 balls, James Sales, but the ball's hit in the middle of the bat nicely.
Yeah, he batted really well last week, didn't he? So he'd be full of confidence coming into this game.
Almost a carbon copy. And this could be James Sales. I've timed 3 beautifully through there. I just want to find a hole, and I get a couple because I'm hitting the ball 9, maybe even 3. From the bowler's perspective, he'll think, maybe I'm a stump straight there, but he is coming across his crease a wee bit. If I can get one to run back from off stump, just a little bit fuller, he might shin one. That would be my thinking. Let's see what happens. It is a little bit fuller. It is a little bit straighter. It's very nicely played by James Hales. That was a very good line and length. The young man drawn forward, splicing it up while bowled. It's been a good over so far from Ul Hassan. Can totally see Glamorgan's plan here, isn't it? It really is. Let's bowl dry, but let's hit the wicket harder. Let's try and cause some issues in scoring. That one is an issue. It hasn't carried. It was fuller. It was on off stump. James Sales pushing firmly at the ball. Got an outside edge. Didn't carry the second slip. Well stopped by the captain, Sam Northeast, diving away to his right. He puts, for the last ball of the over, a sweeper out on the leg side to a deep square, and a sweeper now going out on the offside at backward point, just behind square on the offside. And that's a beautiful cricket shot from James Sales. Just lost his length a wee bit there, Ul Hassan. James Sales was able to clip it off his pads through mid-wicket, and he's going to get some stick for that. I think that's Dan Douthwaite out there again on the mid-wicket boundary, and it was almost like he was electrocuted. He was sort of wriggling around on the outfield. He initially stopped the ball from crossing the boundary rope, and then I think thought, oh my goodness, it's going to trickle away. And so did some kind of, I don't know what you call that really, electric eel on the floor. Anyway, the upshot of all that activity is it was 3 to James Sales, a beautiful cricket shot. He'll keep the strike as he faces up to what will be the first ball of the morning from James Harris. Took the wicket of Emilio Gay in the 6th over. 93 overs ago that was done. In the 6th over, nipped one back in, caught him LBW. Was it in line? Was it just to the outside the line? benefit of the doubt went against Emilio Gay, and he had to depart. But he's got 2 right-handers to bowl at now. There's James Harris, which is unusual. It's unusual when you play Northampton to have
Certainly is.
two right-handers to bowl at. James Sales has started brightly. Just banged in back of a length.
I think the start that Glamorgan have had today, I think, kind of goes towards almost nullifying that conversation we had at the start of play of how could Northamptonshire go really aggressive here and maybe put Glamorgan in with an eye on what the weather forecast says it's going to be tomorrow. I think it just makes it slightly more difficult for Northampton to confidently do that now.
Yeah, I'd agree. Oh, that could well be out. Yeah, it's pitched up from James Harris. Just his second ball of the morning, pitched up, looked like it nipped back a bit. James Harris didn't really get out of his crease. He was sort of trapped a bit on. Let's have a look on the replay. Looked like he was trapped a bit on the. Yeah, he's just not really got forward at all there, and a pretty easy decision really for the umpire Sue Redfern to give. I mean, in the game you'd say he's got trapped. Just got trapped on the crease. Didn't really get forward to the ball, and it nipped back. It was a good bit of bowling. It nipped back, caught James Sales bang in front, and that is absolutely stone cold, unfortunately. So James Sales departs, the 3rd wicket now of the morning for Glamorgan. So good reward for their increased skill, increased consistency, and maybe James Harris should have opened bowling this morning.
Well, all I'll say, in addition to my point about it's making it a little bit harder for Northamptonshire to make this decision. I mean, the decision at the moment is kind of being made for them by Glamorgan.
Yeah.
82-run lead at the moment. Sabe walks to the crease. So we will have a right-hand, left-hand combination. So that might make things slightly more difficult for Glamorgan not to have that consistency. However, 5 down, say Northamptonshire get to 400. But Northamptonshire, I'm sure, will hope for a little bit more than that, but whatever. Add another 47 runs to that score, you're looking at 129-run lead.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really nice total, I think, to have a bowl at whilst it's cloudy, with one eye on the fact it says it's going to chuck it down all day tomorrow. I quite like that as a number. Don't think you'd declare on it. But I think if you were to be bowled out for it,
I'm with you. Yeah,
I like it as a number, as a nice lead. There's enough there for Glamorgan to go, oh, we're going to have to bat pretty well here to get to level par.
Yeah,
and we're going to have to bat better than pretty well if we're going to go far enough past that to make it confusing for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. Oh, what a nice delivery that is. Well played, well left by Saves. It went across him. It really did bounce and climb. As I said yesterday, he's just a lovely bowler to watch. Such rhythm. Just naturally very good at letting the cricket ball go. You know, he hit that. I didn't see the speed gun there, but generally, other speed guns are available. He's generally operating in the low 80s, I think, James Harris. But you wouldn't know that from the effort that he puts in, because he's absolutely poetry. And that was poetry as well. He gets a thick edge from Save as he does get out of the crease, gets his foot forward, gets his body weight forward, gets a thick edge down to the 3rd man, just for the single.
Gets off the mark, which will be important. I think last week the scorecard will say that he got a low score, Save. But you'd have to watch the game to get the context of that. He was caught holing out in the deep, wasn't he? Whilst Northamptonshire were just trying to get as many runs as they possibly could against Middlesex. Before that declaration came, I think it was a case we'll declare when Sales gets 100. And Safe went out there and kind of thought, well, I'll add a few more runs as quickly as I possibly can. So there's some context to be applied to that innings and for that performance. Yeah,
it was selfless, wasn't it?
It was.
Exactly right. But there have been players in the history of this game that maybe wouldn't have played quite as aggressively in support of the team endeavour. Last ball of this first over of the morning from James Harris is again on the money. brings Nair forward. He's getting out of his crease there, so that if it does hit him on the front pad, if he does manage to miss one, that there's doubt in the umpire's mind because he's further forward than James Sales was when he got trapped LBW the second ball of that over. Nice bit of bowling.
354 for 5 off 100 overs. Karun Nair on 71 and safe save. The new man to the crease on 1, Zain Ul Hassan, will continue from the David Capel end. Are you in the same school of thought as me there, or are you thinking that's not good enough of a lead of 129? I know you'd always want more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well said. As you said, I think you wouldn't walk off at that number, but if you're all out, then you take it, and it's a decent number. Certainly, if the conditions stay as they are, I would say, because the ball has done a bit more, hasn't it?
It feels like it has.
Yeah, it definitely has. Yeah.
I think Glamorgan have definitely executed this, as you say, bold, dry plan better than what they did yesterday. So I think that's a factor.
Yeah.
But it also feels as though this ball has done a little bit more than what it did yesterday. And I think at that point there, when you've got Ben Sanderson, Chris Tremaine with the new ball, Rafi Weatherall, who we've seen in the first 2 games, can bowl some absolute jaffers.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of strikes me as the type of bowler that could take 5 for nothing if everything fell his way. Nicely played by Safe Save. Just string a couple of those magic balls together, and all of a sudden you go, oh well, this is turning into quite a good spell from Rafi Weatherall. I don't mind the idea of Northampton being back out there.
No, it would move the game forward, wouldn't it?
Mm.
And in terms of a positive result coming from the game, then that would be an indicator that there is more likelihood of a positive result coming.
That's a flashy drive from Safe Save, who just watches it run down to the Lynn Wilson centre end and does go away for 4. I don't think that was far away from Sam Northeast at second slip, and whether Rowe's going to far enough away, it would have been a 4th slip to a gully.
Yeah, okay, I know where you're going there.
Whether Rowe would be questioning with the new man in, the ball doing a little bit more. Where's your third catcher?
No, I'm happy with this field. Yeah. To be honest with you, he got an edge in the previous over at Ul Hassan. It didn't carry the second slip, so it's probably not going to carry the third slip. Certainly not off the front foot.
Nicely played by Safe Save. Rotates the strike, gets his boundary, gets up the other end, brings Karun Nair on strike.
Interesting, Glamorgan don't employ a third man for Ul Hassan, whereas they've employed a third man for all of the other bowlers almost all of the time. And it has been in stark contrast. I wonder, I would love to know how many balls third man has fielded. Or how many balls third man has fielded, because essentially that means they've saved 3. It would be a nice stat to know. I don't know if anyone can grab that stat. That would be nice to know. Again, Ul Hassan on the money, looking to run the ball back into the right-handed Nair. Just slightly short of the length he'd want. He wants to try and bring him forward if he can, but he'll settle for that.
I think he's backed up the two opening bowlers from this morning really well. He's gone for 59 off 14, or nearly 15 overs, which again probably doesn't really kind of paint a true picture, does it, of the impact that he's had this morning.
Nice bowled well. That's where he wants to be, just there. It's perfect.
Karun Nair up to the task. Full face of the bat. Just defended back to the Glamorgan skipper, who moved himself out of the cordon to short cover. 101 overs. 359 for 5. So 41 runs away for Northamptonshire to pick up another batting bonus point.
Glamorgan are hustling round in the field between overs, and James Harris is ready now, about sort of 7 seconds after the last ball of that previous over was bowled. They are -3 on the over 8, according to the scoreboard, away to our left. And once it gets on the scoreboard, it can be hard in terms of any negotiations that might take place. The umpires will tell you that. James Harris is ready. Northampton ready. Safe Save is on 6 already.
That's cut away by Safe Save down to that fielder at deep third. So there's another one you can add to your tally that's been saved. Well, you can add 3 actually, because I think that probably would have been 4 if it wasn't there.
It's been a few, isn't there? So if we multiply that by 3 every time, I'm going to say 10.
Yeah.
More?
Yeah, I don't think that's unbelievable.
Somewhere between 10 and 15. So between 30 and 45 runs have been saved by that man. Clearly, that means he's come from somewhere.
Oh, that's a genuine edge. Save guides it in the end, I think, past Sam Northeast and adds another 4 to his tally. Again, a bit closer maybe to Northeast than what he would have liked. Drawn into an edge, although he's done fairly well to play that down, I think.
It was an interesting shot, wasn't it, really? Because certainly, as you said, it went finer than he intended it to. But I think he was intending to get the ball behind square on the offside there.
Looks like we're fairly set in for this cloud cover through the rest of the day.
Okay.
Rowie as well.
That one just went away off the wicket earlier that James Harris got it back.
Turned into the leg side. Karun Nair, boundary 1 off strike. 365 for 5. Yeah, -3. It's probably double-edged, actually, with the fact that they're quite keen to get around. 1, the ball's doing something, so let's get as many overs in as we possibly can. And then 2, also, we're a little bit behind the 8 ball here slightly. We need to get ourselves back to level par. They've got a couple of spin options in the team, haven't they, if they did need to bowl a couple of quick overs before lunch.
Yeah.
Cut away, and that is a lovely shot by Save. Races past the fielder at point.
What a shot that is.
4 added to the score.
Such skill there. He's got great hands, Save. And he kind of creates that, doesn't he? You can see the bat kind of chop across the ball, flies out the middle of the bat, totally under control. Great cricket shot. What I don't know, and I should know this, but I don't know, is whether that -3 is influenced by any deductions for time or additions for time. I'll come back to that.
Driven this time through the fielder at cover. That's going to hold up in the outfield. So it's going to be, I think, just 2 added.
Billy Root's gone over another one. That one he can be more forgiven. That was right on the end of the practice wicket. But we know there were significant delays for ball changes.
Yes, true.
I think 3 times, possibly more, but certainly 3 times.
They got the full set in, though, yesterday, didn't they?
Of overs?
Yeah. Well, and plus some with what was made up from day one.
Yeah. But we don't know about the speed of those.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So it's -3, but whether that includes or not the time allowed for the ball changes, I'm not sure.
That's timed well, isn't it? That's well fielded on the boundary. Mason Crane, the leggy out there doing the work. Save was climbed into that one from James Harris and kept the strike in the end. 372 for 5 off 102 overs.
Save looks like a man in form, doesn't he?
I think we've got some ice cream customers.
Oh, okay.
There's your 3.99s for £18.50.
I'm not sure they're 99 customers, those guys.
No. It's a brave call.
You've got my interest, though.
Feels like 7 outside is apparently the weather forecast right now.
Look, there's a small child with
there
them.
We go. There we go. There's the culprit. Enjoy it, young man. You've earned it.
You promised me an ice cream, Grandad. You promised me. It's too cold. Oh, well, all right. Let's go and get the ice cream.
Can't say too cold when you're wearing shorts, can you?
No, there is a man in shorts there. And he's not a PE teacher or a postman.
No. Anyway.
It might be.
Could be both. Zain Hassan from the David Capel end. Down the leg side. I don't know whether Save's got any bat on that or not.
No.
The leg bys just flicked the hip on the way through. So another 4 added to the score. 4 handy runs for Northamptonshire. Gets them that little bit closer to the score of 400. You're keeping an eye on what's coming out of the window here, aren't you, Rowie? I can kind of feel you. I can feel you looking over my shoulder. Well, it's not a 99, is it?
It's not. It's a lolly. And that's it. 1 lolly. Yeah.
Again, could have that all day. It's not going to melt. Oh, flicked away. Save. Over what would be the infield. down towards the football stand and the ice cream van. That's going to be another 4 for Safe. He feels like he's in the mood here, doesn't he, Safe? He's moved to 18 off 12.
He's playing a different game, it has to be said. You know, he can only play what's in front of him. He's had some scoring opportunities, but he's also created some with positive intent and great skill. But he's moved to 18, and he has found scoring so much easier than anyone else so far on this pitch today. Oh, what a great shot that was as well. Well fielded off his own bowling, wasn't it?
Really well done to get down to that. Otherwise, I think that could have put Kieran Carlson under a bit of pressure at mid-on. Nicely timed again by Safe.
Yeah, it was just a lolly. I can confirm. There'll be a lot of people wanting to know how that turned out. It was just a lolly, just the one purchase.
Well, the young lad's earned it. Oh, cut away. Northeast has done well to get down to that one. He's been in the wars.
He's got a foot on that, you know. I think that's hit him on the left foot.
He's been in the wars, isn't he, at second slip? When he's been in there, he's been all over the place, Northeast, and he's done really well to get a bit of body behind that. Saves just almost cut that through second slip, isn't he?
He wants to score, doesn't he, Safe? I mean, this is the way. It's a nice position for him to be in. You know, talked a few times about Northampton middle order last year. Really never had a platform to be able to play and express themselves. There are a lot of shot makers in that middle order. Safe is obviously one of those. And he's made another shot. Wow,
that has flown, isn't it? Past backward point.
Beautiful cricket shot.
That's another 4. 384. Safe moves to 22. Yeah, there were a couple of moments last year, weren't there, that he almost batted what you would say out of character. Yeah. Batted whilst wickets were falling around him. But there was an innings that wasn't here. I think it was down at Southampton, and was with the tail and accelerated through to I think about 70 something. And you go, well, that's the natural game of Safe.
I mean, he just possesses more shots than many others. Works incredibly hard at his game. Yes, he's naturally talented, but boy, does he work hard at maximising the talent he's got.
Oh, and that's a beauty from
Ul
Hassan. Just invites Safe. Just have a little nibble of that one. Last ball of the over. 103 done. 384 for 5. And next thing you know, we're only 16 away from the next batting bonus point for Northamptonshire.
Never in doubt. Was in some doubt when we lost a few wickets. What's happening, Dan?
Wendell's just practicing the. I think that's a leave.
Let's have a look. Oh my goodness! Either that or
dancing. Yeah. Oh, don't stop, Wendell. You're on camera now.
No, do stop. I think he was. It was a Courtney Walsh leave. I think is what he was practicing.
Harris Nair defends that one back to the bowler. This innings from Safe just taking a little bit of pressure off Karun Nair, I would have thought.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Taking the eyes off him, who, as I say, he's stuck around in the 70s for probably a little bit longer than what he'd have hoped for this morning when he walked out to bat with Vasconcelos. Not really added a huge amount to his score overnight, about 20 since...
bit like Shawaddy.
You'll have to explain that one.
They hung around in the 70s for longer than was totally necessary.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, these two have put on 31, Dan. Let's talk about cricket. These two have put on 31. There has definitely been 4 leg byes. And of the other 27 in this partnership, Safe has got 22 of them, just to reinforce that very insightful point you were making.
Thank you very much. That's polite. Harris to net. Big drive, driven square through the covers.
Gee whiz.
Just leans into it, strokes it through extra cover. 4 added to the score. I told you he'd look like he'd struggled through the 70s, didn't I?
Oh, no.
Beautiful.
That's how you play that shot.
Sign me up. More of those, please, Karen.
Gee whiz. I mean, he's all very natural. I think there's no sort of edge to the way that Karun Nair is playing these shots. He's just beautiful on the eye. but it does have a touch of dismissiveness, a touch of almost arrogance about it.
It's turned around the corner down towards fine leg this time. Hopefully the ice cream van driver enjoys cricket, because I don't think the ice lolly is going to cover the cost of the diesel to get into the ground from the depot this morning. Brian said that it's very popular, and it is. It's good. It's good quality ice cream out of the van.
Cologne is great. I think, I've eaten ice cream in many. I love ice cream, by the way, and I've eaten ice cream in many.
Would you describe yourself as a connoisseur?
Well, I'm a big fan of ice cream. I don't know if I'm a connoisseur. I don't know. That's that's for others to say.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I'll decide after you finish this story. Sorry.
Well, no, but I am partial to a bit of ice cream. I've eaten ice cream in a number of places. I won't list them all, but a number of places, and Gallones takes some beating. It really does.
Yeah.
Kingsthorpe's finest.
It's good quality, and yeah, Brian in Brisbane's just said that because it's so good, there's always normally a decent queue, even on a cool day.
Yeah, well said.
Short ball again, and punished through mid-wicket. I don't know whether that's going to go, Rowie, or not. I think Brad Will is going to bring that back. Hits it harder, safe. He's going to add 3 to the score, though. He's going to move to 25.
How many balls did he face, safe?
17. 18.
Gee whiz. I mean, he's played proper cricket shots. There's been no thrashes. There's been nothing kind of overly aggressive even.
Nope.
He's just played really positively, and it shows the wide array of shots that he has got available to him. It shows his intent. And just to touch on the earlier point, for the middle order, it's nice to come in when you've got 350 on the board.
Oh, 100%.
And that hasn't been the case for these guys for a little while. So, and that's credit to the top order, to Vasconcelos in particular with 180, and the captain as well. And obviously Karun Nair, who's still there on 81, has allowed safe to come in and play as he loves to play. He's busy, he's skillful.
Yeah.
He does like to entertain.
Get given a license, don't you, for sure. I suspect he'll probably... he might have a watch back through of some of the best shots of the innings so far. Defended back to the bowler. 392 for 5, so 8 runs away from another point.
Something I used to say to Saif as he was coming into the professional game and was don't impress, improve.
Mm-hmm.
Because he wanted to play this way the minute he got into the arena, and he's more his decision making. Let's put that. His decision making about what to play when has improved significantly. He understands that he can't do exactly what he wants all the time. Although so far today he has played almost exactly as he wanted to.
Yeah, well, he's only, 24 years old, I think, Safe? Certainly would have been a product of the white ball generation, so to speak, and unsurprising that a young lad wants to come in and impress you. We spoke about Emilio wants to dominate the bowl, wants to play the shots. I think Emilio's 24 as well, isn't he? I think we learnt as he had his birthday last week.
Absolutely. But he has raced to 26. The partnership has raced to 40. And from a Glamorgan perspective, they were, and still will think they've done particularly well this morning. But this has put a dent in it. This has put a dent in their achievements, no doubt.
Just wonder really whether Safe and Northants, if he spends a bit more time on strike, have got eyes on 450. I don't know whether that would be massively possible. It'd certainly be possible.
So 5 overs and 2 balls. What's that? 32 balls away.
Yeah.
47 off 32. It could happen, couldn't it?
Just wonder with the way that he started. I wonder whether it's just something that might have been floated as an idea. Got Lewis McManus next, haven't we? And as we spoke earlier when he walked out, very selfless when it comes to the performances.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, in a in the season of there's not been a positive result in Division 2, has there yet?
No.
I think it puts a premium on bonus points, doesn't it? It really does. So I think Safe Save probably needs to take more of the strike, most of the strike, which he's done so far as well. So that needs to continue. Karun Nair can just do what he's doing, really. So we'll see. It's a good question, though. It's a good question. You wanted to maximise your bonus points at every opportunity that you can. And whilst it's a stretch right now, it's not beyond belief. Certainly, if Safe faced every ball and continued to play the way that he is, we would probably get really close to that number, actually.
Absolutely. Brian's just said thanks, Dan and Phil, for engaging with us on the YouTube.
Thanks to you, Brian, and others. And please keep it up. It's interesting to know how you guys are seeing the game, what's on your mind. Also happy to chat about non-cricket things as well, just to make the day go even better. Some good fun as well we had yesterday. So yeah, please keep that coming.
Absolutely. James Harris to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and Safe Save is on strike. Quite happy to watch that one go past. The boundary rinders have gone out, haven't they? Kieran Carlson, bit of shadow bowling. Got fielders out on the rope at deep cover point. Just in front of square on the leg side, a fine leg and a deep third.
And where is that slip fielding? Where's he going?
But do you know what? George actually just messaged and said, would you mind asking Rowie with regards to Colin Ingram's position? It's dropped into the offside and Safe Save takes the single. So what is your thought? Well,
why are you asking me that, Dan?
Well, I'm kind of aware that there's a certain box that likes going downhill quite quickly, if given enough of a nudge.
For Safe Save, I don't think that's a bad position, actually, because he does love to run the ball fine and try to beat third man on the inside. So a guy hanging around at sort of third deters him from doing that. So that's not so daft. I'm not so sure about this one at 2.5, though.
Solid in defence by Karun Nair. Just politely retrieves the ball for Glamorgan. Tom, do you remember Tom from yesterday with the
Tom with the son,
the excessively signalling four-year-old?
Yeah.
Coming back.
Come on.
This afternoon after lunch, he's done his swimming lessons. I don't know whether they're Toms or whether they're the 3-year-olds or not, but we'll look out for you. I'm quite excited to see an excessively signalling 3-year-old.
Yeah. We'll look out for the
bit of energy, signals. Bit of warmth in the ground.
Yeah.
Cut away by Karun Nair. That's nicely placed down to the fielder at deep third. There's another one that's just been saved for you, Rowie.
Saved 3 runs.
Add that to the tally.
It's got to be close to 50.
I would have thought so.
So just to continue that, and we could probably talk about this. We should have a show dedicated to this point, really. We'd have a few listeners, but I'd enjoy it. Would be clearly that fielder. Yes, let's say the number's 50, just for argument's sake.
Yeah,
it's not. That's a gross number, because that fielder has to come from somewhere, and one would suggest that where he's come from, there is a hole, and the ball's gone in that hole a number of times as well.
Yeah,
but the thing about the third man is that pretty much every time they field the ball, pretty much they've saved 3 runs, sometimes 2, but usually 3. And that's not true of many other positions on the ground. And so, well, I think you know where I'm going with this. I'm a fan of third man. And so are Glamorgan.
Yeah, deep third enthusiast and a slip and a half hater.
Well, there's a time and a place for it. There is. It's not. It's. I think one of the things about cricket, and if not about life in general, and your opinions, as you get older, you probably soften your hard and fast rules. And I find myself saying, well, it depends. as a going in point to many questions. It depends. And in terms of the second and a half slip and no first slip, it does depend. But they still stick him at first slip. Kieran Carlson is going to get his first bowl of the match.
Oh, a bit of finger spin into the game from the David Caper lens. This is going to be interesting. I wonder why they opted not to go for Mason Crane, the man on loan from Hampshire. I'm stuck here in my chair. I'm free. I'm free.
Oh, that was a moment.
Whew. I was panicking a bit there. These chairs are heavier than what you think as well.
They are.
Anyway, Kieran Carlson. First slip, Colin Ingram is in an orthodox first slip position.
How long before the reverse sweep?
Quite happy just to milk that one down the ground. Played down to long off. Bob's asked a good question, which we'll get to. I think I'll ask it now and then have a little think about it.
Okay.
He said, who are you looking forward to watching this season? One player from each format. I'm going to assume that Bob is a Northamptonshire supporter. So have a ponder of that and share your answers. Show your workings.
I'm pretty sure I know who I'm going to enjoy watching in the 50 over. There you go. You get a pun and a quick answer.
Cut away hard by Karun Nair. I think that might beat the fielder, and it does. Wow. 4 Pennyworth through the covers. Karun Nair moves to 90. What a shot. And 400 for Northamptonshire as well. Another point added to the tally. Doesn't move to 90, I'm afraid. I looked up too slow. So pretty sure I would agree with you. I think it'd be great to see him play some red ball cricket, wouldn't he?
Oof. Yeah, it really would.
Turned into the corner by Karun Nair. Yeah, I would agree with you. Metro Bank one day fever. Sign me up for some Prithvi Shaw.
I'm going to enjoy watching George Scrimshaw in the T20.
Good shout.
Because I like fast bowling.
Left.
And he is a fast bowler.
Gas. Nicely played. Tall as well.
Yeah.
England honours. Played some international cricket for England. A really good signing for Northamptonshire to bring him down from Derbyshire over the winter.
Point of difference, isn't it?
Mm. And again, he's another one that's got aspirations to play red ball cricket as well. Nicely played by Karun Nair. I'm pretty sure he played in the second 11 game against Glamorgan down at Dunstable during the week.
Okay.
So it'd be good to see him available for selection.
Yeah. So there's 2, and this is the third format, the one we're watching right now.
Mm.
Oh, people who know me will know exactly what I'm going to say now. I have to be honest, don't I? Do I have to be honest?
It's usually the best policy.
Oh, God.
Nicely played by Save. Good over for Northamptonshire.
Well, I am really enjoying watching Karun Nair bat. And, it is a thing of beauty. Such a talented player, so much time, so much skill. Sometimes looks like he's playing in slow motion. He's beautiful to watch. But, I can't let the seam bowling go. And I just love watching Ben Sanderson bowl.
Yeah.
So that never gets boring for me. So, Sando, I apologise if you're listening to this over there and you're going to get hammered.
Oh, but, Rory told me they meet the string.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, good news.
I did say it was probably wise.
Just as well. Yeah. Okay. So there's my answers.
Good answers. I don't necessarily think there's wrong answers. Short ball from James Harrison, a signalled 1 for the over. Save gets underneath that one. He's moved to 30 now, and that previous run did bring up the 50 partnership between the two of them as well. 50 or 46 balls it was. The score is 403 for 5. I think 450 is out of touch, out of reach slightly now before we get to that 110 over mark. But there was a moment, wasn't there, where it was fun to ponder whether it was a possibility. Cut away nicely and timed really well out to the fielder, sweeping on the offside boundary.
Yeah, they're going to need a bit of help to get there, aren't they? They're going to need someone to bowl an over of, well, they're going to need particularly, I suspect, Kieran Carlson to lose his mind and bowl an over of hip high full tosses to get there from this point. But yeah, certainly the way Save started, it did look as though that was and ambition. He has raced to 31, hasn't he?
Am I allowed to give my answers as well?
Yeah,
Oh, thanks.
absolutely. Crikey, yeah. Well, for so many reasons, not least of which is you're in charge. You're the boss.
In the steering seat or whatever it's called. I'm going to nick Bob's answer. He said yours are very good answers, but he has said that he can't wait to watch Sikandar Raza in the T20 Blast. I'm very much on board with some Sikandar Raza T20 Blast. Ravi Bopara as well, but I think Sikandar just about pips it for me. Jack White, really excited to see him get the ball back in his hand and bowl in the county championship. Just a real kind of standout, almost like a beacon of hope, really, wasn't he? I think during the championship season last year, was well inside the top 10 wicket takers for the competition, full stop, and just worked his guts out all year for Luke Proctor and his county. So very much a bit of Jack White, and then 50 overs. I mean, it's low hanging fruit, isn't it? But Prithvi Shaw, please. Short ball again, and over the shoulder of Save. That's the second one for the over.
Starting to just watch the replay. I thought he was going to take that on and then go. I think, was he? Let's have a look. Yeah, he initially thought about that and then thought better of it. That's good. I'm pleased to see that some decision making there, because there was a time when I felt that Safe was a little bit compulsive on the hook. And that's good to see him making a decision and getting under that one. It was a little bit high to control. It was good batting.
Nicely timed again out to Kieran Carson at mid-off. It has a slight fumble, but no one's going to take him on for an extra one. End of the over, 406 for 5 off 108 overs. And who'd have thought that Northamptonshire would have been in the 400s based on how much we saw the ball do on day one here at Wantage Road. Kieran Carson to continue. Save on strike. Fielder spread around the ground. Save just looks like he loads up the shoulders there and hits it to northeast. He does well at mid-wicket. And Mason Crane is getting loose as well. He's fielding at short cover at the moment, so maybe we're going to see double spin for a while. And nicely played by Save. He just opens the face up and runs it down to mid-off. 407 for 5. Karun Nair, he's on 88. That's a short ball from Carlson. That's cut away, and I think that's going to beat the man fielding in front of the ice cream van. That's going to be 4 more for Karun Nair, who moves into the 90s. 92 off 150. His 10th 4 of the innings. The partnership 58 off 55 balls. Score 411 for 5. Northamptonshire at the moment just motoring away from Glamorgan. That change of pace, that change of impetus by Save, just up the ante slightly. And if Glamorgan were on top during the first hour, I'd say Northamptonshire are wrestling back the second one. This is played again by Karun Nair. 8 runs away from a first-class 100. Would be his first one of the year. Well, first one of the county championship season anyway. Scored a few over the winter back in India. Straighter from Carlson. Karun Nair says no. Save. He gets halfway down. Is turned back around and sent back to the non-striker's end. First slip is gone. First time, really, that first slip is not employed by Glamorgan. And Karun Nair quite happy to defend that one back to the bowler, Kieran Carlson. Looks like James Harris is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it isn't going to be double spin as yet, although Mason Crane was going through a bit of a warm-up routine. 109 overs now bowled. 411 for 5. Harris has bowled 24 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 100. Kieran Carson's gone for 12 off his 2 so far. And Sam, who's been in contact, has just complimented the stream to say Wendell, Galonis, and Shawaddy Waddy. Loving your work on the Northampton stream today.
And there's been some cricket as well.
Yeah, there's been a bit of that. Defended into the offside by safe save. 411 for 5. I certainly don't think Northamptonshire want to bat on too long here. I know the lead's only 140, and I'm sure they'll have one eye on the weather forecast tomorrow. But there's potentially an opportunity to ask a few questions of the Glamorgan batters.
Yeah, there's a couple of things in my mind down on that. Would be Karun Nair currently on 92.
Mm-hmm.
So I would imagine that as and when, fingers crossed, as and when he gets to 100, he may choose to kick on a gear.
Yeah.
And Save needs no second invitation. He needs to keep playing as he does, and that will naturally then probably hopefully accelerate the scoring rate and bring that accelerate that lead away to a number that Northampton are happy to walk off. I don't know when that will be.
Yeah, it's really hard to know, isn't it? I think everything you've said about it, I think carries so much weight and so much merit as well, that don't get ahead of yourself. Yeah. Mother Cricket's going to come back and bite you in a place you don't want to be bitten. And the next thing you know, it's maybe we shouldn't have done what we did when we did it. However, gotta wait. It's an incredibly convincing forecast tomorrow.
It is. Yeah,
as you said earlier, there hasn't been a result in Division 2 yet. There will be today. I'm certain of it. Looking at it, Middlesex, Yorkshire, Middlesex need 130 to win with 9 wickets left. So you'd say there's definitely going to be a result there, probably in favour of Middlesex. Other ones, again, you come up with a good argument to say that there'll be another couple of draws, one down at Hove and one in Derby. How hard do you chase the win, though? I guess that's the difficult question to answer. Well, and that's just not really carried actually through past Save, who withdraws the bat at the last minute. But yeah, I think I'm glass half full, and I'm sat here, and I haven't really got a great deal to lose in this situation. So I'm sat there, and I'm thinking, not at 140, not at lunch, maybe half hour before tea. Maybe an hour before tea, somewhere around that kind of 3 hours.
I'm all ears on that.
Nicely left by Save. And you get yourself 3 hours. Something could happen, and it Northamptonshire could get themselves into a position where it's not inconceivable for a team to get bowled out for not very many. I think Lancashire are giving a really good example of that at the moment. They're 86 for 7 against Essex at Chelmsford. Wow. We know it happens. You've got to give yourself an opportunity to allow it to happen. Correct.
Yep, absolutely. Can't argue with any of that. Can't add any value to any of that. I think that's bang on.
I don't know whether Save. She's got a bit of bat on that. If not, it really has not carried at all, has it? That's died as it's come off the pitch. I assume Save's got a bottom edge on that.
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either.
No, I don't think he did. The last 2 balls of the over from James Harris bowling around the wicket from the Lynn Wilson, and they're both pitched really close together and both behaved similarly, as we've seen on replay. Oof, they just died. I think that one was perhaps a bit closer to offside than the previous one, actually, to be fair. But that's I mean, they're good signs for Northampton. You've got a lead of 142.
Absolutely.
They're good signs if the wicket's going to keep low. But they look like outliers. They just happen next to each other, those two balls. Oh, what a beautiful shot! I was only going to get one for it.
It's a lovely looking shot. 110 overs have been bowled, so there'll be no further bonus points added to the tallies of either team. So Northamptonshire will settle with the points for the 400, and Glamorgan will settle on the points for the 3 wickets. Do you want to fancy a little run around Division 1?
Yeah, let's do it.
Lancashire Trail, Essex by...
Is it a detailed run? Or...
No, I can give you a brief overview.
Brief, okay.
What would you prefer?
Detail.
Okay, well, you take the controls, and I'll bring the detail, sir.
Okay, Carlson round the wicket to save. Nicely bowled. I do like his bowling action. Kieran Carlson gets up and over. It's only a shortish guy, but he gets up and over the front leg. Drives up. He's put another man back on the deep backward square boundary. He was on the 45, so he's saying you can sweep this if you like, but you're only going to get one. Up and over again. Save, trying to create a bit of room through the offside. Does that very well.
He does indeed. Chelmsford, Lancashire versus Essex, or Essex versus Lancashire. First innings, Lancashire all out for 146. Essex 377.
Firmly pushed up to extra cover, no run.
And second innings for Lancashire, as I just mentioned, 90 for 7.
Oof. So they're well behind there.
They are a long way behind. Jamie Porter's got 3 and Shane Snater's got 3.
Nice batting, advanced down the wicket. Got to the pitch of the ball. It was a slower ball from Carlson. Held that back nicely. Save. Probably saw that it was a slow ball very quickly. Got down the wicket, knocked it to long off for a single. Takes him to 35. Last ball of this third over from Kieran Carlson. This has been his best over so far and remains his best over so far. That one's lovely line. That slow turn back into the middle of Karun Nair's bat. The score is 15 for 5. Zabe's on strike on 35, Nair 94.
Yeah, Lancashire trailed about 140 in that game. Down at Southampton, Hampshire versus Warwickshire, 455 all out for Warwickshire. And in response, Hampshire are 211 for 1. Nick Gubbins is 110 not out, and Fletcher Middleton 85. The 1 wicket was Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Gubbins scored that 100 here last year, didn't he, for Hampshire in their innings victory against Northamptonshire. Oh my word. Kent versus Surrey. 244 all out for Kent.
James Harris continues, bowls straight at Save. He turns it into the leg side, looking for 2. Karun Nair was keen to make the second. It wasn't available. There was a field change there. I said earlier that Save likes to run the ball down behind square on the offside, and therefore a sort of third slip hanging around that area is a good fielder. And they've actually put another one in on a fine gully line as well to the left-hander, but it's now going to be Nair to take strike.
Surrey in response, a 338 for 1.
Ooh.
Sibley 146 not out. Dan Lawrence 111 not out. So they lead Kent by 94.
Ouch. Nicely bowled, back of a length.
Taunton, Somerset versus Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire all out for 193. Somerset 454 in response. Who got the runs for Somerset? Craig Overton 95 not out. Tom Banton 83. And not in response, showing a bit of resistance. 130 for 2. Will Young on 37 and Joe Clark on 47. Currently not out.
He's in a bit of nick, Joe Clark, isn't he?
He certainly is. So not showing some resolve down at Taunton. And then at Kidderminster, so Worcestershire's temporary home whilst New Road dries out. And Durham declared on 397 for 5. And as it stands, Worcestershire need 409 runs to win. They're 49 for no loss. David Beddingham scored 138 off 99 balls in that declaration.
Oof, wow. So someone's copped a bit there. Someone has copped a bit.
Joe Leach has gone at 6s. Jason Holder's gone at 5s. Matthew Waite's gone at best part of 5s. Nathan Smith, 4.85. been shared around.
It's a pretty good surface there, Kidderminster. I mean, I think in terms of the actual cricket pitch, that is a first-class facility. Been lucky enough to do a few games there over the years, and yeah, it is a very good surface to play your cricket on. That's short. That's wide. That's Karun Nair. That's 4. Takes him on to 98. As we approach lunch, it looks as though he will naturally, or will he actually? Will we get another one? Yeah, well, we will.
Yeah, I think we're still making up time from day one. So
you're quite right. We are
guessing lunch will be 1:10.
Yeah, and my watch is fast, so the combination of those things, he's got plenty of time. That helps. Gets him closer still. Slip comes out. Cover goes back to deep cover. So there are no close catches now. Nair turns that one behind square on the leg side. He's going to come back for 2, and that 2 is going to bring up his 100. And he is absolutely delighted with that.
It's almost caught people off guard there slightly, I think.
Yeah, I just got there very quickly in the end. Very popular member of this Northampton squad. Was that a salute?
I think is that the Marcus Rashford goal celebration.
Oh, is that what it is? There was something that was a bit of an in-joke between the lads. Nice pat on the back there from Kieran Carlson. That's a nice touch. Everyone out there and everyone who's watched this knows how well he has played for this 100, and delighted to see that he got there. And it means a lot to him. He's enjoyed the celebration. Saves walked right down to congratulate his partner as well. And there is some signalling, which can you interpret that, Dan?
I think he wants his post 100 and post 100 gloves and post 100 bat brought out.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Is he going for the long handle? Kieran Carlson to continue from the David Capel end.
The big stick.
Big one, yeah. Get me one with a middle in that. It's been a lovely, lovely 100 to watch. Wow, it's been full of sparkling shots. Lovely footwork, lovely judgment. He did go quiet for a spell when the ball started to jag around a bit, but he's played this game before. He knew he'd get through that and come again. That's been left by Save just outside off stump. Nice length delivery. Save having nothing to do with it. The field that he has, there's a slip, which is Billy Root at first slip. He is the sole catcher. Played square of the wicket for a single off the back foot by Save. So Billy Root looks like he's the slip fielder to spin bowling. It's a specialist thing, that. And I can't tell you the rest of the field because we've got a right-hander on strike now. But the field to the right-hander is a backward point, extra cover, a deepish mid-off, a long on, a deep mid-wicket, a deep square leg, a mid-wicket, and a man on the 45 behind square, and a deep point. That ball is nicely fielded by James Harris, who is at backward point on the single. Karun Nair trying to give himself room, create room to get that ball squarer than that, I think, and he's just rehearsing the shot. I've enjoyed the way he's gone about this innings as well. That one a little bit over-pitched and gently pushed down the ground for a single.
You said there was a patch, wasn't there? Probably between 65 and 76. It felt like quite a long time that Karun Nair spent on those numbers.
Yeah.
Got that boundary away to take him to 80 and then just felt like he was playing a different game again.
Yeah.
It's been well timed. It's been well paced, well supported by his teammates as well.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. Save's just sort of maybe just turned the dial down a wee bit as well. He came out very, very busy.
There we go.
I guess there's a lot of bats coming out.
Here's the Karun Nair Marcus Rashford crossover that you never knew you needed in the county championship on a Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon, in fact. But yeah, well batted, Karun. First 100 for Northamptonshire this summer, and I'm sure he'd like to add a couple more to his tally as well, as a couple of racing pigeons fly across the box in front of us.
Here we go. So how many bats were brought out for him? He's got one in his hand. Yeah, that's the one he's going to go with. There's 2 under the arm of the 12th man.
Justin Broad on 12th man
I think
duties.
it is, yeah.
He strikes me as the 12th man that I trust to bring out a few cricket bats.
Yeah.
I feel like if it was a bowler, for example, I feel like one of those 5 bats might have ended up back in somebody else's kit bag.
I think it was only 2, but you're making hard work carrying those. It looks like a lot more than 2. We've got a bowling change. I know you will be happy to see, Dan. We've got Mason Crane into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be his first bowl from this end. The overs that he's bowled so far, 14 overs, 1 made, 1 for 60, have been exclusively from the Davy Capel end. So we've got a spin at both ends. Mason Crane, leg spinner, has been capped by England. He's on loan currently, a season-long loan at Glamorgan from his native Hampshire. And
Yeah.
Sorry. Dan.
No, I was just going to say the 4 wickets that he picked up last week wasn't up to probably his high standards yesterday, was he? But opportunity here to pick up a few more wickets.
It's nice to have him at this end because it's kind of easier to see exactly what's going on with the keeper up from the far end. You can't see too much, but this is a nice start. Bang on a line of length, and Karun Nair just pushes that back down the wicket. Yeah, he's a fine attacking bowler, Mason Crane. Gives the ball a good spin. That one doesn't particularly spin, just slightly hurries Karun Nair as it kept a little bit low. You perhaps heard that tinny kind of sound as it hit the bottom of the bat, runs out square for a single. This will be an interesting matchup. Safe save and facing Mason Crane. So let's have a look at the field. He's got a slip. He has a deep point. There is an extra cover. There's a mid-off, a long on. He's working as well. He's halfway at mid-on, a mid-wicket. And then you've got a man on the slog sweep, a deep square, and a man on the 45. Safe save. Beautifully plays this one. Lets it bounce. Lets it sort of turn gently back into him. And then just opens a face and runs it down. Sort of where a 3rd slip might be. Picks up 2. Really nice batting.
Runs it off the face, doesn't it? It's one of those shots as well that you kind of get a reaction from the bowler because you think, oh, has he done that one? But no, he has. Yeah,
No,
he's
he
done that on
absolutely
purpose.
has. Yeah. Nice contrast in this innings so far from Safe Save. This one's bang on the money, and Safe Save just plays around his front pad a little bit. Some interest from the bowler. He's got excited about that, hoping that Safe Save would not be able to get his bat back online, but he's able to do that very comfortably. 2 balls of the over remain. That one gently pushed up to mid-off. So again, the reverse sweep is on. There's a man on the boundary on the offside. He's just behind square at backward point. So the reverse sweep might well beat him on his right. And that's nicely tucked away. The final ball of the over, Safe Save, will keep the strike as he moves to 40. The score moves to 427 for 5. The partnership, it's all about partnerships, isn't it, Dan?
It certainly is.
The partnership is 75, of which Safe Save's got 40. So the lion's share. He started really brightly. He's played really well. Started really brightly, got some scoring opportunities, or created some scoring opportunities with great footwork and great judgment. And yeah, what is he about? Run a ball now, Dan? Something like that?
Safe save, 40 or 50.
50 balls, okay. So quickly round Glamorgan yet again. So Carlson will continue. Safe save pushes that in the gap between 2 men on the offside. There's one at just behind point and there's one at kind of extra cover. But there's a gap between them. Safe save goes with the spin and gets the ball into the gap. I think the ball might have just... Has it hit the umpire? No. The throw that came in nearly cleaned up Graham Lloyd, but he did avoid it. Well played, sir. Played it well. Carlson in again to Nair. And very comfortably knocks that down the ground for a single. A part of these 2 guys bowling together, these 2 spinners bowling together, will be to recover that over rate, I'm sure.
Yep.
They've been busy all morning, Glamorgan, in terms of getting round between overs. They've got an eye on that. The number hasn't changed, but I think the reality, they have got some back, I would think. we could probably calculate this, but I can't do that and watch the cricket because that's multitasking, and I'm not capable of doing that. So I'll stay in my lane, as they say, watch the cricket. That's over pitched by Carlson, and safe save. Just opens his wrist on it in order to miss the cover fielder, get the ball in the gap. That's a dreadful throw from Dan Douthwaite, and he's suitably embarrassed by that. He had the keeper running to his right, then diving, and still couldn't retrieve it. He has fielded very well out there. That was the worst throw he's done so far. And he was suitably embarrassed, looked at his shoes, didn't want to make eye contact with the keeper, that's for sure. It's a quicker ball by Kieran Carlson. And again, Karun Nair has played what we might call the Karun Nair, and catches the ball's going down the leg side, and so good is this man that he hits the ball very fine, almost directly behind the wicketkeeper by kind of following the ball with his bat. I mean, I guess it's a kind of a sweep of some sort, but
it's hard to give it a name, isn't it?
It is the Nair.
It's like a backward straight drive.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive shot. Don't try this at home. He's very good at it. He moves to 107 with that boundary. And then, I was then going to say moves to 111 with that boundary, but it wasn't a boundary. It was well fielded at extra cover by Billy Root. A couple have escaped his grasp this morning, but he was good enough to stop that one. So that keeps the score for now on 435 for 5. Isn't it great to be able to read out big numbers for Northants?
It is quite nice. It's second week on the trot as well.
I'm going to do it again. 435 for 5.
Treat yourself.
Karun Nair, who is good at the batting, is on 107 safe save, who's also good at the batting, is on 42 not out. It's going to be Mason Crane to continue. We've probably got, what have we got? Yeah, time for 2 more, I would say, before lunch. And it'll be interesting to see how safe save plays these overs. Does he want to absolutely make sure that he's going to be walking out to bat after lunch, or does he fancy cashing in before?
Come back after lunch. I think I'm being a very optimistic cricket armchair watcher by suggesting there would be an early declaration. I think there's runs and milestones on offer here for safe save.
Yeah, it's not straightforward, is it? The Weatherwell played off the back foot for a single out to that man at backward point on the boundary. It's not straightforward because what if it doesn't rain tomorrow?
Of course.
I mean, it probably will, right? And the forecasts are better than they've ever been, and so on. And it's been this forecast for a while. All of those things say it's all well and good for it's going to rain. But what if it doesn't?
Yeah.
And then you've taken that into consideration. You do look a bit of a numpty.
Yeah, of course.
The right-handed Nair faces up to Mason Crane. There's a bit of excitement about that. I'm not entirely sure why, because it was driven, a very full ball with a bit of width was driven out to Dan Douthwaite on the cover boundary for a single.
Yeah, I can't argue with the logic. You do end up running the risk of looking a little bit silly, don't you, if it doesn't, and you end up putting yourself in a position where Glamorgan are allowed or permitted to come back into the game.
Nice cricket from safe save then. The man at slip has gone back to sort of a 45 on the offside. And safe save wanted to make sure he held the bowler up and said, well, hang on a minute. I want to see exactly where he's going to finish. He's walking backwards, but I want to know exactly where he is. I like that. That's concentration. That, as David Brent say, is professionalism. And that's what I want. It's good to see. Good awareness, safe save. Knocked back down the ground. No run, fielded one-handed. These little things really please me, don't they?
They do.
The little 1%ers.
I think sometimes without your eagle eye, they'll get missed by some.
Okay, the final ball is a full toss, and it's hit very hard, but not hard enough to beat Ul Hassan at extra cover. He fields well going down to his left safe save. All field, I've missed out there. And he has somewhat, but it was dying. The ball was dying. There was a lot of overspin on that ball, and it was dying as it got to safe save. He timed it really well. And that happened 5 seconds ago, and Kieran Carlson is ready. The batsmen are not ready, and there's a good shout from someone, I don't know if it was the captain, one of the Glamorgan fielders shouted, "Come on, we're ready." And that is not for anyone other than the umpires to hear that. That's good cricket. Glamorgan are trying to manage that -3 over 8 back to something parity. Well, exactly parity.
I assume that's as with the rest of the score. I guess that's a pretty live feed that we've got coming through on the screen and on the scoreboard. So,
well, I don't know. I don't know that.
Okay,
I
whether
don't
it's
know.
like calculated at the end of each session or something.
I think there's a conversation to be had.
Yeah.
Between the scorers and the umpires at the end of the sessions.
Gotcha.
So we spotted this. What do you think about that? Have you remembered that ball change and things like? So I think we might see a different number after lunch rather than -3. Certainly, Glamorgan will be hoping that they've done all that they can. They've been round really, really quickly, and so credit to them. But it's expensive. They've got one bowling bonus point in this match, and one batting bonus point in this match. If they walked off at this stage and didn't bowl anymore, and that number was accurate, they would lose all of those points. So it's
it could be a costly
absolutely,
could be a costly mistake.
Absolutely. I think there's 2 balls to go before lunch. Kieran Carlson bowls to save. He sweeps square and picks up 4 with an orthodox square sweep. It was a very full delivery. Wasn't that? I mean, I'll see on replay. It didn't look the natural length to sweep. There was some premeditation about it. Yeah, there was. Oh, no, that was a good sweep. That was a good shot. Hard square sweep. There are, as the game progresses, more and more sweeps come into players' repertoires. But the good, firm, orthodox square sweep, there's a place for that, and that was the place. And that is lunch. Lunch sees Northampton on 4-4-2 for 5. Save, not out on 47. Karun Nair not out on 109. And the partnership of 89. So the first hour this morning was probably Glamorgan's in terms of what they could do. They certainly bowled better, more consistently, more balls in the right area. And there was some more movement on offer than there had been yesterday for large parts. But they were in the right place and took advantage of that and picked up 4 wickets as a result of that. And then this partnership has kind of, certainly in the last hour, has been Northampton in the second hour.
Very much so. It's kind of the first moment where we've started to see Glamorgan just drift a little bit, I think, as that session's gone on. I'm sure they'll be grateful for the break. The spell from Brad Will was fantastic, wasn't it? Early doors this morning. And as you said, it'd be a bit of a 50-50 session, but Northampton's probably edging it now. 4-4-2 for 5. Let's go and have some lunch.
into your offense, Karun Nair and safety.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Wantage Road. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. And there were a few more sausages on your plate than what there were on mine. Anyway, 442 for 5 is the score. Northamptonshire very much in ascendancy. Karun Nair on 109 and Safe Save on 47. The stream is powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe.
Hello, Dan. Welcome back,
Hello.
everyone. So as you say, Northants in the ascendancy, and I'm wandering around the ground at lunchtime to get myself a coffee to get some warmth on board. A number of conversations I overheard and then became involved in some of them about what do you think the plan's going to be and so on. And in general, the general consensus seems to be that Northants might bat for about an hour, get themselves quickly in now straight after lunch, and then look to accelerate a wee bit and bat for another. Obviously, if there's a lot of wickets, that will slow things down significantly. So it needs managing, it needs carefully assembling. But yeah, that feels like a decent plan, doesn't it?
I think so. And as I said earlier, if those wickets tumble, it just accelerates it, doesn't it, slightly?
It does.
Gets closer to where you need to be.
It happens naturally.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mason Crane's going to resume from the Lynn Wilson end. He bowls a nice leg break. It pitches on middle stump. And Karun Nair, it's full enough that he can just push through the line of the ball and picks up his 110th run up to mid-off. Safe Saves on strike. The field he will find. He's got 3 men out on the leg side. The analyst has done their work on Safe Saves' preferred scoring areas against spin. He's got a long on, a cowman and a deep backward square. Just defends this one to one of the 5 men on the single. On the offside, there's 3. He's one of them. That ball went to backward point. There's an extra cover in mid-off. There's also a mid-wicket and a square leg. And the boundary fielder, the insurance fielder on the offside, is at deep point.
Were you in agreement with those chats and thoughts and conversations?
Yeah, I guess, yes. Yeah, I was, yeah. I would like us to try and put Glamorgan under some pressure. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow with the weather, but it's a suspect, at best, the best case is we don't get a full day. And so nicely turned into the leg side, but no run from Save. Yeah, broadly I was. I think I'd like us to be bowling. The wicket's doing a bit, or has been doing when the ball was new. Certainly there was a spell when those 4 wickets fell this morning for Glamorgan. The last ball of this over looked like a front of the hand delivery from Mason Cranes, opened up the offside, and Safe Save. All he had to do, it took some doing, was make sure he was balanced enough to get a good bat on that. He did get a good bat on it. Square just behind on the offside, takes Safe Save to 51. And he's got there very quickly off 68 balls with 6 fours. He's played beautifully. And that's a disappointing 6 ball of the over. 6 ball boundaries seem more painful than any other time in the over, I always think. And that was a poor delivery from Mason Crane. It was short and wide. And Safe Save's plenty good enough to not miss out there. So, yeah, I'd like us to get bowling probably earlier than we might otherwise do because of the forecast.
Yep.
And if that's in about an hour's time, or an hour or so, an hour and 20, something like that. And get off and get bowling. That would be my thought. Nicely pushed up to mid-on as Carlson also resumes where he left off before lunch. He's from the operation from the David Capel end. He's now going to come around the wicket to Safe. Karun Nair on 111, 111. The Nelson. When he gets back on strike, I will be taking my feet off the floor. I think he'll get back on strike pretty quickly. Safe looks to rotate by pushing it into the offside, but not able to beat Mason Crane at sort of a straightish extra cover, really. The ball has gone in that gap quite a few times. And again, it has gone in the same gap that Safe was looking to pierce previously. Only for a single, out to Dan Douthwaite, who comes in off the deep point boundary. Brings Karun Nair back onto strike. I am going to take my feet off. I'm going to try to take my feet off the floor. I've succeeded in doing that.
Well done, Phil.
Thank you. Made that look hard work. Karun Nair drops it into the offside. Quickly called, quickly responded to Billy Root's left hand. It's an area I can sit down properly now,
You
can't I?
can if you wanted to.
Yeah,
I could
let's do
move that. Oh no, you can just about see on that camera that your feet are up off the
Okay.
floor.
And again, that's the hole there that I think is too easy, frankly, for Save Sayeb to milk into. Karun Nair loves a run square of the wicket on the offside. There's often a run there, and he finds that hole very, very well. This time he's played the Nair, the sweep shot almost behind himself, doesn't get all of it, gets enough of it to take a single. I think there was 1 dot ball and 5 singles in that over. Certainly a number of singles. Seemed like 5.
Yeah, it was. Couldn't quite catch up with that one, could he?
No. But that one does take Karun Nair up to 113, not out. Safe Saves out there with 153. Together they've put on 99. So another 100 partnership for Northampton beckons. The score is 452 for 5. The lead is 181.
What did Glamorgan do from here, Phil? There was kind of the first moment, really, that I thought just before lunch that there was a little bit of disinterest from some of the boundary rinders. Maybe the couple of the fours could have been an earlier day, maybe pulled back.
Yeah.
Is the spin from both ends a resignation that we're here now for Northants to declare when they want to, or would someone like Mir Hamza kind of just energise the team if obviously when they come back out to bat again?
Oh, that was pushed down the ground. It carried a little bit in the air. It was, I say, nicely flighted by Mason Crane. It was a slightly false stroke, but that single does bring up the 100 partnership between Zabe and Nair, and it's been lovely to watch. And I seem to have been able to commentate on a number of 100 partnerships for Northants this season. It's been an absolute pleasure to be able to do so. I think, Dan, from Glamorgan's perspective, there's almost two things on their mind, really, possibly 3. But the first and foremost thing on their mind is making sure that they don't lose any points in this game to over 8. And currently they would do. They're -2. It was -3 before the lunch break. As we came out for the afternoon session, it's gone down to -2. Another half hour of the 2 spinners will probably put that to bed and get back to parity. But they do not want to be walking off with a minus number there, because every over they are behind is a point deducted. Nicely played, knocked down the ground for a single. This is milking, isn't it? In cricket parlance, this is milking, which is kind of rotating the strike at no risk, almost as often as you choose to do. There's been a few dot balls, but there's been a lot of singles since lunch. These two getting themselves back in with no risk and no threat. It's a flatter ball there from Mason Crane, just turned away for yet another single to the absolutely brilliant Karun Nair, who's played fabulously well. That's the end of Mason Crane's 18th over, 1 for 74, his figures. So firstly, I know it might sound very obvious, but firstly, get the over 8 back to parity. And that's why these 2 spinners are on more than any other reason, I think. And then slow things down. Glamorgan lose this game to get bowled out. They have to get bowled out in the second innings to lose this game. And therefore, the longer they're not batting, the better it is for them in that equation. So they will want to slow the scoring rate down and keep Northants out there as long as they can. I think it's pretty sort of cut and dried, really. That's a nice bit, a simple, nice bit of batting and very highly skillful from Karun Nair, just letting that ball come and come and come and come and then closing the face on it so it goes square. And that's where the hole is, and he can run up the other end. A lot of players will be pushing at that and bringing in the mid-wicket and extra cover fielder and not being able to rotate off that. It's been swept. The second ball of the over, swept very hard. I think it carried in the air for a while. There was a shout of catch. It was more in hope than expectation. My failing eyesight, I wasn't able to follow the flight of the ball, but it looked like a slightly top edge.
Yeah, it was waist height until it probably left what you would see as the square. Dropped quite a long way short of James Harris, and obviously wide enough of James Harris to not actually stop that going for the 4, let alone thinking about a catch.
It's led to a change in field. A fielder from the offside, who's the captain, comes over to the leg side to 45 to the left-hander. And as would always happen in that situation, the next ball goes almost exactly where that fielder was taken from and allows safe to get to the other end. He's racing along. He's on 59, showing a little bit more aggression. First time really since lunch, feeling that he's got himself back in. That's interesting. That Karun Nair was looking to push that ball to long on for a single. And it probably turned a wee bit because it went squarer to the mid-wicket fielder, the captain fields. That'll interest Northants if there is a little bit of spin on offer. It would surprise me if there was. And again, Karun Nair, I mean, that looks like nothing, doesn't it? That's just this nice batting. It's a recognition of the situation and the ability to not push at the ball. No. Just let it come.
It's easy, isn't it? He's batting well with Save, who's clearly prepared to take the aggressor role. He's just eyed up that leg side boundary again, hasn't he?
Yeah, nicely fielded at mid-on. Just set off very quickly from Mir Hamza, prevented any thought of a single. It would have been a bit of a kamikaze single, I think, had they run through. But good awareness. Crane is going to continue. Yeah, so these two being Zabe and Nair, doing exactly what one might expect after lunch, getting themselves back in. One aggressive shot so far, safe sweeping the last over. I expect them to accelerate a little bit as they become more comfortable and more settled, getting themselves back in after lunch. We'll see if that comes to pass. I would like to see Karun Nair on a bit of a dash. I think that would be entertaining. Mason Crane will be trying to prevent that.
Well, I don't really think they're being asked to. Really, the runs are coming so kind of comfortably after lunch that there's no desperate need for them to really kind of put their foot down. It's 37 runs away from 500. You kind of feel, well, 5 overs and Northants will be there or thereabouts. Yeah, and I think anything post 500 is when.
No, that's not out. That was the googly. It was an appeal to try to remove any doubt from the umpire. It was the googly, and it's pitched well outside leg stump. It's probably going to go on to hit off stump.
Yeah,
but the ball has to pitch inside the line of the stumps, the 2 sets of stumps, and that didn't. But it did turn. The googly does turn his googly a long way. That did turn, but it has to pitch in line. And pretty much to the left-hander, you probably can't get a wicket with the googly LBW. It's a very difficult thing to do.
It would be borderline ball of the decade, wouldn't it? I think if that had been served up. But yeah, the second that you go past 500 in a situation like this, I think is where you start thinking about putting a D at the end of the scorecard.
Yeah, absolutely. Front of the handball from Mason Crane. Mason Crane started the season well. When he first came into the game, he quickly found himself with international honours. And there is no doubt he's a very talented wrist spinner. The issue he's got here is that any spin that he does get is very slow. And also he's bowling against one of the best Indian players in the game at the moment. And those guys, they pick spin pretty well. I saw a comment from Stuart McGill, the Australian leg spinner, when asked about bowling at Indians in India. So he was a big spinner of the ball, Stuart McGill, and turned the ball far more sharply than Shane Warne did.
Yeah.
And in any other era would have played a lot of cricket for Australia, Stuart McGill. He played some cricket and did very, very well, actually, but he wasn't Shane Warne. And he was born at the wrong time. So he was asked about bowling at Indian batsmen in India and whether they picked him and so on. And he said, it's not a question of what you bowl and whether they pick it or not. They don't care what I bowl. That was his point. So good were they at adjusting their wrists to go inside a turning ball one way or close the face on the bat. Didn't really care which way it was going. They had so much skill. And an English batter with a lot of skill is this young man, Saif Zaib. The flat ball to start the over from Carlson, safe. Zabe just pushed it up to mid-on. So he's played a couple of sweeps so far. There is another man on the leg side, as we said, came across from the offside. Nicely played off the back foot to beat the only man now there in front on the offside.
They'd tighten up on the leg side as well. The two fielders had kind of moved a little bit closer together to the essentially one on either end of that football stand. Whereas I think with the sweep shot that split the two of them, they were certainly probably a good 10 foot wider either side.
And the milking continues.
Just turn the effects mic up. It's always nice to have a backing track, isn't it? Every now and again.
So, again, isn't it? Oh, they'll be cold, won't they? If you're playing first cornet, that's not an ice cream. I've yet to see my first cornet, actually. We'll come back to the ice creams.
Did you not get one?
I didn't get one. Everything else. Pushed up to short extra cover, no run. But Glamorgan almost seemingly sort of happy to concede 4 singles and over, really. I think that's about they don't want to concede many more than that, but they don't appear to want to be plugging gaps, just making sure that boundaries don't come and that Northampton don't get really away. I mean, in terms of the game, they are away. They're 197 ahead, Northants, with power to add. But trying to slow the rate down, the scoring rate down, really, and control it is the ambition here. That's nicely bowled again by Kieran Carlson, possibly his best over so far. He's now bowled 9 overs, 0 for 42. So, that's 4.5 an over. And yes, there's been a couple of boundaries in there, but the vast majority of runs scored off Kieran Carlson have been singles, I would suggest. I think there was a Nair. I think Nair got a 4 of him, actually, with the Nair sweep.
The sweep, the over before from Zabe as well, but she said most of them have just been knock it around.
Yeah. Karun Nair, who's just had a shot named after him by Dan and myself, the Nair sweep. He's on 120 as he faces what is the 124th over. Oh, that one bounced and turned. That's nicely bowled. Almost a look of, well bowled. It wasn't quite a nod from Karun Nair back to the bowler, but there was he met his eyes, and I think there was a recognition of well bowled, young man. Just repeat, rinse and repeat, really, from Mason Crane. That one a little straighter, a little shorter.
There we go.
Wow.
There's the sound of summer.
That's interesting. That's a crow, right?
I think so. Yeah. I believe so. Slightly less musical than the brass band that we were enjoying a few moments ago.
I don't know if it's Cheryl or Jeff, but it's a crow. Safe faces this next ball, leans forward, pushes it into the onside for a comfortable single. It's I can't say horrible because no cricket's, well, there is cricket that's horrible. This isn't horrible cricket, but let me try and explain. I'm digging myself into a hole here. I'm trying
get the ladder out so you can climb out.
Let me try and form a sensible sentence.
I'll see if I can throw you a rope.
Okay. It seems to me that both teams are entirely happy with what's happening out there. I don't like that in sport when both teams are equally happy with what's going on. I feel like something's not quite right there. That was a googly, well picked by Karun Nair. That was a leg spinner, well picked by Karun Nair as he just came inside the ball to make sure he got it through that gap on the offside for a single.
Yeah, well, I think he made the point a couple of times last week about the contest, didn't you? And I think as a fan, which you are now, you're not on the other side of the ground.
There'll be a lot of people grateful for that as well.
but either way, from a fan's perspective, you want that contest. You want the two teams in battle, don't you? You want them fighting hard against one another. And as you said, Northampton seem pretty comfortable just knocking the ball around, and Glamorgan don't really seem that bothered about Northampton doing exactly that. I don't suddenly see if things were to change. I suspect it would be Safe and Karun Nair just go up a couple of gears and the slog sweep comes out, and then maybe the seamers have to come back. But until Northampton decide to do that, I don't really see there being much of a change here from
Agreed.
from Glamorgan. They've got Colin Ingram that can bowl a bit of finger spin if they want to continue with this tactic.
Yeah, agreed. Carlson continues for the moment. He bowls a full toss, a low full toss by the time it reaches save. Hit very hard, but straight at Billy Root. Either side of Billy Root, that probably goes for... Certainly if it misses him on his right, that's 4. But it didn't. It went straight to him, so it's well positioned. A flighted ball again. This one also slow. I get the feeling that Carlson thinks that Safe's going to run at him. So he's just holding pace back. He'll have to mix it. Can't bowl all of them at that pace. But those first 2 balls certainly had a thought, I think he might run at me here. And again, the third ball is very flighted, fuller. It ends up fuller than the previous 2, and Safe can push that down to long off pretty comfortably for a single. That takes him to 65. The partnership that was 100 very recently is already 120. Jeepers creepers, that's happened quickly.
Yeah, it's raced along, isn't it?
It really has. To your point, raced along at no risk as well. That was a different delivery. I don't quite know what it was. It was slightly different lower arm release, whether it was an arm ball or a quicker ball, or it was just an error. I don't know, but it was different. But the outcome was very similar. Turned into the leg side for a single. Well, I might push for 2 here as Safe hits it wide of long off, but no. Well fielded by Mir Hamza. Moves brightly, quickly to his right. He's a left-handed thrower, so gets around the back of the ball and gets it away nicely. Got good standards in the field, Mir Hamza. I like to see that. So the last ball of this, the 10th over from Carlson, he's fired it in. And Karun Nair will be a bit disappointed that he wasn't able to score on that. Ends up hitting it with a copy of a newspaper up to mid-wicket for no run. So that ends Carlson's 10th over, 0 for 45. It ends the 125th over of this innings, and Northants in the great position of 475 for 5. 2 men very much in. Safe on 66. Karun Nair on 123, and the lead now starts with a 2, 204. And I'm recognising that commentating with 2 spinners who are both trying to get the over rate back on track, you don't get many balls off, do you?
You don't get a huge amount, no.
It's now down to -1, the over rate. So they've done part of the job. There comes the reverse sweep. Safe took it on the full and got it probably squarer than he intended to. But I've been looking forward to that. I've been predicting the reverse sweep for quite a long time. It had to happen at some point. I was going to be wrong right at some point, and there it is.
I've done some workings out, and I don't know whether you'd like to hear them, and if you
I would.
How on earth has he got that there?
That's an interesting shot. It's gone for 4. I know, but we will see a replay of that, and I can't wait to see it because it looked like a paddle sweep to start with, maybe. Oh yeah. Well, it came off the back of the bat. That.
No, he's got the bat over the top of that.
Did he hit
and middled it into the ground?
Oh, is that what he did? That's remarkable. I thought he was early on it, and that he hit the back of the bat and went for 4.
That is outrageous by Karun Nair.
It's a variation on his Nair sweep. So. Yeah, he tries to hit the ball almost directly behind him, and that's not quite right, but to try and paint a picture, he's trying to hit the ball as fine as he can on the leg side in order to take out of the equation any fielders who are behind square on the leg side, and he does it very well. And it's a shot that I have not seen. I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen it sort of attempted in nets and things.
Yeah,
almost as it's gone down the leg side. I'll have a waft at it, but that ball keeps low. That would have been out LBW if you missed that. It pitched on middle, turned, so held its line on middle, but kept a wee bit low. Safe was good enough to get the bottom of the bat on it. Yeah, it is. It's going to be called the Nair sweep, certainly at Wantage Road, for as long as we can get away with it. Driven firmly back, over pitched by Mason Crane, driven firmly back, but fielded by the bowler.
I'll give you my numbers at the end of the over.
I've got 1 ball to 8. Everyone's got one ball to 8 because it's Dan's workings out.
Anticipation.
That's nicely bowled and driven firmly through the offside by Safe Save. It beats the diving Sam Northeast extra cover and is a boundary, and it's another 6-ball boundary. And as I've said many times, I do not like a 6-ball boundary.
Okay, right.
Go.
Highly unqualified Captain Dan here. 550 is a really nice number in my mind. I don't think that's particularly wild. I don't think it's particularly conservative. I just like 550 as a number.
Okay.
6 and over, 12 and a half overs to get there. Gets you to 550, which would leave you 50 overs in the day with a lead of 279.
Let's do that.
Done. Sold.
Yeah.
Simple.
Well, it is simple. I like that. Simple plans are always the best plans, right? And that is a good simple plan. That's nicely bowled. Threatened the outside edge by Kieran Carlson. I don't know if it drifted. It looked like it might have drifted a little bit. It's led to Chris Cook putting mid-off a little bit wider. The keeper, who obviously isn't the captain, but will be very helpful to the captain in making sure the fielders are at the right angle. So he's moved the mid-off field a little bit wider, which suggests that there might be a bit of drift on offer. It suggests as well that maybe Carlson has decided he's not going to let Karun Nair just knock him into the leg side quite as easily and just maybe move his line over a little bit. He has moved his line over a little bit and he's been reverse swept for 4. That's the danger of moving your line over a little bit. Karun Nair would have read that plan far quicker than I did. I think it took me 3 balls. He'd have been on it straight away.
Yeah.
And saying, okay, if you want to do that, that's fine. I'm going to reverse sweep. There's got to be premeditation in that shot. And he played it recognizing that he's trying not to let me knock it through the leg side as easily.
Yeah.
Just, that's fantastic batting. It's all very well reading it. You then got to do it. And he did it well. Slower from Carlson.
This is 11th over now, Carlson. Splitting that lunch break into the 5th over this afternoon. He's gone for 21 runs off 4.5 overs.
I like the way he's varied his pace.
Yeah.
I'm quite surprised that he's gone at sort of 5 and over, just under. Too many cheap singles, I would say. But I think he's bowled fairly well, actually. He's a good bowler. He's not an occasional. He's a proper bowler.
I suppose it would be interesting to see in a alternate universe if Glamorgan hadn't have come out after lunch so spread around the field. Obviously, that run rate you'd expect, or that economy from Carlson would probably be slightly lower. But would that have then encouraged Northants to be more aggressive? Would they have got frustrated, or would they have been quite happy just to knock it around the 2 and over for a while?
Well, okay. So that's a great question. I think that's a great question because I think there was that Glamorgan were too readily accepting their fate here. And we're going to go on the defensive. We're going to post out 5 boundary riders. You're not going to get boundaries very easily, but you can have as many singles as you like. And that's just not, for me, that's the situation where I said both teams are happy with this. I don't think Glamorgan should have been happy with that. Immediately after lunch, maybe 2 more men in the ring, one on each side of the wicket, fewer holes to hit into. Do you want to go big before you've got yourself back in? Do you want to go over the top? Do you want to use your feet? Whatever. Just ask a couple of questions. And if that led to 2 or 3 boundaries in those overs, fine. Well, then you can go back to the plan that they started with. But it didn't. There were no questions for me being asked of the batters. None at all. No. And there are still not. There are now, though that said, there are now more men in the ring. But these 2 are now in. So it's the wrong. So it's kind of, this should have been the field that was started with rather than that they've moved to. It's actually, it makes no sense to do this now, having not done it when the session started.
Yeah, well, I think now you've said that, another couple have just...
They have for safe, haven't they? Yeah.
Just moved out a touch. 1 on the sweep and 1 at long on.
Well, that's nicely bowled. I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Safe. I think he pulled his bat inside the line of that ball. It's one of the few balls that have got through to the wicketkeeper from the spinners. Not much has passed the bat. That's out. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, dear, oh, Lord. That was a reverse sweep from Zaib. He kind of clothed it off the top edge of the bat, and it went pretty comfortably to Ul Hassan, who's on the 45, and he made a bit of a meal of it. And he was kind of on the floor too early. It looked like it didn't hit very much of his hands and dropped in front of him. Maybe that's a sign of quite where Glamorgan are in this game, because that's not about ability. He can catch that ball. That's about concentration.
Yeah, I suppose playing devil's advocate, I guess off the reverse sweep, slightly harder to pick up. But as you said, it was a great height. He didn't have to move, did he? Really?
No.
I'm not even convinced he had to.
No, he didn't.
He had to dive on
No,
that. To be honest, I think it was waist height if he'd have stood up.
Yeah, that was his first mistake. I think was going to ground.
Yeah.
Then you got a different hand shape. Most of your catches you take in with your fingers pointing down, and as soon as you go to your side there, your hand shape is different. And as you've said, he didn't need to go to ground.
No.
He's a young man who, from what I've seen so far, sets very high standards for himself in the field. He's fielded very, very well. When he's had the ball in his hand, he's done a really good job for his team. And he's run in hard. He's fairly small in stature, but he's running hard and bustling away. And he'll be very disappointed, I'm sure. Not quite as disappointed as Mason Crane. Who would have thought? He's got his second wicket of the innings. Little chat mid-over between Zaib and Nair, and Sam Northeast, I suspect, with one eye on the clock, has had a word with Graham Lloyd about that conversation. And that's good captaincy. You should do that. If you're behind, you've got to work with the umpire. Every time you're ready as a fielding team and the batters are not, let the umpire know about it.
Yeah, I think Safe might have just called for maybe a set of gloves. Is that the international sign for gloves? A bit of a sock puppet motion to the dressing room.
Yeah.
Do dressing rooms get a bit what's the word? A bit kind of not teary-eyed, a bit kind of swept away with milestones as well. Would there be kind of we won't declare yet because we've got Aladdin on 72, we've got Aladdin on 136. There's 150 for someone, maybe 100. There's 150 partnership round the corner. Would a captain and a coach kind of go on, get your milestone, and then let's have a look. I mean, the 550, if that's a number that's in their mind, it's probably going to happen naturally anyway. But
yeah, I tend. I mean, not generally. No. Obviously, the team comes first, and I think what is helpful is if the captain has got a certain number in mind or a certain amount of time or overs in mind. If he's reasonably clear about, look, it's going to be 330 or whatever it might be, or how many overs left in the day. What a great shot off the back foot from save for 4 through extra cover. Takes him to 78. Takes the total to 500. 500 for 5's got a nice ring about it, hasn't it?
It certainly does.
But no, generally not. But what I do like to see is when captains and coaches, but generally it'll be the captain, might indicate to the batters, this is what's in my mind. Well short of any. So if they want to accelerate, then they have an opportunity to, rather than kind of standing up as the blokes on 84 and going bang bang, we're coming in.
Yeah.
Why didn't I know that?
Yeah, of course.
It's only an hour after lunch.
I could have got there in 4 hits.
You might have told me that. So, and sometimes you'll see a drink run out with that kind of thing. But really, the team, what's best for the team comes first, unless it really doesn't matter particularly. Yeah, and that's few and far between. But sometimes it doesn't matter. Nicely bowled again by Carlson and just knocked down the ground for a single. Karun Nair is he's just having a net, isn't he?
He is, yeah. Here it might be one of those drink/glove/messages that are on their way from the Northants. Subfielder, 12th man. Not quite sure it's warm enough out there to get sweaty hands, is it? And need a change of gloves.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. It is. I was going to say Baltic. It's clearly not that, but it's colder than it looks.
It's not far off, is it?
It's colder than it looks at the moment. Glamorgan have been out there a long time. They're just about to start their 130th over. They're making a clear point, as they should, nothing wrong with this, of saying to the umpires, we are ready. And, a delay like this will be sufficient for the umpires. I think I've just seen Graham Lloyd get on the radio. Will be sufficient for the umpires to give an allowance, will be sufficient to take that -1 into North. It's not in Northampton's interest, particularly to punish Glamorgan and try and slow things down. That's not what's going on at all. But Glamorgan need to look after their number, and that's what they're doing well. But I'm surprised they're behind, actually, because this is the 35th over of spin. So I am surprised they're still slightly behind the over rate. But anyway, they're catching up and they'll be there pretty soon.
Yeah, it's hard to pick a bowler that might have slowed that down a little bit, because Hamza felt like he not rushed through his overs, that's unkind, but they felt like quick overs, and Zainul Hassan's overs felt quick as well, didn't they? It's hard to kind of go, oh, it must have been that lad that's slowed that down. 150 partnership as well between Karun Nair and Safe Save.
And haven't they played well together? Yeah, Mason Crane. He's into his 23rd over now. He's nearly brought his 100 up. He's 1 for 97 at the moment. Bowled okay, isn't he? Any turn that's on offer has been very, very slow. That one back of a length. There are 7 fielders now, inverted commas, in the ring. And that's more the field I'd like to have seen more of the time. Just making it more difficult to penetrate, more difficult to rotate. So you've got to do a bit more work as a batter. Karun Nair tries to do that and mistimes an attempted drive. So there he just had to open up the offside a bit, get his body leg side of the ball to try and find a gap. Wasn't able to do that on that occasion. The last ball of the 23rd over. Oh, he's nared him. Another Karun Nair sweep that goes very fine, but well read by Hassan in the field and moved quickly to his right to prevent more than the single. Here is the replay. He plays this. It's basically played online. That ball did turn, but Karun Nair, he's not happy. It was well fielded by the man on the 45. Karun Nair thought he got enough on it to beat that fielder. It's not a shot. As I said earlier, I've seen the shot played in practice, almost not deliberately, but Karun Nair has probably played a dozen of those shots now. I don't think he's missed one yet. He's got something on every one. That ball is short from Carlson. Cut back. Cut to the man just backward of point to James Harris, who dives to his right and stops it. Certainly Carlson's just tried to move his line over in the last couple of those, move it over from sort of middle to more off stump, although that one is middle and leg. Nicely fielded by the captain, no run. I've seen no signs of acceleration from Karun Nair, and as you said quite rightly, Dan, he doesn't need to. No, it's just easily, nonchalantly just picked up runs, isn't he? Yeah. Post lunch, we've been out there for what, half an hour now. He's added 20 odd to his score. I see warm-ups going on the boundary edge as Carlson bowls. That one's full, nicely bowled. If I'm optimistic, nearly got a leading edge. And it was nicely bowled, held back, and Karun Nair was trying to just knock it down to long on and got a very, very thick outside his back to the bowler. I think Dan Douthwaite is doing some loosening up. He might be just keeping warm. And eventually Karun Nair does get the ball where he's intended to. This time off the back foot for a single. He takes him to 141.
Do you know what, Phil? I might just put the heating on a little bit.
Oh. We sound like a married couple. Oh, you've just muted your mic, so I can say what I like now because you're going to put the heating on. I'll get you a blanket, Dan says off there. Pushed down the ground by Safe Save. They're scampering through for a single. Actually, they get there pretty comfortably in the end. Carlson half fielded off his own ball and got enough on it to prevent it going to the boundary, but didn't stop Safe Save, who was alert, calling his partner through. Safe Save therefore moves to 80. Karun Nair on 141. Northants at 507 for 5. I love saying that. Northampton 507 for 5 sees them with a lead currently of 236 over Glamorgan.
That's nice, isn't it?
That's nice.
What a difference that makes. What do you fancy for tea tonight then, Phil? Do you call it tea or dinner in this area of the world?
How long have you got?
Well, 57 overs to be precise.
We could cover it. I call it dinner, but I shouldn't. I should call it tea. Yeah. This could turn into a psychotherapy session pretty quickly.
I mean, it was just whether you call tea dinner or dinner tea.
It's not that simple, is it, Dan?
Well, I know you wouldn't call it lunch.
Well, you might have to call it lunch because it sounds like from your moaning and groaning, you didn't get much lunch.
There wasn't a great deal left for me by the time I got around there, that's for sure. You didn't know how lucky you were. You didn't bother making your trip round.
No, I had a roasted vegetable quiche Lorraine, lovely quiche. Swept hard, square, just behind square from Karun Nair. That's one of the few signs of real aggression. That ball was taken off the stumps. It led to Mason Crane putting his hands to his head. Well, no, it's just going down the leg side. Look where the keeper is. So it was a poor ball. I thought it was swept on length. It was actually swept on line. It wasn't a Nair sweep. It was a very good sweep. More orthodox sweep, if I could call it that. Hit very hard. 145. Cool. Oh, my goodness. He's murdered that through the offside. Dan Douthwaite runs as fast as he can, dives as far as he can to no avail because it's gone for 4. It was a good effort, though, in the outfield.
That's back-to-back boundaries by Karun Nair that he's almost larruped to the boundary, hasn't he? Up to that point, it'd been so graceful and nonchalant, as our chairman said. Those last couple, he's just really given it the mustard.
What you don't know about that text from the chairman when he said nonchalant was, I know as he said that, he'll have said nonchalant. I should have read it that way. I know it was sort of sent with that
flair, panache.
Nicely bowled.
Just a bit of extra sprinkle on the top of it.
Yeah, the tax.
Yeah,
bit of tax. Nonchalant. The last ball of the over. Will this lead to Karun Nair bringing up his 150? No, it won't. It brings a sort of a half a mistake in defence. He punches himself on the buttock, does Karun Nair, because he feels he's played a loose shot there. No one else has got a lot of interest in that. I have, by the way, Karun. I saw it, but it didn't really get much of a reaction from anyone other than the batter.
No. 516 for 5 off 132. I think we are going to have a change of bowling, and I think it is going to be Dan Douthwaite. He's going to replace Kieran Carlson from the David Capel end. He's been
let out of field in prison, hasn't he?
He has, yeah, which I think he probably, a bit harsh actually, to have served quite as long of a sentence as what he has.
He deserved parole sooner than that for good behaviour.
Absolutely. He worked his socks off yesterday. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 36 for Dan Douthwaite with the ball. However, 50 with the bat in the first innings, and as you've just alluded to, good behaviour in the outfield down in front of that, well, the covers really in the ground staff's quarters.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be wearing a Fitbit, but if he's got any kind of GPS technology going on there, then it'd be interesting to know how much ground he covered yesterday and again today, because it's it's very. He'll have done 10, 12 miles.
Yes,
if not, probably far more than that actually.
Yeah, we've got that, as you call it, that bowl dry field again, haven't we? We've got the Glamorgan fielders on the boundary behind square. Deep point, deep square leg. fine leg and a deep third. Safe just tries to run that one down to the fielder at deep third, but can't beat Billy Root at backward point.
Dan Douthwaite would have expected to bowl earlier than the 52nd over, 53rd over with the second new ball. He's had to wait to some degree until Glamorgan get back into credit on the over rate as well. So that's a factor, I guess, also.
And again, Safe can't beat the diving Billy Root. Certainly offers a bit of difference with pace, doesn't he, Dan Douthwaite? Looks like he pushes it through as quick, if not quicker, than his seam bowling teammates at Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's kind of bowls a heavy ball, doesn't he? You know, he's a strong guy, broad shoulders, a bit taller than certainly Hassan. Hits the wicket a bit harder. So the ball kind of splices you up a bit more. Just thumps into the bat a bit heavier.
Big drive.
Thumped into the middle of the bat a bit heavier.
Through the covers.
What a lovely shot.
Mason Crane looked interested for a short while, didn't he? But I think that's not in the races. Safe picks up 4, moves to 520 for 5. Zabe now on 85.
I think you might get your wish or your prediction. 520 for 5. Zabe needs 15 to get to 100, so still a bit to go. 550 does look like a nice number. No, I'm not ready. That's good cricket from Safe, pushing back.
As I say, I possibly think 550 is probably a few more than what would be required in the context of the game anyway, with one eye on what may or may not happen tomorrow. But yeah, 15 for Zabe if he were to get there. It's powerfully struck out to Mason Crane. He doesn't really have to move this time, but adds another run to the tally.
I mean,
what would you do here in your coaching role, with your being involved in those conversations in the past? What would be your pull-out number?
That's me thinking. That's the sound of me thinking.
Short ball down the leg side.
Worth a look. Yeah, why not? I wouldn't be far away from you. I'd be thinking, I mean, I tend to think more about time in terms of time to bowl the team out.
Yeah.
There's plenty of time to bowl the team out, but I've also got an eye on the weather as well. I'm thinking how difficult or easy it is to score on this surface. I'm thinking about, in particular,
short ball hooked away down towards the fielder. I think that's Colin Ingram down there, and that is Karun Nair's 150, which I think, if I'm right, equals his score last year when Northants played Surrey at the Oval. So we're looking to go one better.
Yeah, I mean, let me just go. I'm just running through my equation. People listening will think, well, that's not going to happen. So this is a general kind of tick sheet, if you like.
Yeah. I still want a time or a number.
Yeah. I'm just, there's a long list of thoughts. Don't make this stuff up, Dan. It's highly complex. It's guesswork. Something that you'll be thinking about when making a declaration is, how many overs am I going to get with the second new ball?
Yeah.
That will always be on your mind. So it's a combination of all of those things: the fitness of your bowlers, the form of your bowlers to some degree, but more about fitness of your bowlers, and so on. All of that said, I'd probably want to get bowling reasonably soon. Yeah, that tells us something. The first time that Karun Nair has used his feet.
Yeah, doesn't middle it at all, does he? But gets through for a single. But James Harris under a bit of pressure as he made ground to his left.
So my personal preference would be to get out on 550 or thereabouts. If we batted closer to tee, I'm shrugging my shoulders. Like, that's a different way of looking at it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's sometimes there is a right and a wrong.
Yeah.
But, more often it's flavours. It's more grey and what do you think and how do you see it? The sun's coming through. We'd like the clouds to come back, please. So, yeah, I'm kind of around about where you are, or a few more, plus or minus, really.
Oh, it's not bounced at all, is it? It's almost rolled. Wow. That throw has nearly cleaned up the keeper, Chris Cook, as well. He does well to get out of the way of it, but it is going to be a bye
A lot happened there.
added to the score. Apologies from from Kieran Carlson, who I don't know whether he's limping away in sympathy for Chris Cook there, or whether he's kind of just going, well, maybe I threw it quite so wildly because my leg hurt. I don't know, but something happened.
For a leave, a lot happened.
It did, didn't it? Karun Nair turns it around the corner to Kieran Carlson to see if this throw's a bit more sociable. It is.
I think Safe sort of elaborately left it when saying I've picked that. That's a googly, and it was a googly, but it rolled along the floor almost. Chris Cook kicked it away, not deliberately, hit him on the ankle. Nice batting.
Yeah, nicely played, just wide of Mason Crane. Zabe adds another one. That's something actually that I've just kind of picked up on, and not to say that that shot wasn't far enough away from Mason Crane to go through for a nice easy single, but Josh De Cares last week was amazing off his own bowling.
Well said.
Don't know how much of a difference that might have made compared to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's a really good point. The ex-England selector, David Graveney, a very fine slow left arm bowler for Gloucestershire, and then went on to play at Durham, won the championship with Durham, has done almost every job at the ECB over the years, including head selector for the England side. And I've been on a few coaching events that he's been present at as a coach and present at as a speaker and so on. He is a big believer in you've got to be a fantastic bowler off your own fielding as a slow bowler if I could use that expression again, in the modern game. Yeah. And some are naturally better than others. And De Cares was fantastic off his own bowling. It was notable, wasn't it? But like you, I thought that Mason Crane might have made a better effort at that, at cutting that single off.
Southwaite to Zabe. Zabe almost tries to whip that through mid-wicket and does get a single. It's half stopped by the captain on the square. Does well, I think, actually, to kind of get a mitt on that. But as it turns out, Zabe comes through and moves himself to 88. He's on 88. Karun Nair's on 152. Scores on 527. There's 53.5 overs left in the day, which we would lose one, wouldn't we, with an innings change? Is it one or two?
Two.
Down the leg side. So that would take it down to 51 if it were to happen now.
Yeah, I think Safe 12 away from the 100. It looks like get 100 and get off, doesn't it?
I think so. I think the last thing you'd want to do is potentially have your opposition 8 down, 9 down. And not to say that that's not a foregone conclusion, is it? There's some quality cricketers in the Glamorgan lineup, and they're not unlikely, I think, for Lightning to strike twice and be 29 for 4 again. But you'd hate to be 1 or 2 away and then not be able to get back on the field tomorrow, or only get on for an hour and you needed an hour and 5, or whatever that might be.
Agreed.
You're just left with a bunch of what ifs, aren't you, I think?
Yeah.
Pulled away, but mistimed. They're going to look for a couple, I think. I don't know whether Sabe's going to come back. He is. Going to move to 90, so he's 10 away now from 100. And I don't see Northamptonshire ending up in a bad position in this game. Now. No, they've earned the right, haven't they? Worst case scenario. To use that football expression. Yeah. Worst case scenario, it's a draw. Yeah. For Northamptonshire. Yeah. Agreed. Cut away. And that's a great shot. Half stopped by Billy Root. He does well enough to keep Sabe on strike, and that's gone like a gunshot, isn't it, off the face of the bat? Yeah, I'd like to talk about that shot, if that's okay. Of course you can. Because there's not many play that shot like that, or as well as that, from a fairly straight line. It wasn't a square cut. It was sort of a back foot punch. He creates room anyway by getting his body just leaning away. But his hands come across the back of the ball. All of which probably means for mere mortals that you're not going to get much bat on it. It's going to dribble away down to third man, at best wide third man. But no, he gets the middle of the bat on that and smashes it. It's just great skill, great hands. He's always been able to play like that. It's the first time I saw him. He's just got better and better at it. It looks like nothing because it didn't go for any runs. It was a great bit of fielding. But, to let that ball come, almost let it go past you, and try and then get pace added with your wrist coming inside the ball with a straight bat.
is a hard skill.
Yeah, he's incredibly skillful cricketer, safe save. There was a shot last year, and it wasn't in this format. It was in the Blast, and almost kind of hooked Shaheen from outside off stump into the top tier of the Spencer Lounge. And you go, yeah, not many people go about doing that, do they?
Yeah, don't blame me. Because he's quite good at the bowling.
He's not a bad bowler. One more added to the score, now on 92.
Okay, here's a prediction.
Go on, hit me. I'm ready.
Well, he might just turn this over for a single. It depends where it is, but I think he's looking for a boundary. There you go.
How do you know these things, Phil? Mystic Meg sat in
Been
the
around,
corner.
haven't I? Been around. It's not my first rodeo.
Played this game before. In my day.
All city.
Uncovered pitches.
Jumpers for goalposts.
Bats were smaller. There's the slog sweep. There's the boundary that you were talking about. Wow. 6 runs added. Karun Nair. Slog sweep into the football stand.
That is selfless batting. Let me just qualify that quickly, because he's saying to Safe, I know we're looking for a declaration. You take your time getting to 100. I'll take the heavy lifting here. Yeah. That's why I said he's looking for about. That's what I suspected. That's what he was about when he came down the wicket in the last over. Is to say to Safe, you just, if it's 8 singles, it's 8 singles. Get your 100, kid. You've deserved that.
Yeah.
And I'll do the run rate my end. He probably communicated that in far fewer words than I managed to.
Well, not without Sam Northeast asking the umpires to keep an eye on the clock anyway.
Good keeping. One for the keepers union. That's an area, just square on the offside that Karun Nair owns, a single in that area. But Chris Cook was alert to that and sprinted, got his glove off, ready to throw. It's good work from the keeper.
Nicely placed. Not quite enough of an open face on that to get that past Billy Root. Yeah, it's that area there and the one kind of towards that 45 region that a keeper can save quite a few runs if they're kind of properly paying attention when up to the stumps off the spinner.
Oh, he's nailed him again.
He's done him again, and they're definitely going to come back for a couple, I think. Easy to. Almost a gentle jog on the Sunday afternoon for Karun Nair and save. How many times has he played that shot? And how's he done it so well?
It's good. It's such a hard thing to do. It's yeah, I mean, it's not a shot that he invented, or I'd love to think that it was. It isn't, because I've seen it before, but it's a shot that I've never seen anyone incorporate it into their repertoire to the extent that I've seen Karun Nair do. Yeah,
quite so frequently and quite so successfully, really.
Yeah.
Safe save on strike. Dan Douthwaite will continue from the David Capel end. It's like a V of fielders in front of Safe. That's going to be driven down the ground, a nice looking shot, but unfortunately he doesn't time it well enough to beat the fielder at mid-off. So just another one added. He moves to 93. Replacements move again.
I should probably know this. How many first-class hundreds Safe has? Not as many as we keep predicting what people think. Not as many as you might think. How many do you think, Dan? I happen to know that it's not as many as one might think.
Short ball, wow. Uppercut by Karun Nair. That has gone over the keeper's head, down the ground. 4 runs. Chalk it up. 5-4-1. 5-4-5 the score. 5-4-5 for 5. Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, it's fewer than you might imagine. Took him a long time to get his first.
Yeah. 3? 2.
Yeah, I like 3, and the answer is, where are you settling? Are you settling on 3 or 2?
I'll go for 3. I'll go for my first number.
The answer is 2.
Oh, I should have changed.
But I guess are you counting this one that he's nearly got to?
No.
Oh, that's right.
I'm not prepared to put the mockers on anybody.
Got a little message just come in from one of the Northampton coaching staff who shall remain nameless. It says, "How good is Karun?" Quite good.
He's a player.
I think he's got a future in the game.
Do you know what? I think he might have a few more games ahead of him.
I said.
I thought they didn't listen to the live stream anyway. Or they probably don't, do they?
I think this guy's got the weekend off.
Ah,
yeah.
Doesn't lead me any closer to an answer.
He's got the weekend off and he's watching the live stream. That's dedication.
That is keen as Christmas. Oh, cut away.
We'll have some of that.
That's going to beat the fielder. He's only had about probably 10 paces to make up to his left there, and it's beating him in front of the football stand. Karun Nair moves to 169, in fact.
I wonder if anyone in the Northampton dressing room thinking he's on 169 now. If he has another couple of good overs before Safe gets to 100, he'll be closing on 200.
Team comes first.
Absolutely, team comes first. But you don't want to upset your best batter.
True.
Slower ball?
I don't want to play anymore. Yeah. Please, Karun.
I think he's seeing it quite well, Karun Nair.
Probably the size of a beach ball at the moment, Rowie, I suspect. He's 169 not out. He's faced 234 balls. Stream is powered by Daffabet at Wantage Road. Score is 549 for 5. It's 51 overs remaining in the day. Obviously, with a change of innings, check that down to 49. Safe on 93, 7 away from, as we've just learnt, would be his third first-class 100. 93 off 119 balls, Phil.
He's got to make sure, just for me, really, because I'd love him to do it, not for anything else, just for me, he's got to make sure he gets 100 here. Nair's gone into Nair World and is just playing any shot he chooses, really, at the moment. With low risk, it has to be said. That's how good this fellow is. Safe to stay in your lane. Lovely.
Nicely played. Picks up one out into the offside. Moves to 94.
Lovely. That's good. And I think, it was fairly obvious, but I think what I was suggesting that Nair has read the script here and is taking the pressure off scoring from Safe. What a lovely thing. Firstly, what a lovely thing to think, and then what a lovely thing to be able to do as well. It's one thing thinking it, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and then to be able to execute it quite so successfully. That's just bumped up, isn't it, and hit the Billy Root.
He's found himself a lot, Billy Root, fielding just beyond practice wicket ends. That's hurt him, actually. He's on his haunches. He's doing a weatherall. He's crouching at the minute.
Yeah, I think it's a horrible place to find a cricket ball, just on the inside of your forearm, isn't it?
It is.
I assume because it's not particularly fleshy and it's all quite veiny under there, but it's quite a sensitive space to find a cricket ball. Another run added brings Safe back on strike. He just checks his guard, makes sure that middle stump's not moved.
Particularly if you're a marsupial.
What, checking middle stump or hitting you on the inside of the forearm?
Billy Root with the kangaroo pouch.
Yes, yeah. He's still ringing the fingers, isn't he?
Yes.
It's still ringing the fingers.
Skippy. You have to call him Skippy.
Karun Nair has smoked that at him as well, isn't he?
That's nice shot.
Nicely played, but well called. Sam Northeast very aware of the situation and not going to allow Safe a free run down the ground. Yeah, it wasn't a Dan or a Phil Rowe cut shot, was it? That might have just dribbled out to the man on the edge of the square.
It certainly wasn't a Phil Rowe cut shot. Firstly, because it made contact with the bat. Nice
shot by Safe. He's going to add a couple of runs here. Sam Northeast does the fielding. They're not going to take him on for a third. That ball's in the hand. Couple of runs added. That brings up the 200 partnership between Safe and Karun Nair. 200 off 232 balls. 22 fours and a 6. And end of the over. 138 done. 170 for Karun Nair and 96 for safe save.
There's been some lovely entertainment actually for the crowd that are in today at Wantage Road, and for those on the live stream as well. It's been there's been some fabulous batting, hasn't there? I like all in the games. It's early season. I didn't. I wasn't present down at Hove, but the games that I've done, which is the last 2 games, I've really enjoyed the way that Northants have thought about their tactics. Firstly, I think have been very, very good. There's always opinions here and there, and I've generally got on, but I think overall it's been very, very good. So tactically bang on, and then applying their skills to execute those tactics have been very, very, very good as well.
Yeah, cut away by Karun Nair, and I think that's going to be another 4. That's going to beat James Harris down at third man. Another one added to the score. 174 now for Karun Nair, 26 away from what would be a double 100 if he were given the opportunity to get there. I mean, this annoyingly, the windows over in the players' suite, they're nicely mirrored, aren't they? Unless there's any kind of opening there, you can't really gather any kind of indication as to what might be happening. A couple of coaches stats out there, aren't they, at the moment? Karun Nair turns that one into the leg side, and that's certainly going to be 2. Mason Crane does the fielding.
I think I spot a Northants cricketer venturing into the umpire's room, possibly.
Is that Lewis McManus just poking his head out the door with whites on? I suppose he would be padded up next, wouldn't he? If
someone's going to choose a ball, right? So that's what I think might be going on, but it might not be. It might be nothing like that at all.
Oh, I didn't spot the player walking across the balcony. So I'm pretty sure that's Lewis McManus just poking his head out the door.
Oh, okay.
Having a chat with the coaches. Oh, George Scrimshaw's been tuning into the live stream.
What's he got to say?
Up the Steelbacks.
Succinct.
Yeah. Can't argue with it. Go on, George. Hope you're having a good day. Great shot by Karun Nair again, just pushed into the covers. Going to add another one to his tally. 2 left in the over.
Who is that cricketer there standing up outside the Northants changing room?
That's Sando.
Okay, so I think Sando's just gone to pick a ball.
Yeah. Quite nice bobble hats, aren't they?
Good bobbles, good gear.
Good stash.
Good merch.
Great stash on offer at Northants this year.
4 required for save to bring up his 3rd first-class 100.
Almost cuts that through cover, doesn't he? But Zainul Hassan is the man there fielding.
It's a clever bit of bowling, that, you know.
Took pace off.
Yeah, and it's kind of tested Safe's nerve there a little bit. Is he going to try and flail that somewhere and make a howling error? He didn't. He got it down quickly, which was a good thing. He perhaps could have left it alone completely, but at least he hit it down.
And cuts that one away backward of point. It's another one to the score. And we'll keep the strike, importantly, for save. It's now on 97. Here comes Northants sub fielder with...
Yeah, neither batter's ready for this. Look, so this is a message.
A couple of drinks, or at least some drinks bottles anyway.
Graham Lloyd's going to send that, should send that 12th man straight off, because it's clear that neither batter were requesting anything there.
I suppose that there's no real other way of actually kind of communicating with the 2 in the middle, though. So
no, but that's, so be it.
That's tough, is it? Fair enough.
But the point is it is allowed to happen, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it shouldn't be. And we saw in the Middlesex game that Rob White turned the 12th man away. Certainly on one occasion, maybe more than once, but certainly on one occasion.
Yeah.
And that was a clear point there where it's just taking time out of the game. The fact now that Glamorgan are +2 on their over 8 probably led Graham Lloyd to not get too excited about that. It's a small point, right? It's a small point.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah,
the game is moving along.
Of course. And if we've read the script, the declaration will be coming fairly soon. Zabe on strike. Turns that one back into the left-hander. Northeast does the fielding. George Scrimshaw's having a great day. Been enjoying listening on the way to the ground.
Lovely.
Well, you're welcome to pop up, George, if you fancy it.
Please do. Yeah, it'd be great.
Oh, it's uppish through mid-wicket, and Zabe's going to take the single. It's a dive from the Glamorgan fielder there, and I don't know whether that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Safe Zabe. Moves to 98. Oh, here's a question. Are you allowed to communicate via earpiece?
No.
How about Formula One style pit boards from the changing rooms?
The answer to the question is no. And
so no earpieces.
Yeah, but it has been tried.
Yeah.
It was tried by South Africa. Bob Warmer was Bob Warmer, RIP. He was a great man of cricket, great coach, innovator, well ahead of his time, a very well respected coach. Bob Warmer was coach of South Africa, and his captain was Hansi Cronje.
Uses feet and can't get past Mason Crane.
Yeah, and they did have earpiece, and but it was pretty quickly scrapped, done away with, outlawed. Yeah.
Defended into the offside, and Zabe moves to 99. We know that the boards and signals and things have been tried before. That was used fairly recently, wasn't it, with England in one of the ODIs at Lords, I think it was, where there was like almost like a village cricket scoreboard that had various numbers that could be flipped over at various different points. I suppose the only difficulty with that is the fact that if your opposition have figured out what your code is, your coded message becomes less coded at that point.
It was about matchups, wasn't it? It was about bowling options against specific players. Those things are generally, in one-day cricket, generally talked about. A good matchup for us will be, Joe Bloggs doesn't like spin early in his innings, or don't bowl left-arm spin at Fred Smith, and so on. The fact that it got to having those big numbers suggests that the captain wasn't able to hold on to the detail particularly well. Yeah. You've seen captains with pieces of paper in their pocket. Yeah. And actually, I mentioned him previously, Richie Barker, who was our first analyst, came up with the thought from a sport that you've mentioned before, American football, of the playlist on the captain's forearm, or on the quarterback's forearm in American football. He was thinking about a cricket equivalent.
Anyway, Dan Douthwaite to Safe Zabe on 99. It's a drive ball and can't get it past Billy Root at backward point. The fielders have come in, and unsurprisingly, just sounding a little bit more enthusiastic now, aren't they, Glamorgan? That Safe Zabe's one away. Karun Nair comes down, and I'm sure just offers a bit of a calming word.
Love that.
He's been there before, hasn't he, Karun?
But, a lot of people would have done that, but he's bothered to do that. That's fantastic. I love that.
Douthwaite to Zabe. Oh, he's dropped it. Colin Ingram's dropped Safe Zabe on 99. The pause. There was a heart in the mouth moment.
Well, he dropped him, caught him, dropped him. I think he dropped it 3 times.
I think he might have done. He's just really kind of desperate to get to that milestone, and Safe Zabe gets to life. Here comes Karun Nair again, just to say, come on, Safe, you can do this. No need to do anything silly right now.
That's 2 pretty comfortable drops he's had. And please take advantage of that, Safe. Don't make it 3rd time lucky. He's pushed at that as well.
Zabe through to the keeper, Chris Cook. The Morgan fielders just converge a little bit closer. Phil Rowe grabs a bottle of water just to settle his nerves.
I was on commentary when Sabe got his first class, and I got a bit choked. I'm not going to get choked this time. I've just got a bit of a sore throat.
Taking a bit of time here. That's Captain Northeast just wandering in at mid-wicket. Cover point's just got a little bit closer as well. It's solidly defended into the offside by Safe Zabe. 4 balls in the over, 4 dot balls. I think the village cricketer here kind of takes takes over a lot of us and just goes, well, I just swing one across the line and get enough bat on it and hope that it lands somewhere relatively safe. For I'm sure, a lot of us amateur cricketers. Safe save, 99, 2 balls left in the over. And that's driven down to mid-off. Good over by Dan Douthwaite, isn't it?
It has been a good over. Safe's going too hard at this. He's going too hard at this.
Chris Cook's enjoying himself. He's clapping his... Yeah, they're bright wicket-keeping gloves, aren't they?
They are bright. They are bright. Yeah. Mustard? Yellow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Daffodil yellow.
Daffodil.
Daffodil
Welsh
yellow.
national flower.
Exactly. On the Glamorgan badge, isn't it?
It is. There it is.
There is the 100 for safe save. He picks up Dan Douthwaite into the leg side. Settles on one down to the fielder at square leg, and safe save gets his third first-class 100. 100 off 135. 10 fours. Part of a huge partnership with Karun Nair, and well batted safe save.
Oh, that's great. As I said earlier, it took him a while to get his first-class 100, a lot later than it might have done because he's so talented. Since then, his average in first-class cricket will have almost doubled his career average, and so he's in good nick. He made hard work of that, bless him, getting that final 1 run that he needed to get to the 3 figures. It's been thoroughly deserved, and one that he'll remember batting in partnership of 212 with the brilliant Karun Nair. And Safe looks upwards and he's relieved. I think relief is more than anything else the main emotion there. But yeah, he's coming at number 7, which James Sales is batting at number 6. So Safe, you know, he's 6 or 7 is a great number for him because he can play a variety. He can move games forward very quickly, as he's done here, and he's increasingly learning how to go about the innings that the team needs.
Yeah, well, he's got past the milestone. He's just brought out the big reverse sweep.
That was a big one.
Straight away. Ash Watts, Brian in Brisbane, Stuart Ellison, Jason Chettle, AC, Dr. Torag, and Tom Tom, all with the well batted.
Excellent.
Coming through in the YouTube live chat. Goes again and connects this time. Straight. Well, I say straight, but Kieran Carlson, I think, is just round the corner there. Well, I don't think this declaration is going to be far away now, is it, Neil? Sorry, Neil. I just read Neil's Bond's well batted save out of the chat.
No, I don't think so. Nice message from Safe's dad, Sajid, who's watching it somewhere, watching the game somewhere, and says, "You're definitely a good luck charm for him. This is going to be out."
Douthwaite's underneath it, and that is taken. That is safe save out for exactly 100. 100 off 137. He's done exactly what the team's needed and done exactly what the team's asked for him there. He's accelerated the run rate. He's batted selflessly as he ever so normally does. And he's gone for a fantastic 100. And there's going to be no declaration yet because Lewis McManus is making his way down the steps.
Yeah, well played, Safe save. The stats are just being read out, but what was the ball's face there, Dan?
137.
Thank you, 137. So he's got them in a pretty good lick. He came in when there was a not quite a flurry, but a few wickets that had fallen quite cheaply. And Save came in. Northampton were on top, no doubt, with the runs they'd already got. But a difficult time in that we needed to move forward and but not lose wickets. And that's exactly the innings that he played. Scored off both feet, both sides of the wicket, rotated the strike very well. Wasn't put under great pressure, I think, enough pressure for my money from the Glamorgan fielders in particular, that set deep fields and allowed him to rotate almost as he wanted to. He did that very well, picked up his boundary options when they were on offer, and ends his innings on exactly 100, his third first-class 100. Certainly won't be his last. There's many more to come from that young man. As I just think his cricket gets better and better and better. He's always had enormous potential, and everyone in the game has known that for a very long time. This kid could be some player. He is now some player, and I think he's just going to get better and better. His white ball cricket is outstanding, and increasingly he's able to make match influencing contributions regularly with the bat. That keeps him in the team, and the team is better for it. So well done, Safe save.
Yeah, Martin's just highlighted the point. Properly good start to the season for Northants as a batting unit, especially seeing as Gus Miller is tearing it up in the twos, properly banging the door down. Yeah, it's a great kind of problem, I guess, for the coaching team and the captain to have with players in form and scoring runs.
And let's not forget Rob Keogh's not in this side.
Precisely. A few people have commenting through here about saying the surprise the declaration hasn't come. I know there's going to be an appeal for LBW and pitched outside leg, and umpire Redfern says no. And I think I'm a little bit surprised that on the fall of that, there wasn't a way from the balcony to turn around and say, no, that's enough, let's have a bowl now. Because we're at 46.2 overs, which I think might have actually just gone up a little bit. But we're down to 44. If, of course, this declaration is going to come at the end of this over, which I don't suspect it will, bearing in mind McManus has come out and tried to defend 2 balls so far.
Yeah, I think let's see how Karun Nair now plays. It would be my only caveat to that surprise would be if Karun Nair is now going to explode. I don't think he explodes, does he? He just turns the dial very slightly and just scores even quicker. There's very little violence about his batting. That has to be the play.
Yeah,
it has to be the play now. Get as many as we can, as quickly as we can now, and then get off. That has to be the play. There's no point knocking the ball around at 3 and over now. Because you're just taking time out of the game. You've got a lead of 200, basically 300 lead. So your chances of batting again are remote. The weather is forecast to be not so good tomorrow. Get bowling as quickly as you can. Okay, if you're not going to come off when the guy's got 100, then you've got to score really quickly now. Yeah,
no, I completely agree with you. Ashir Zabe as well. Go on, Safey. Proud brother.
Lovely. That's nice.
Fantastic innings. 5-6-5 for 6 off 142 overs. Dan Douthwaite, who took the catch, is going to carry on. Gets a genuine edge from Karun Nair. Just takes a single as it runs down to James Harris doing the fielding in front of us.
You know, we talked about Galonis earlier, and they're taken, and we spotted a man in shorts with a young child.
We did.
So that was So I'd learned over the lunch break that was grandfather, father, and son.
Okay.
The Smiths. Tom was the son who had a strawberry split.
Great choice.
Fine lolly, isn't it?
Very good choice.
Top 3.
It's up there. It's a medal lolly, isn't it?
It's in the conversation. The father and the grandfather didn't, as we saw, didn't have an ice cream or an ice lolly of any description.
Which I was disappointed about.
Father Shorts, we talked about. He's not a PE teacher or a postman. I know Paul Smith, and he plays cricket with my 2 boys at Hardingstone Cricket Club, which is a lovely, lovely cricket club. And Paul Smith asked me to mention that he was top of the league averages with his slow left arm mystery spin.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if the mystery is, does it spin or...
Who's it a mystery to?
Yeah. It's not a mystery to me. I'm a supporter of his. Genuinely, he got left out of the side last year.
Yeah.
And I was appalled.
Wait.
Well, only slightly. But yeah, I wanted to give Paul a bit of a... So
Did you write a strongly worded tweet?
I just said to my son, who was vice captain,
What are you playing at?
What are you thinking?
Not coming back round my house.
He
until
denied all knowledge of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But he got back in the team and got 4 wickets the next game. Just saying. Nice run. That's a nice bit of cricket. Pushed to mid-off's left hand. He's the best fielder in the Glamorgan side. They've got a few. Kieran Carlson is the best of a good bunch. Moved quickly to his left, picked it up, threw it. It missed the stumps, but had it hit, Lewis McManus was in. It was a well-judged run. And that's exactly what Lewis McManus must do, which is get off strike as quickly as you can. As he did there. This is the guy who's going to be moving the game forward, Karun Nair. As demonstrated, because he's moved the game forward by 6. With a drag down ball from Dan Douthwaite. That's a hard ball to hit for 6 because there's no pace on it. That's a hard ball for a mere mortal. For a bloke of that skill on 179, it's perhaps not as difficult, but gee whiz, that still takes some doing. That's timing, right? That's skill of coordinating the fast swing of the bat with the middle of the bat with the ball that's not getting to you and hitting it for 6. Gee whiz.
So that final flourish on that pull shot just helped it carry over the rope, didn't it? It was just kind of an extension of the forearms from,
I think that's right,
Karun Nair. Just carried it over, gave it that extra legs that it needed. There's a look over to the balcony, and there's another Northants player making their way back into the dressing room. Disappeared behind the mirrored windows.
Oh, 3 choices of shot executed by Lewis McManus. I think initially it was going to be cut. Then it was, where is it? I might get under it. And then it was, oh no, I can knock it onto the leg side. Here we go. Yeah, you know what? I think I might have got at least 2 of those right. Takes a single off the final ball of the over to keep the strike. So yeah, so that was Paul Smith. For those, he was seen on TV, on YouTube earlier, buying an ice cream for his son. Bad shorts, bad legs, good spinner. Did very well on his debut season for Hardingstone, the mighty Hardingstone Cricket Club.
Do you know, I've not seen a soul out by that ice cream van since. I've seen them like near it in the vicinity, but I certainly haven't seen any other patrons queuing up for a Magnum or a strawberry split or a Calippo. What was the one that the bubble gum used to be in the bottom?
Oh, crikey, yeah.
Was that a screwball?
Yeah, well done. Well done. You've aged yourself there, though, in doing that.
I'm older than you think, Rowie.
Quicker than you think, older than you think. I think Mason Crane is going to be deposited over the leg side boundary. And he has been. And that's a maximum. It's a lovely shot. Swept deliberately up under the ball. The bat path going from slightly lower to slightly higher. And he timed that beautifully. It's not a big boundary out there, but he hit it very, very well. I would imagine these two are mates. Spent a lot of time at Hampshire together.
Yeah, they would have been teammates for a while, wouldn't they? One that got away for Sussex was Mason Crane, born in Worthing and plays his cricket in Worthing. Yeah,
okay.
Ended up on the Hampshire books rather than the Sussex ones.
Oh, that's a miss, wasn't it? It happened, but yeah.
James Vince is another one.
Is that right?
He's born in Sussex. Plays his cricket for Hampshire.
Didn't know that. It's a cricket county, Sussex, isn't it? When I think of Sussex, I think of some of their better clubs. Here, Horsham springs to mind, for example.
Eastbourne,
yeah. Swept again this time by Nair. Hit very, very hard. It's almost as though someone has said, okay, sweeps allowed now.
Yeah.
There's been more sweeps played in the last half hour than the rest of the day. All told, it was a beautiful square sweep. He's got a variety of sweeps, hasn't he? As all top players do. He's got his own one as well, the Nair sweep, which is the fine paddle sweep.
It wouldn't surprise me if he's got a reverse of the Nair either.
Yeah.
Just run it down through first slip instead. So, Karun Nair, 10 away from a double 100. He gets that. Like, then does the nod come?
Yeah, I think it does.
Has to.
I'm going all in on that, which is such a dangerous thing to do.
Well, I've fluffed it by 38 runs so far.
I'm going all in on Karun Nair 200 and the double hand clap. Actually, I wonder what Proc's declaration signal is. I'm a traditionalist. I like a double hand clap and a wave in. Well, if he keeps bowling there, we're going to find out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, just the one out to what ended up as deep extra cover.
Do you think that was let's not sprint the first one hard because there's one ball left or 2 balls left in the over and fancy the next one? Maybe. I don't know.
No, I
don't know.
There's something in that. Although there's only there's 2 balls left, I think, unless the scoreboard slowed down. That was the googly. And as a keeper should, and as a mate of the bowler should, pick the googly pretty well. Rocked onto the back foot. Out to Douthwaite in his resident position there now on the cover boundary. Karun Nair is having a really good look at exactly where the deep square fielder is. He's almost exactly on square underneath the second scoreboard. Mason Crane invites him to hit it through the offside, which he does, and he hits that very, very hard. Just a single out to Douthwaite on his boundary. That takes Karun Nair to 192. Lewis McManus is on 10. The total is 591. Not a difficult word, that 100, is it? 591. I'll practice tonight. And Northants lead by 320. And it's good watching. A couple of milestones, which either, I think maybe both of these now might lead to Northants declaring. One of those milestones is clearly the total of 600 for the team, and the other one is clearly 200 for Karun Nair. Carlson is going to come back into the attack from the David Capel end, having got into the positives on the over 8. Glamorgan are now slowing things down considerably.
Looks like a customer at the ice cream van.
Oh.
Not out of my window, Tom.
Ah.
Not that I can see.
No, I can't. Oh, no.
So 2 overs is what I think's left. Because that gives you 40. I think any less than 40 is kind of leaving way too much work to do.
And the band played on in the background. Karun Nair's rocked back. He had no pace to work with. A bit quicker, he could have been able to hit that ball harder and further in front of square. But he did what he could off that. Got it out to the cover boundary, but he wasn't able to beat the fielder. Picks up the single.
Stuart wants a permanent camera on the ice cream van. Probably become slightly more interesting as the summer goes on, but we'll speak to Toby, see what we can do if he's not busy eating everybody else's lunch.
Let it go. Be the bigger man. Be classy.
Not much classy about me.
It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to be classy when someone's stolen your sausage.
Yeah.
That's difficult as a test.
Not much classy about my cricket either, right?
There's a big gap down to long on. Can we just take a single? Karun Nair on strike. Just use your feet a little bit. Bit like that. That's exactly what I wanted him to do. Thank you.
Well batted, Rowie.
Thank you.
Single for Phil Rowe.
It's my first run in first class cricket. Yeah. Nicely played. I fancy a bit of Nair down the ground, you know.
Yeah.
Sight screen.
Clear the Curo Wealth and we'll give you a 7.
Think sight screen. No, he's thinking 200, isn't he? Just knocks it in that big gap there between Billy Root at sort of level with the stumps, mid-wicket, and the fielder's out at long on. I mean, he's just too wide there, to be honest. That gap is just too big for my money.
I'm just curiously watching how this unfolds at the moment, Phil. I'll hold my hands up. I'm no expert, but I don't know why Northants are still batting.
That's what I'm adding to that. As I said at the time, I thought that Northants would declare when Safe was out on exactly. Oh no, that's poor cricket. That's poor cricket. That is poor cricket. That's from Glamorgan. I got told off for that as an under 13. I'll come back to that. So there was a single taken off the last ball of that over by Lewis McManus, and that meant that Lewis McManus would be on strike, which is kind of what Glamorgan want to do because they want to keep Northants out there. Okay. But the fielder long on, who's done pretty well for the 145 overs he's been out there, Mir Hamza, decided to throw the ball hard towards the wicketkeeper, and it skidded and evaded Chris Cook's grasp. There was no one backing it up, and that allowed Northampton to take a second run, which brings Karun Nair on strike, needing 6 for 200. Is it going to change the course of this game? Absolutely not. It's just scruffy. And it tells you a little bit about where the Glamorgan morale might be right now.
Well, that was kind of the body language that I picked up before lunch, actually. There were a couple of moments where you kind of thought they weren't misfields as such, but you kind of went, don't necessarily think that's been chased down at 100%.
Yeah.
Post-lunch, we've seen a couple of drop catches.
Yeah.
We've seen that instance there that we've just spoken about.
Yeah.
It's no guarantee, but the body language is down. Glamorgan's been out there for what feels like a week in -7 degrees temperatures in Northampton, with the wind howling across the county grounds. Beyond the boat, wouldn't beyond the realms of possibility.
Oh dear.
Just to pick up a couple of wickets quite quickly, until kind of Glamorgan suddenly go, oh, well, blimey, we're back in this game again now.
Yeah. No, I agree. Karun Nair got a full toss, a low full toss, first ball of the returning Brad Wheel. This is his 24th over. The first ball was a low full toss, and Karun Nair timed it beautifully through extra cover for 4, which takes him within 2 of that milestone. It takes Northampton to a milestone of 600 for 6. Karun Nair needs 2 for a double 100. Plays the next ball out into the offside. Glamorgan are giving him the single, which is understandable. Get him off strike, make it difficult for him to get back on strike. They've got to now squeeze. Well, they're not going to. Okay, this takes some understanding now. Okay, I don't now know what's happened. The plot I have lost, because I thought they were giving Karun Nair the single and going to squeeze Lewis McManus a wee bit, but it's the third ball of the over. McManus is just going to drop it into the offside and run up the other end like that.
Yeah, peculiar.
That was weird. I think sometimes, the word I'm going to use, and this is a small d. If the wheels were off, I'd be sitting there saying, the wheels are off. That's not what's happening.
Yeah.
But what is happening, I have to commentate on what I see. And my view is that Glamorgan have drifted a wee bit.
Yeah, I think
a small d, but they have.
Completely fair to say.
Karun Nair on 199. And they've allowed him to get to 200 as he drops it into the offside off the back foot. A bad throw by Brad Wheel means he's got to bowl another ball at Karun Nair. In fact, no, Karun Nair's going to turn it into 3, which takes him past the 200. Fantastic innings from a high quality player. And batting is not that easy. He has made that look so easy. And that's not disrespectful to the Glamorgan bowlers who have bowled pretty well at him most of the time.
Yeah, that's it as well.
The declaration has come, as we thought it might. Karun Nair wants to keep batting. He's grumpy about that. Yeah. I'm sure he's not really.
I left a few out there.
Take the red ink, Karun. And but what a fantastic and what a treat for the crowd that are here today, and you guys who are watching on the live stream as well, because double hundreds, there's been a few of them this year, but they don't come around every day. Particularly for Northampton of late, and that is a very, very fine innings out of the top draw.
Well, I think, without going through all the scorecards, I suspect that's probably the only one of this third round of the county championship against the Dukes cricket ball. But yeah, 605 for 6. As Karun Nair rightfully walks off to a standing ovation from those that have made their way into the county ground today. His teammates greet him at the bottom of the steps, give him a pat on the back. Vasconcelos, the first man there, and Glamorgan, slightly slower, make their way off towards their changing rooms to get their pads on. The state of the game then, before we take a little break with the innings change, is that Northamptonshire lead Glamorgan by 334 runs. And with the innings break, there will be 40 overs left in the day. So they'll get a little go before tea, won't they? And then tea break, assuming that's not been taken now. And then have another go with the new ball. Ben Sanderson fresh off a 5 for Chris Tremaine. Plenty of wickets left in his tank to be taken during his stint at Northamptonshire. But yeah, let's take a quick break, Phil, and we'll be back in 10.
ground staff have been caught napping a little bit there.
Craig Harvey can get the roller into overdrive and it'll be off in a flash.
But you take the point. It was, again, not the end of the world.
Not at all. Not at all. Well, Zainul Hassan and Billy Root will open the batting for Glamorgan. Zainul Hassan will face up first. 4 slips join Lewis McManus in the cordon. Safe saves at backward point. Luke Proctor, I think, is just escorting the roller off the field. Sanderson will bowl from the David Capel end, who's at the end of his mark. Chris Tremaine at mid-on. George Bartlett at mid-wicket. And Rafi Weatherall is round the corner at fine leg. Still got to wait for a minute. Those rollers, they're not the quickest things in the world, are they?
Quite slow, aren't they?
Although what I will say is I think that's one of the quicker ones that I've seen in world cricket.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tom, good point. Ice cream sales are through the roof during the break. Sanderson to Zainul Hassan. Big oohs and big ahs straight away from the cordon. Drift back into Zainul Hassan.
You don't want to be missing that. And he didn't when he came out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, on the money straight away. So tea is going to be at 4 o'clock. So there's 23 minutes until the tea break, which means Northampton Luke Proctor will get the benefit of using Ben Sanderson and Chris Tremaine twice with the new ball. It's inside half of the bat again. It's George Bartlett.
I thought for a moment Sue Redfern was going to have a little look at Ben Sanderson's follow through. She walked up to the stumps, and I thought she was going to suggest that he was getting down the line of the stumps. But
do they change ends each innings?
Yeah,
they do.
First and second innings.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Defended into the offside this time.
So we've got Vasconcelos 1, Gay 2, Sales 3. Who's at 4th?
I believe that's Gus Miller.
I
suspect Karun Nair might be just having a
brew,
having a shower and a brew. Fresh whites. He deserves it, doesn't he?
He does deserve it. He does, absolutely. He's also a very good catcher. So I want him out there catching them.
Drive from Ul Hassan. It's going to give Luke Proctor something to chase, who does indeed chase that down. He covered that ground well, didn't he? Zainul Hassan wants 3, and Proctor's throw ends up 50-50 in the middle of the pitch for McManus, so no danger in the end for Billy Root, who's going to face up against his first ball.
I think Billy Root realised there was 3 on when he looked up and saw Ul Hassan about 15 yards away from him.
He went, okay. I better get going now.
We're going for 3, are we? I'm not sure what the verbal communication was.
No, slip cordon's just inched forward. Did you see that? Just
I did.
Little shuffle forward in uniform. That is well defended by Billy Root. Out to safe save. How much would Northants like to take a couple of these Glamorgan batters with them before tea?
Well, that would be absolutely Christmas, wouldn't it? Interesting. Sanderson started over the wicket to the left-handed Ul Hassan, and then immediately started round the wicket to Billy Root. So he's seen something different in terms of the way he wants to set these guys up between the 2 left-handers.
Solid in defence. We ran out of sweets, so we're going to jump on the ice cream bandwagon. Youngster opted for a Mr. Bubble blue face incoming. I think I can spot them. I think I can spot them just round the corner in the Briggs and Forrester stand.
That's lovely. Blue face incoming. I like that. That's wonderful.
If you'd like to get in contact with us, you can. As I say, tea's at 4 o'clock. There they are. There's Tom on the live stream with the blue face. Give us the wave, Tom.
Lovely. Look at that blue face.
A work in progress. I think that's only going to go one way there, Rowie. Chris Tremaine from the Lynn Wilson centre end. The 4 slips in place. Is that a bird of prey flying over the top of?
Oh, let's have a look.
Or is it just a seagull? Not sure. Anyway, Chris Tremaine. Solid by Zain Ul Hassan. Just drops it out into the offside.
Oh no, that is that's not a seagull, is it? Oh, if we do this by elimination, we might take a while to identify it. But
Do you get kites or buzzards up here?
yeah, both. You get red kites, the red kite community, or communities around the place, particularly in the north of the county. I have to get my RSPB book out.
Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. That's an optimistic one, I think.
Yeah.
And it's going to take a bit more convincing for Graham Lloyd to raise the fingers. It's pitched outside leg. Did move, though, didn't it? Back into Zain Ul Hassan.
It did, yeah. It looked like it straightened and it did, and hit him high, didn't it?
That's how Chris Tremaine picked up the wicket in the first innings, didn't he? Just run it across the Glamorgan opening batter. He nicked off and was caught in the cordon. Solid again. Gus Miller's done well, isn't he? Etiquette-wise, I don't think you'd see many 12th men in the cordon. He's done well, and he just a perch on the end.
Get himself in there. Yeah, he has done well. Yeah, it's a good cricketer, Gus Miller. I think it's like it's quite a big year for him. He's only played a very small handful of first team games. It's a difficult side to get into as an all rounder. But what he can do is knock on the door, and as someone said earlier, he's been banging hard on the door. I think he was my last signing onto the academy when I had responsibility for who joined the academy. It wasn't solely mine, but it was ultimately, I guess, I had to give it a nod. But I saw him in total for about 35 seconds before thinking we need to get this guy to our academy. He'd moved back to Bedford, and I think it was Tom Brett from Bedford School, who we've mentioned before, Tom Brett, who said this kid can play. I wanted to have a look at him, and we got him in very, very quickly. So thank you to Tom for that.
2 balls left, as that one's left alone by Chris Tremaine.
He's spent some time this winter, Gus Miller spent some time this winter over at Adelaide Cricket Club, being coached by one of our former players, Stephen Crook, who didn't quite emigrate. He went back home, really, to South Australia with his girlfriend Tamsin. They've got 2 lovely kids out there, so I'm pretty sure Crookie won't be listening, but if he is, good on you. And I know that Steve looked after Gus Miller very well when he was out there, as I'd expect. Nice over, nice start from Chris Tremaine. Everyone there or thereabouts, a couple of leaves. Sanderson's first over was 6 plays, wasn't it? One was slightly over pitch, was driven for 3, but his line was immaculate.
It was indeed. Everything you'd expect from Ben Sanderson. And smiling the fact he's got a Duke's back. And smiling the fact he picked up 5 for in the first innings as well. Slip cordon, very close, isn't it? As Billy Root faces up against Ben Sanderson.
I like that. I really like how close they are. I mean, they are very, 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 but they have to be. And it hasn't always been the case. Some of that is down to, they're all young cricketers in there. That probably helps a wee bit. And the vice captain is the wicketkeeper. That probably helps a little bit as well. It hasn't always been the case that the slips at Northampton have stood as close as I would have wanted them to. And there's been a number of sort of half volley oohs and ahs as it's dropped short of slips, but they are in a great spot there.
Yeah. Hands-on head for a few of the Northants fielders as Root just turns that one into the leg side. It's a remarkably young slip cordon, isn't it? With Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay in at 1 and 2, and then James Sales and Gus Miller at 3 and 4. Traditionally, you would expect to find the senior statesman located in the cordon, but
that's an interesting point. I mean, it's a very interesting point. in and of itself, but it also leads you to kind of think about, well, it's a very young side, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It certainly is. Yeah, the average age gets bumped up slightly, doesn't it? And I don't think even Ben Sanderson and Luke Proctor are particularly old, per se.
No. Relatively, they're ancient to the youngsters. But, yeah, no, you're right. It's a young side. Sanderson's come over the wicket, having started around the wicket to Billy Root. He's now come over the wicket. Yeah, that'll, as 4 catches go, I mean, let's call it 5 with the keeper as well, there won't be a younger slipcorden in county cricket.
You'd struggle. You would struggle, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And yeah, you'd be prepared to put your blue ice cream on the fact that that you would be bang on there.
Mr. Bubble. Oh, well played, well bowled.
Until 2 to go. 3 for no loss. Those runs have come for Zainul Hassan.
Yeah, there's been one scoring ball in the innings so far, but every ball that Ben Sanderson has bowled, of which have been 11, has resulted in bat on ball. Not wasting the new ball.
That's a nice drive from Billy Root. Just climbs into the cover drive. That runs away up towards the coffee van. So there is the second scoring shot of the day. More convincing than the first. 4 added to the score. Billy Root off the mark, and the score moves to 7.
Yeah, it wasn't a full half volley, was it, on the replay? I thought it was perhaps right in the slide. It wasn't. It was a big stride forward by Billy Root. He likes to feel bat on ball. Not much has moved off straight. But he got a full stride in, full face of the bat, and timed that beautifully through what is a big gap in the covers.
Yeah.
With 4 catches, there's going to be a lot of gaps around. And that was punched nicely through the one on the offside.
And Luke Proctor's just run that back, isn't he? Or jogged it back from the boundary edge and gets back in position for Chris Tremaine to start his second over. 4th over of the innings. 4 slips in place. It's defended into the leg side by Zainul Hassan.
That's been a nice start. It's very early days, isn't it? This is only the 4th over, but a nice start with the ball from the Northampton seamers. It's exactly what you want, you know. You don't want the ball going wide. You don't want channel balls being left. You want to ask the batter to play. And if that results in a couple of drives, then you'll accept that. That's better than a leave with a lead of 330 odd. It's safe to say I've had pretensions of being a slip catcher at one stage. I think we've got a decent cordon in there. So yeah, Karun Nair is he back on the field now, Karun Nair? I think is he coming to first? Vasconcelos.
No, that's still Vasco there.
Oh,
I
is
think.
it?
Oh, is it? No, I think you're right.
No,
I apologise.
Yeah.
I apologise.
Yeah. Perfect. So now we've got Nair, Gay, Vasconcelos, and Sales.
Yep.
Yeah, so just simply Miller's gone back to...
Yeah, we've lost Gus Miller, who I knew this, but I just wanted fact-checking as well. But Gus Miller and Flo Miller, brother and sister.
Yeah.
Flo plays her cricket for the Sunrisers, who got their campaign in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy off to a winning start yesterday with a 8-wicket win over Western Storm down in Cardiff.
Yeah, she's good. Good cricketer. There's another sister as well, and I do apologise because her name's gone straight out of my head, who's a decent cricketer as well. I think. If I haven't invented a sibling there. I don't think I have.
I don't think I'm not. I wasn't confident enough to say something that I knew, let alone something I would be completely fabricating.
No, I know Gus's mum Heather is a very knowledgeable cricket watcher, cricket supporter, and actually she knows the game very well. If I've got that wrong, Heather, I do apologise.
Oh, that's come back into Zainul Hassan. It's well left in the end, isn't it, by the Glamorgan opener? But change of angle for Tremaine. Just run that back into the body of Hassan. I don't think that was far away from the top of off stump. Get a replay there, or maybe a stump away, to be fair. Maybe it was a comfortable leave by Ul Hassan. Chris Tremaine's got one left in his second over. He's gone for the 2 runs. And that's defended out to safe save at backward point. Dot ball to finish the over. 9 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, just sort of reiterating what I was sort of saying earlier. 4 overs bowled so far. And I think there's been a couple of leaves, but very well judged leaves, challenging leaves, not sort of comfortable. I just don't need to have anything to do with that. Good batting, good opening batting, good decision making, but they've been challenging. You know, Northampton bowled 24 balls, and every ball has been challenging thereabouts. So a perfect start in that respect. There doesn't look to have been a lot of movement on offer. The roller effect is only 4 overs old. So that will wear off.
Nicely played by Billy Root. Drops it into the covers. Takes the strike, gets up the other ends. 8 minutes before tea.
There is another Miller.
Yes, go on.
Tash.
Goodness
for that.
Not losing your marbles just yet. I'm no more than what you thought you were anyway.
I suppose it's a bigger crime to forget a sibling than it is to invent one.
Yeah, maybe if you're that sibling, then possibly not. But
yeah, true. Ball Ben Sanderson round the wicket now at Hassan. Look where he's finished there. He's fallen across that ball a wee bit. And if your technique is not bang on, Sanderson will find it out very quickly. He sees these things so quickly. There have been cricketers that I've played with over the years. There's a guy at the Northampton Saints. I didn't play a lot with him, but I played enough. He played for Middlesex back in the day. Come back to that. Keith Jones was his name. I didn't play a lot of cricket with him, but I played enough to. He would see a batsman come and take guard and be able to tell me where he thought he'd be weak and strong. Having not seen them before probably goes without saying. It's not someone who's played 100 games against.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it?
Based on the grip and where their head was, and he was right far more than he was wrong. And that's part of my cricket education, really. Is okay, there's more to this game than meets the eye. I've got to watch what's going on down there.
Left alone, swings back towards Lewis McManus. Yeah, there's so many subtleties, aren't there, to this sport that I say missed is unkind, but maybe just a lot of people just aren't necessarily aware of them all. And I'd certainly put myself in that category. And I think, I don't think you ever stop being like a student of cricket, if that makes sense.
Yeah, agreed. If you've got an open mind, the game is changing all the time, and you got to try and stay current with what's going on and why. I think something in the development of young players nowadays. I think when I was learning the game, and Keith Jones would be one example of many, many other examples that I could quote that I've learned a lot from over the years. Those guys were around. So, if you were of the right mind and a student of the game, and you could learn because those people were around to pass those messages on, and that learning, that experience, pass that on. But I think there are fewer people staying around in the game. I look at club cricket now, and it's full, and it's great that it's full of youngsters, but there's few and far between as senior players that have played a number of years, that have perhaps had a professional game or two or whatever under their belt, that can really develop your cricket now. So I mentioned earlier that I was told off for an overthrow as a 13-year-old, and I was told off for an overthrow as a 13-year-old. Yeah, and it was probably my favourite lesson, because it said to me, there's more to this game than meets the eye. Yeah,
it's not just batting and bowling. Don't let your team down in the field.
it was a throw I didn't need to make. Basically, it was the point that the coach made to me. The coach, who'll be well known around these parts, a guy called Roy Wills. If you're listening, Roy, hope you're well. I know you've not been so well recently. Roy was my club coach at under-13s at Northampton Saints, where I played my youth cricket. And then subsequently, he'd been on the staff here for a number of years, went into teaching, was asked by the club to reform the Colts team and enter that team into the league, which he did. And subsequently, I played then with that team for a few years.
Oh, it's an appeal for LBW.
That's close. A bit high.
I'm not interested. I think there probably was a bit of height involved there, wasn't there?
And if you just did a lap of the ground with Roy on a match day on a Saturday, maybe sliding maybe a bit as well. Yeah, then you would just learn so much. And I think that's missing from the game for youngsters coming through now, that those senior players with such good experience are not so frequently around, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shot.
What a lovely shot from Billy Root. That's gone racing across the outfield towards the football stand. It's going to be a second boundary. Yeah, I think I suppose it's those that finish a professional career then maybe have less interest in going to play club cricket afterwards.
Yeah.
It's kind of, well, I'm done this. This is my career. I'll go run a pub. I'll go work in the city. I'll go. I'll go into commentary. I'll go into coaching, but I'll stay in the professional game or whatever that might be.
Yeah.
But I can also understand why once you've finished maybe 15, 16 years, that actually the appeal of going to play club cricket isn't that high. Particularly when there are moments that get reported upon that don't get reported upon in particularly kind of favourable ways. I think Ricky Clark, when he went back to club cricket, scored a double 100 or something.
I got hammered. Right?
And it was, well, what are you doing going off playing a bunch of clubbies, this, that, and the other? And it's like, well, can't really have it all, can we?
Yeah, no, that's
because I'm sure
right.
for every bit of good he's done at the club that he was playing for, and I don't know, I've never met Ricky Clark, but the professional cricketers that I have had the pleasure of meeting and working with would probably give their time to the opposition bowler at the end of the day and say, yeah, of course, let's have a chat about it. Or
no, I think that's right.
I don't know whether it's a generational thing as well, that maybe the younger you are, the less open-minded you are to those kind of conversations as well, and maybe don't even look out for them. I'm not sure, but I think if you're lucky enough and you do play in a cricket club where you've got a teammate in there that's played at a high level or a higher level or whatever, then if you've got questions, then ask them. Ask the questions, and you don't necessarily have to agree with it. You don't necessarily have to take it on board, but you never know what kind of nugget they might throw you.
Correct.
Short ball. And, that's a good bumper, isn't it, from Chris Tremaine? And Hassan gets underneath it nicely. 1 minute then. It's 15:59 on the clock as the umpires make their way to their respective locations. I think Proctor's just said, let's be ready, lads. So they want one more. I think they're going to get one more, aren't they?
Yes.
Sue Redfern is in place, and it is still 15:59. So Sanderson will bowl the last over of the session from the David Capel end. And I think, like, without getting too kind of soppy on you right now, but being able to chat to somebody like yourself who's been involved in the professional game and you've coached and you've won things, I will caveat it. In terms of cricket, I feel more intelligent after each day that I've spent with you.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Not anything, just cricket, though, Phil. Let's not get carried away.
Humour? No.
Wow.
No, not so much.
It's an added perk.
Sue Redfern has now ventured into the danger area to have a look at Ben Sanderson's follow through. She's walked down. And I like what she did there, actually. I'll come back to that.
Short ball, pulled away by Billy Root, and my word, has he timed that well? Seems to be timing the ball pretty well here, Billy Root, in this short stay before tea. That one's just been pulled off his nose and raced down towards the football stand.
I wonder if he's got one of his brother's sticks there. The very best wood are reserved for the international players. that bat is a nice piece of wood. Yeah, Sue Redfern came down and was just sort of assessing. That's where he's following through. Is that in line? She had a good look at it, decided actually no further action required. That's good umpiring. And Ben Sanderson generally gets off the wicket pretty well from around the wicket, but occasionally, I guess, can get down the line of the stumps. Yeah, he's played well, Billy Root, here, because the first objective, clearly, obviously, would be to get to tee for no wicket down. But you can't just absorb deliveries. You've got to try and score to carry some threat to the bowler. Otherwise, they just settle in. And he's done that well, Billy Root.
Yeah, he has.
It's a good run.
He didn't give away whether he was whether he'd nabbed one of his brother's bats whilst I was on the staff, with the Barmy Army England team in Sri Lanka. But I can confirm that the cricket bats that he does own do allow him to hit some rather large sixes. The boundaries were in at Gaul because there were a lot of club cricketers there that don't necessarily possess the power to clear a proper rope. Mm-hmm. But I can confirm that Billy Root would have cleared the proper rope and then the advertising boards and then a couple of stands as well. So
yeah, he possesses some bat speed, doesn't he? I first came across him. He was playing for Not Seconds.
Did you try and sign him?
No.
Did you not?
No, we thought about talking.
I thought you would have done, yeah.
Yeah, we thought about. Well, I mean, it's a small game, right? So, he was on the staff at Notts and finding it difficult to break into their first team in the various formats. But actually, Safe Save got 100 in the game. He got 150 odd in a one-day game at Lady Bay in Nottingham against the Northampton second team.
It's been a challenging 20 minutes, isn't it, for Glamorgan?
And I thought, is that going to be Tino? Yes, it is. Yeah, well, maybe we'll pick up more on Billy Root after the break. But it was clear that he had a future in the game. He just had to be able to break into the first team somewhere. He's been afforded that opportunity at Glamorgan, and he's now an opening batter.
Absolutely right. Well, it is tea, and the score is 20 for no loss. So first tick in the right box for Glamorgan, get through to the break without losing a wicket. And Northamptonshire, well, they get another bite of the cherry, don't they, after tea?
Yeah, no damage done. I thought they started well with the ball.
Yeah. Absolutely right. Well, let's take a break, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. Good afternoon, cricket fans. Welcome back to Wantage Road, where Glamorgan are 22 for no loss in response to Northamptonshire's mammoth first innings total of 605 for 6. We were treated to 182 from Ricardo Vasconcelos, a third first-class 100 from Safe Zabe, and a double 100 for Karun Nair, which was wonderful to watch, and on completion brought about the declaration from Captain Luke Proctor just before the tea break. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe, and the stream is powered by Daffabet.
Good start with the ball, I thought, before tea. In the 7 overs that we had before tea, Northants were absolutely on the money. So tick, make use of the new ball tick. 2 ticks, though, for the Glamorgan openers, who were relatively untroubled. And that's not because they weren't challenged, because they were challenged, but they were up to the challenge. And in particular, Joe Root was able to score whenever he got an opportunity to score. He scored. He's on 15. Hassan, his partner's on 7, 22 without loss, as Chris Tremaine continues from the Lynn Wilson and now round the wicket. He operated, I think, exclusively over the wicket before the break. He's had a think and perhaps a chat with Rory Kleinveld, the bowling coach here now at Northants, and he has decided he's going to come around the wicket. He has lost a catcher, so 4th slip has come out and has now gone into extra cover. So there are 3 slips, backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square. That's the field.
Yeah, the movement's not been as lavish as what it was for that first innings on day 1, has it? So I'm not surprised that the 4th slip has moved and made its way out to, well, essentially it's gone to backward point, and then Safe Zabe moved round 1 more. So I'm not hugely shocked by that.
Yeah, agreed.
I think it's, sorry.
No, please carry on.
No, I just think it's the right decision.
Yeah,
I think it's a smart move.
4th slip was a bit of window dressing, really, wasn't it? By the time the ball gets to 4th slip, it's on the floor. So he's out of there. Tremaine, that didn't come out properly, did it? I didn't know quite what happened then. Certainly the ball came out. It was very low pace. I don't know if I'll be able to catch up with the screen that tells what pace that was, but it was not the pace that was intended. And Chris Tremaine has an old-fashioned look, quizzical look, 72.6 miles per hour. So that tells you something. It wasn't a deliberately slow ball, but it kind of lost his footing a little bit. He doesn't seem particularly worried about it. I don't think much worries this bloke. He's kind of pretty fair dinkum, as they say down under. He sort of cracks on. He's cracking on again.
He's level, isn't he? Chris Tremaine.
He is level, yeah. He's
very level. Lovely, lovely bloke. And I think a real kind of privilege for the county to have him here for a second stint as an overseas cricketer. It's a shame that with the visa rulings, and I was going to call them issues, but that's not really a case, is it? They're just rulings. They're just rules that kind of limits the time that he is permitted to play for Northamptonshire. But yeah, he's been a brilliant signing last year and a fantastic one again this year.
Yeah, he's good for county cricket. You know, not just him, but he is the sort of cricketer who is good for county cricket. Whilst he isn't an international, he's by no means coming over to kind of fill his pension up. He is here as a top performer, and I know, I spent a brief amount of time just chatting to a couple of the lads and the coaches, that he is worth his weight in gold in terms of what he's brought to the dressing room in terms of professionalism, experience, fun, commitment, learning. He's pitched this one up to Joe Root, and it looked like it left him off the wicket. Joe Root flinched a wee bit, got a thick outside as it went down before it reached 3rd slip. It was actually well stopped on the bounce by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, that has left him off the wicket. What's to Joe Root's credit, his brother Billy, who's actually playing out there, didn't push at that ball. He'd have learned that from his brother. That's the point I'm trying to make. He didn't push hard at that ball. He did flinch a wee bit, but he didn't push hard at the ball. It's still, his hands didn't go in front of the body particularly, and the ball went down. It was an error, but it was an understandable error from a very good delivery. Had he been driving at that ball or pushing hard at that ball, I think it would have carried, and he might be now walking off. So it doesn't have to be perfect, it has to be good enough as an opening batter. Ben Sanderson asks Ul Hassan, can you play another forward defensive shot? And he can play a beautiful forward defensive shot. Similarly to what we saw from Chris Tremaine, the fourth slip has come out, and it's pretty much the identical field. 3 catches, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and a long leg. It'll be interesting to see what other catches Northants can bring in. I can't think of too many other positions where I would want a catcher right now. We've got 3 slips. If you get caught at third slip as a batter on this pitch, you have probably added some pace to the ball, I would say. So you've probably been driving, and the batters have been invited to drive a couple of times already, 2 or 3 times, 3 or 4 times, and they've driven well when extra length has been on offer. But it has to be a drive, I think, to get the ball to third slip. Otherwise, it's not going to carry. They're very close, as we said earlier, the 3 catches. That's beautifully bowled again by Ben Sanderson, as he did initially before tea. In the 4 overs that he bowled before tea, he operated over the wicket to Ul Hassan, and as he did again before tea, he's now having a look around the wicket.
Plenty of encouragement out there for Ben Sanderson as well, isn't there? Looks like James Sales.
Yeah, I like that.
Going through a couple of looseners. I think I saw Rafi Weatherall kind of going through a loosener as well, but James Sales looks slightly more enthused at the moment.
That's an effort ball from Ben Sanderson, splicing up Ul Hassan as he comes forward.
Did you hear the music going on downstairs?
I did, yeah, the sound check, whatever it was.
There was a moment at the end of that afternoon session where I think McManus, Vasconcelos and Gay all turned around with quite a puzzled look back towards the Lynn Wilson Centre, and I went, I can't believe there's anybody causing a commotion down.
Yeah.
And I can only assume it must have been because one of the doors was opened and some Sean Paul's blaring out.
Do you know, well bowled, well played again? And Ben Sanderson needs to live there, and he knows that. That's the game.
Yeah.
That's the game that Mir Hamza played effectively when he opened the bowling from the David Capel end for Glamorgan. Good skill, good accuracy, good consistency. Don't get bored. It's not a live band, is it a DJ or something? What's going on?
I have no idea.
No, okay.
Here we go. Northampton Town FC end of season dinner.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay.
It's been being set up for the last 2 days. It's an almighty setup they've got going on down there.
Okay. When is that? Is that genuine, or is that a load of cobblers?
I mean, it could be both. Could be cobblers.
Time of death, 25.
Oh my word! Oh my word!
I'd like to know if it didn't sound like a live band. I like my live music.
Yeah, no, I think that would have been a DJ setup.
Yeah.
I suspect that the award ceremony probably isn't going on just yet.
No, that'd be an early start, wouldn't it?
It would indeed.
There's probably a lot to celebrate. They've had a good year so far, Northampton Town. They're mid-table, but I think Division 1 is a good place for them to be, probably.
It's a fantastic league. Got to be a good team to win it, Rowie.
Yeah, here we go. Chris Tremaine. He's in a good team. He's a good member of that team. And these 2 guys, Tremaine and Sanderson, they kind of complement each other quite nicely. Ben Sanderson is so skillful. The archetypal English seam bowler at the highest level of his skills. And Chris Tremaine's taller, he's an Aussie, got a bit more pace. He's a hit the wicket, disturb the wicket bowler. Looking to disturb the stumps as well. And he pitches one up, not quite on a full enough length, a bit of width. And Billy Root hits that very nicely square of the wicket for 4. So he's not declining scoring opportunities, and that is really important. Even in a kind of rear guard action, you have to score. Billy Root likes to score. We've talked earlier about his white ball skills, that that I saw in some second team cricket many years ago now, I guess it was.
Mm.
That's a lovely cricket shot off the back foot square of the wicket. And earlier in the over, we saw Chris Tremaine having trouble with the footholds. He didn't do a lot about it then, but he's now needs to do something about it. And the ground staff are being asked to come out with what we called the damper.
Yeah, we christened it last week, didn't
We did.
I think it's a good name for it.
Yeah, let's call it that. Could move a little bit faster. I think that member of ground staff, and is now. Thank you.
Go. Got the gentle jog on, show willing on your way out to the middle. I don't know who might have given him a look then to have got a little shifty on, but
it didn't take long. I think that's Jacob Bindley from the ground staff. Himself a good local cricketer. Back in the day, came through the county ranks.
Yeah, I was talking to him during that game against Middlesex, and just saying kind of some of the challenges that might be afoot with regards to that kookaburra, and potentially using it at different times of year. And because when obviously day 4 that never actually happened here against Middlesex, we were joined by Mel Farrell, who say we never even got on the air anyway, so no one would know that she was here, but I can assure you she was. Right. She definitely turned up. And she was saying actually what they've done in Australia because they have a Duke's experiment or rounds or window, whatever you want to call it. But actually the ground staff will prepare specific wickets for those particular rounds. And they are allowed to do that. They're allowed a little bit more, I don't know, creativity, curatorship maybe. But clearly the ball needs something different, and they're permitted to be able to do that. And she made the point, maybe that's something else that the ECB need to consider. Maybe that's another level to this experiment to kind of go to the ground staff. Well, go on then. Make a pitch that might replicate Australia a bit more than what we have got. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do that in April, are you? But
that's interesting. I didn't know that. Straight to Fuller. Billy Root kind of cuddles it away into the leg side. He has a tendency just slightly to get his head the wrong side of that straight ball. It'll be something I would imagine that he's working hard on all of the time to limit. It's probably why he's so good with any width, is because he's headed that way anyway. When it's straighter, the challenge for Billy Root is, can you get your head straight enough back to the bowler in order to get bat on the ball? He can. He did that well there.
It's an interesting backlift as well, isn't it? It's not high at all. It almost hovers above middle stump. Has a slight pickup with the trigger across, but it never gets high, does it? That backlift. He plays with quite low hands. Yeah,
it's interesting because he's got fast hands as well. So it's not about the swing of the bat with Billy Root. It's really about how quickly his hands accelerate through the hitting area. It's his own technique. He does hit the ball very hard. Let's bring him forward, Chris Tremaine. Oh, that's where we want to be. Yeah, Billy Root's just indicating for anyone who cares to watch that he was done there. He didn't just miss it. It's actually a good bit of bowling. That's what he indicated. And I think that's a very honest assessment, because that's exactly what the replay shows. It pitched and they had to play at it in case that ball runs back in. So it's that challenging line, that corridor of uncertainty, as Jeff Boycott would say. You got to play at that.
That's what I do to a good bowler in my leagues, just because I know then don't bowl one short at my face.
Yeah, stay there, mate. That's great.
Just really well bowled. That's fine.
That was an easier leave, wasn't it? Well, he didn't leave the previous one. The previous one left him. He left that one alone at the end of that, which is Chris Tremaine's 5th over. I've nearly knocked the desk over.
No, it might have been me.
It's 30 for no wicket. So a nice start, making a dent in this deficit of 334, which now therefore sits at a deficit of 304. Well, Hassan is on 7. Root is on 23. 10 overs have been bowled. There's a conversation taking place between Emilio Gay, Luke Proctor and Lewis McManus. It'll be interesting to see what the gist of that was. As we said earlier, we both saw James Sales loosening up, and I think you said you saw Rafi Weatherall doing similarly. it's a tester here for the captain, because if it doesn't make a breakthrough, the temptation will be keep these two going because they're your two best bowlers, clearly.
I think as well the fact that they got the benefit of the doubt that they only bowled 3 overs before before the tea break as well, so that although there were some miles put in the legs of the two seamers, they were then able to sit down for 10-15 minutes and have a change of socks and a chill out and a relax, and came back out and can go again for another spell that could be that 5, 6, 7 over spell. But I think having seen some of those wicket taking balls that Rafi Weatherall served up in his short career so far,
Ooh, well bowled, well played.
I'd be dead keen to get the ball in his hand as quick as possible.
Yeah, and that's going to be there's lots of things for the captain to think about all the time, and that is going to be one of them. When you've got a bowler or two bowlers in Sanderson and Tremaine, you kind of reluctantly take the ball away from them. But you do know that whilst Rafi Weatherall in particular hasn't got anywhere near the experience of those two, he does have the unplayable ball in his locker. That's not to say he's random with the other deliveries, because that's not what I'm trying to say. But what I'm saying is I'm seeing a guy who can get people out.
Yeah. There he is.
There he is.
Well done, Ben.
On crouch cam.
It's not frozen just yet. Probably warmer out there today for Ben, isn't it? Probably got his shorts on.
He's doing a good job. I think he said earlier he lost the feeling in his fingers.
I think he did, yeah.
I know, having talked to Ben Sanderson many times about this, that he'll have enjoyed all of the Northampton cricket. He'll have particularly enjoyed being off the field for 145 overs. But that is important. It's a long season.
What do they do?
Bowling is hard, and he's been able to put his feet up. Well, pretty much that, I think.
Just find a nice comfy area of the dressing room and sit around.
Yeah, pretty much.
TV?
They have a live stream through to the change room, as you know.
But you couldn't just put the football on midway through or could you?
Well, I think it goes with regimes, really.
Yeah.
We'd have had the football on occasionally back in my day. I know there is. That's well played. I know there's a little sort of putting mat that the lads will be keen to have a go at. I'm not sure that's lasting you 145 overs of entertainment, to be honest.
They're darts.
Yeah, mate, there's darts available. Some players like to read. I don't know how many of this current team can read. Don't like to read, sorry.
Wow.
But whatever it is, and the change room here now is so big and spacious that you can kind of just keep yourself to yourself if you want to have a little nap.
God, it's 2 in a row, isn't it? That Sanderson's got the edge of Sam that's fallen short of the slips. Sanderson's given him a long stare. Because I'm right in saying once the game or the day starts, they're not permitted to have access to their mobile phones. Is that right?
That is not quite right.
Okay.
I think. Now, some teams have a no phone policy.
Yeah.
That's their own thing. So my knowledge is a few years out of date, but I would think it's probably still valid. For televised games, you have to give your electronic devices in.
Right, okay.
So in those games, there's a thing called the Players and Match Officials Area, PMOA.
Yeah.
And we watched this Chris Tremaine delivery. It's full, straight to Billy Root, and covers up nicely. So within the PMOA, which obviously the players and coaches are within, because it's players and match officials, you have to give your electronic devices in. There's a specially commissioned briefcase, believe it or not, with slots to put your phones in. And
I'd say that's got like a velour interior or something.
Yeah, it's got
Quilted.
like posh camera boxes.
Yes.
That kind of, what's that stuff?
Like a foam type thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
With loads of those
luxurious,
slots.
but go on.
Yeah. And you slot your phone in. And it's very interesting when you look into there before the ECB official closes that. There's probably about 3 or 4 phones in there. When most players have got a minimum of 1 and an iPad. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
And no one bats an eyelid. But that's what should happen. That's the regulation. And you're not allowed to touch that until that briefcase is then opened. It's about corruption, anti-corruption measures, and makes perfect sense. One of the officials in your squad not your squad, in your coaching staff can have a phone in case of emergency. Well played from Billy Root, runs it down, well fielded. A backward point by James Sales. I think that was diving away to his right. How many times are we going to say that over the course of the year? Well fielded James Sales. So that's what happened. So you get about an hour or so before the start of play, in you go your phones, and then pretty much at the end of play, in comes the briefcase. It's opened up, and you take your phone out, and then you're away. It's to protect players as much as anything else.
Yeah.
From any thoughts of passing on information or whatever else it might be.
Yeah, because smartwatches are a no-go as well, aren't they?
That's right.
Because of that level of communication. And Alex Berry, former media man here, never stops working, does he? He's just WhatsApped me and just confirmed exactly what you've just said. It depends on the level of the game.
Okay.
All Blast games are no phones. Championship, lesser levels, so phones don't get locked away.
Thanks, Alex.
Just never stops working, does he?
Always on it. Oh, that's nicely bowled. I've said earlier on that it's probably going to take a drive in order to get an edge that carries. And so Northants are asking, do you fancy driving? Hassan fancied driving it, that it wasn't quite there. And I think he just decelerated the bat sufficiently, because I think if he'd carried through with that, Luke Proctor would have caught him at mid-on. But he just decelerated the bat enough to make sure the ball didn't carry. The thing about opening the baton is you're going to get in the wrong place at times. And the issue there is to recognise that and not make a mistake from that position. Oh, that's a good leave. That's a very good leave. Another good challenging over from Chris Tremaine. They've bowled well, these guys. 12 overs bowled currently, 31 for no wicket. And a lot of the runs have come in boundaries, so they've not been really able to rotate the strike. It's just been when we've gone over length and they've had a drive at it. There are so many gaps around with some catches in that they've gone for 4. And I think from a Northamptonshire perspective, Rory Kleinfeld, as the bowling coach, is probably sitting there thinking, we're doing a good job. This is what we can do. We're doing it well. And Grant Bradburn, from the Glamorgan perspective, is thinking, we're batting well here. We're doing quite well.
Yeah, of
and
course.
both would be right. But you're never in against this fella, against Ben Sanderson, particularly as a left-hander. You're never in, because he can get you out at any point. Oh,
Speaking of which, what a beauty! That's lifted as well, isn't it? That's really risen as that's taken off the pitch.
Well, you watch Billy Root's reaction to this on replay, and he knows he's got a good one there.
Yeah. I think that's the dance of a man who's grateful to still be there, I think.
Oof. Wow. Too good. It was too good, wasn't it? Now it's all about the follow-up, Sando. It's all about the next one.
Yeah, I not to name drop anything, but I did drop Billy a message after the first day. And his response was, I don't think I faced a ball that didn't nib. It was tough, wasn't it? It was a great toss to win for Luke Proctor and Northants, and then even better execution from Ben Sanderson, in particular with those 5 wickets, and Chris Tremaine up top.
Yeah. I mean, there's been so many times in domestic English county cricket when it's played, which is pretty much in the football season, that bowlers have been on top. And that's what that's kind of what you expect, particularly early in the season. That said, not everyone picks up wickets as consistently at such a low average as Ben Sanderson, and at such a miserly economy rate. So he's doing things that other people don't do. And it's really just about his skill, and consistency is better than most others. There's probably 3 seamers in the game at the minute that are in the domestic game at the minute that are at this level. Sanderson, Rushworth and Robinson, I would say, are those 3.
Yeah. Well, Robinson's got a interesting crossroads in his career, isn't he, at the moment? He really needs to get some cricket under his belt, says Ollie Robinson.
Yeah.
Fortunately, he spent as much time off the field as on it. I would imagine England would be pretty keen to have him available for selection particularly through this summer.
Yeah, he's a bit different to what they've got, isn't he? And
Do you think? Sorry, do you think Ben Sanderson, along with probably people like Jamie Porter, have almost been gate-kept out of that potential side just because of the existence of James Anderson?
do you mean in terms of being a similar type?
Yeah.
I think, for what I couldn't say because of James Anderson.
No.
But I think.
No, he's not the one saying no. You can't pick him.
No. But I think there is a kind of an unfair. What's the word I'm looking for here? Discounting, in a way, discounting of the capabilities of the type of bowler that Ben Sanderson is. And, I'll use this expression. I don't like it, but the expression that's often used which is disparaging and it's unkind and it's just not right in any sense. But the expression around the watching public can be of a dibbly-dobbly.
Yeah.
I think Rob Key might have used that recently, actually.
Quite
himself.
possibly, yeah.
And Porter would be another one. And Robinson is taller, but that's all. That's the only difference, really. Yeah. They bowl Robinson, Sanderson, but they're similar types of bowler in terms of their skills and level of execution and stats in terms of success. But one finds his way into the England setup, and rightly so, in Ollie Robinson, and Ben Sanderson would not have been in the conversation. There will be, I think there's a bias against pace, or a bias for pace, which is understandable, but pace on its own is unless it's absolute rockets.
Yes.
Is not that interesting. Just 85 miles an hour rather than 82 with skill. I'm going 82 with skill. I think about if you can do all the things that Ben Sanderson and those type of bowlers can do, and when I say those type of bowlers, I'm talking about a small handful of bowlers as well, a very small handful of bowlers. Okay, 3 or 4 in the game. If you can do that, and you can do that at 87 miles an hour, well, you're going to get international honours, all things being equal. Yeah. But there have been plenty of bowlers who have done that over the history of Test cricket at 82 miles an hour. And in fact, I think of Chaminda Vass, who played a lot of cricket here at Northamptonshire. What a cricketer! What a bowler! And was taken.
Do you know his full name? I don't.
I don't. He's got about 4 names, and each of them is multi-syllable. CPWCJ Vass or something like that. I might have added a few in there. I've got it surrounded. But Chaminda Vass was still playing Test cricket with Sri Lanka, bowling at 75 miles an hour and making people look silly. Such was his skill level. And no one queried, this guy's a dibbly-dobbly.
No, I agree.
So I think people get obsessed with pace. And as I say, if you can do the things that get people out, the higher pace you can do that at, the better. But if you can't, sometimes the higher pace you do it at, the worse, because you've got too much pace. So horses for courses. But Ollie Robinson is in the right bracket. He's done well and not so well, but he has had success at international level. I think he's a very, very fine, skillful bowler. I think he's been hard done by the press as well, actually. He's copped some stick. That is a beautiful cricket shot from Ul Hassan. He's tucked that out into the leg side. They're looking for 3. They're not going to get 3 because it's well retrieved by... Is that Rafi Weatherall?
It is indeed.
Well fielded, Raphael, is the shout from the captain. And it was well fielded, because I thought for all money it was going to be 3. He kept it to 2. Quite quick. Oh, he's crouching. He is crouching. First one I've seen in the innings. He loves a crouch.
Not as much as you do.
It's about time for a wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like it's brewing, doesn't it?
It does. It does feel like it's brewing. The effect of the roller The roller is now 14 overs old, the roller effect, which is plenty of time for it to have now worn off. There was a spell earlier today, this morning, in fact, when the Glamorgan bowlers almost from nowhere, it's like someone had flicked a switch, and the switch was called seam movement, and they flicked that to on. And it wasn't extravagant, but it was consistent. There was consistency in movement where previously there hadn't been any really during the morning session.
Yeah, it was. There was a kind of a boundary ball from Brad Will, wasn't there? That, was almost hooked through mid-wicket, raced away for 4, and that seemed to be kind of a flashpoint that suddenly changed the pitch completely. Brad Will almost, for a spell, was all over Karun Nair.
Yeah.
One edge that, I mean, the wicketkeeper and the first slip, Colin Ingram, were convinced that Karun Nair had nicked, but the umpire wasn't. But anyway, Rafi Weatherall, can he get anything out of the pitch?
Well, I'm sure he can. He's it's very, very early in his career, and I don't, the best thing to do is to keep pressure off him. I don't want to put any pressure on him as well. What I would say is he looks a prospect. He's in the right movie, isn't he, for sure? Having to go down the very slight incline. The wind today is a Sam northeast, I think, which is pretty much blowing straight into Rafi Weatherall as he runs in positively. There's a bit of a thigh pad ball to the left-handed Hassan, who turns it into the leg side. He runs very, very positively to come back for a second. It was always there, but I like the positive intent. That's been the shot of the match, really. Not in terms of that shot being the best shot, but I mean in terms of frequency of shot, the turn off the legs into the leg side.
Yeah,
I reckon that's comfortably winning.
I would very much agree with you. The point that you made when you counted up the maidens yesterday as well, wasn't it? It was like for like.
Yeah.
Which kind of went against the data and the statistics that we were provided by James, maybe the analyst, which are 100% accurate. But you'd suddenly look at those and go, on face value, Northants must have bowled double the amount of maidens. And it just wasn't true, was it?
That's right.
And I said this morning, Mir Hamza bowled amazingly, and yesterday bowled 4 maidens in those. And you think, well, he's only gone at 1 and a bit and over. You think always by mistake going at that few runs and over, you'd bowl at a couple. Brass band still playing.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? There's one of the Glamorgan playing staff, not playing in this game, I suspect, who's doing some fitness work over on the Dan Douthwaite boundary. And he's doing shuttles, basically. He's timing his shuttles. Pretty much what Dan Douthwaite did for 140 overs. Oh, that's nicely bowled by Rafi Weatherall. He's got his line better there. He's been a bit too straight, a bit too middle and leg. This one was more middle and off. It was an attempted leave, and not for the first time today, or in this game, in fact. We've seen an attempted leave still strike the bat as it's being withdrawn.
That was one of the worst ones as well, because we've seen a couple of them that raced away for 4.
Yeah. It's interesting that, because you would imagine, if I was listening to that just on audio commentary, I'd think, the wicket's bouncing. But it isn't. Oh, what's happened? It was a drive ball, good length ball to encourage the drive. Well, Hassan drove it firmly. It hit Rafi Weatherall, I think, on the half volley on his right foot on the follow through, and flew out to the fielder at mid-on, Chris Tremaine. I thought momentarily it had hit him on the full. Hit Weatherall on the full, and therefore could have been a chance, but I think it hit him on the half volley. It was a very bad first touch.
It wasn't the best, was it? I don't
think
Rafi Weatherall is going to be picking up many awards at the Northampton Town award ceremony. We're going to see some spin, though. We are.
We're going to see Saif Sayeb, one of the men of the moment. And I like that. I think it's we've seen quite a lot of spin so far. We've seen a lot of bowling so far in this game. Got a lot of spin, and there's been no sharp spin at all. There's been some deviation off straight, but it's been quite slow. I think I like the idea of save. He can bowl at a pace which is slightly quicker than the average finger spinner, and he can bowl the ball into the pitch a wee bit. So they're not cutters by any means, they're spinners. But this might, one thing that a young spinner has to work out very quickly is what pace they're going to try and bowl at on a wicket. A lot of factors go into that, and I think that's a skill that Save has increasingly developed over his time. When he first started in the professional game, he would bowl quite flat, almost exclusively flat. He's improved his range of abilities. He now gets a little bit more over the ball, meaning his fingers are coming over the top of the ball, so he gets a bit more drop on the ball, a bit more of an arc, a bit more of a loop. He's got a short leg and a slip, a catch in mid-wicket, a man behind square on the leg side, almost 45 degrees, a mid-on and a deep mid-wicket. An extra cover mid-off, and there'll be a bloke on the point boundary if I lean forward, and there he is.
I like this. First chance or first look that we've had of spin with a newer ball, isn't it? 15 overs old is this.
I think it's a great move.
Hopefully there's a bit of extra bounce or turn with a harder ball. I think it's like, obviously when Saif and Rob Keogh play in the same team, Rob Keogh leads that spin bowling department, doesn't he, for Northamptonshire? But that's not to say that Saif, with a change of angle, which he obviously naturally provides being a left armer, potentially doesn't get used as much as maybe what he would like. But also, when you've got so many all-rounders in your team, you're almost blessed with choices, really, for Luke Proctor. Sometimes, when those conditions are so in favour of your seamers, your finger spinners might not even get a look in full stop.
Yeah, quite right. No, I really like this move. It's a very positive move. Oh, wow. You don't want to be nicking that one there. That was a false shot from Ul Hassan. I don't think the ball did heaps. That's driven firmly out to the point boundary for a single. When he first came to the club, he was recommended that we have a look at him by Richard Hudson, who formerly worked in the pathway as a coach here at Northampton, and then moved to Buckinghamshire.
Yeah,
and he's currently managing director of Buckinghamshire Cricket. He's done well. He always seems to be in New Zealand. I don't know if he's on holiday or
worse places to be.
Or I've missed a career move that's happened, but there are worse places to be. So Richard rang me and said, you need to look at this kid, and so we're going to get him up. And it was a Thursday night. Up he came, and I said, so tell me, what do you do? He said, well, I bat bowl, keep wicket. And I said, oh, brilliant, that's fantastic. And I said, what do you think is your worst skill? What's the worst one of those three? And he said, probably bowling, I think. So, okay, I'll start with that, have a bowl. And we had an outdoor net on the old nets just out over, as I look at the groundsman's hut over there. That's where our on-field nets used to be. And he ran up, bowled a slow left arm spinner. The ball went up and down, pitched and turned, and beat the outside edge. And I thought, okay, we might have found a cricketer. If this is the worst thing he does, we might have found a cricketer here. And the rest is history.
Funny how that one moment as well, just because I suppose, obviously, you wouldn't have been a one-ball situation. You've gone, I don't want to see any more of that. But if that ball hadn't have come out quite as well as what it had done, there's so much of a right place, right time involved with professional sport.
Well bowled, well played. That's good. Good line, good length, Rafi Weatherall.
And if that one opportunity that day hadn't been quite successful, might have slipped through the net there.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There were a lot of people interested in Saif. He had played some youth cricket for Middlesex at that point, and I was fully aware from conversations with the family that he was being pursued by a number of other counties. I remember Gloucestershire and one or two others as well. This is good, Rafi Weatherall. His first over was a little bit modest by his own standards. He bowled a couple of balls on the leg stump that was turned away, and he went for 3. As the over went on, his pace increased, his accuracy increased, and now he's loose, and he started the over very well, and I don't get bored with that. Just keep banging away at that area. Nice straight approach. Well bowled again. Billy root forward. It's not a pitch that you can bang it in to try and push a batter back and then get him slow coming forward and try and nick him off that way. You've just got to keep plugging away. And what I hear about this young man is that he's got a very good attitude. He understands that bowling is hard work, and he's willing to put the hard work in. It's not all about the highlights and the unplayable balls.
No, but if you've got them up your sleeve, it certainly makes bowling a little bit more interesting, doesn't it?
I don't know, personally. But yeah, as a watcher,
Well,
yes.
I'd only imagine. I can only imagine. Yeah, I'm guessing at that point.
It's good cricket, this. As a batter in red ball cricket, you play broadly 2 sorts of innings. One to help your team win a game, and one which is helping your team draw a game. And we're in that territory now for these 2 left-handers from Glamorgan. So far, it's early days. They've done that job very well. Wow, that's well timed.
It's just it's a tough little period, isn't it? It was a tough period before tea for Glamorgan. They've come out there, they're 300 plus behind. Obviously, we spoke quite a lot about the weather during the course of this day and wondering when Northampton might pull out, if they did pull out, or if Glamorgan then bowled them out and what they might end up, or all those other kind of scenarios that we discussed during that second innings. But they'll have an eye on the weather as well.
Yes.
And they'll know that there's 20 or so overs left today, and potentially if the weather forecast is right, they might not get back on tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I think that probably puts just a little bit more pressure on this evening to kind of go, well, it could be a really, really important night if we can get through unscathed, or with the loss of 1 or 2 or whatever that might be.
You kind of have to play in this situation without the scoreboard, really.
Yeah.
You know, it's a case of, and it's hard to do that. I think it's very hard. It's easy to say, very hard to, because you have to be positive in your movements. So you have to, I like batters whose first intent is to score, because I think that gets you in better positions to then defend. And your intent is to score, so you're more likely to score if that opportunity is afforded you by the ball that you're facing. And what these 2 can do, they have the benefit of doing here, is just playing. Just playing. But with that in mind, they both look like guys who want to score. First intent to score. Bat on ball is your first intent. But don't bother looking at the scoreboard, because there ain't a lot of good news for you there, to be honest.
No.
So just play.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how they shape up to save, whether they just play what's in front of them here. Something that we've talked about a few times is how that one squirted away off a thick outside edge, no danger. 2 runs out to Ben Sanderson, who picks it up from eventually a wide third man position to not let the spinner settle. I don't see that sort of run down the wicket, him over the top, is a smart move here.
No,
I don't. I think they don't want him to settle. They are going to try to be positive, but risk management, decision making says we'll do that as much as we can, but we're not going to take any risk in so doing.
Yeah, you've got a lot to lose, haven't you, with
You do.
Bartlett and Proctor just lurking at mid-off and mid-on. Plus, with one eye on the scoreboard as well, and the weather forecast, there is a lot to give up if that was the tactic that was employed.
I really like the position of George Bartlett, although I'd like him to actually walk in rather than stand still, as he did there and still is. He's quite close at mid-on, and I quite like that. He's clearly saying, if you want to hit it over my head, have a go. And I like that position. And Proctor, who's at mid-off, Bartlett's at mid-on, Proctor at mid-off, is in a similarly close position.
Yeah.
Very often to the spinner, those 2 fielders are 15 yards deeper. And you see the batter with no problem hit it to them and take the single. So I like the fact they're quite tight there. They can afford to be, because Northampton lead still by 290 runs. But sometimes cricket does weird things. They're in exactly the right place. But there's been no sign of aggression yet.
Not yet, no.
From these two, and just a simple opening of the face. That's too simple. I think that run, we need to do something about that. Whether Safe Save would think he's bowled a stump too wide there to make that single through the offside too easy. I asked that as a question. It was my opinion masked as a question.
Yeah.
So the conversation, this is good. So the vice captain Lewis McManus is having this conversation here with Safe Save about what line, what field, how do we plug that gap? Do you want to plug that gap? I think it'd be nice to keep that insurance man out there. Where does that other fielder come from into that point gap? That's the sort of conversation that's going on between the two of them. Or does he bowl a little bit straighter?
Both options are on the table, aren't they? And I don't necessarily think there's a wrong one.
No.
Rafi Weatherall from the David Capel end. 45 for no loss off 18 overs. 3 slips in place. It's down the leg side and turned around the corner by Billy Root. George Bartlett's going to cut that one off and make sure it's only one. So Zainul Hassan will be on strike for the next delivery. Encouragement out there from Lewis McManus. Luke Proctor and Safe Save in conversation now, talking about what options or what plans they might have. Nice looking shot by Zainul Hassan, just driven down to mid-off and tidied up by the captain. Yeah, it's not really misbehaved much, is it, at all? Safe Save's not got turn, per se. Haven't seen too many deviate off the straight as yet.
No, I credit where it's due. Credit to the captain and whoever else was involved in the move to give Safe Save the ball before 20 overs had been bowled. The conventional thinking would be, let's get our seamers on and perhaps give James Sales a go this end, for example, or Luke Proctor himself. But in this game so far, there's been no, understandably, the spinners have not bowled with anything like a hard ball. So let's have a look at it. And I think that's good thinking. That's out.
It's a big swing, and it's given Zainul Hassan a lapse in concentration. He's invited into the drive, and Rafi Weatherall picks up his 4th wicket in first-class cricket. Probably one of the more unspectacular ones that he's got so far. But the breakthrough for Northamptonshire, Zainul Hassan has, chased a wide one, I think is the technical term there, and Glamorgan are 46 for 1.
Yeah, we've said a few times, haven't we, Dan, that it would require a drive ball probably to get the edge rather than straightforward movement beating a defensive shot. And so it's proven he tried to hit that too hard, I think. He has timed the ball. He's only got 16, but he's timed the ball very nicely. And as I've said numerous times, part of batting professionally is decision making. And that was the wrong decision of big acceleration. It was a big booming drive. The ball was in the right area. He's plugged away nicely. He's only in his 3rd over, but he's grouped them nicely. Another question was asked there. Do you want to fancy driving that? He did. He went after it, got a thin edge, and it carried through nicely to Lewis McManus. So Rafi Weatherall, golden arm. Yeah,
Fantastic. He certainly makes things happen, or he's starting to build a bit of a name for it that he does here at Wantage Road. There's Rafi Weatherall. Waffy Weatherall.
That's easy for you to say.
It really wasn't. Oh, no. Anyway, breakthrough for Northamptonshire, and out walks the Glamorgan skipper, Sam Northeast.
Just see the replay. I don't know if we can pick up on the angle any movement off the seam. Difficult to know. But the important thing is it caught the edge. And I think he just lost his shape a wee bit. You can see after he's tried to hit the ball, he then puts his back down to almost stop himself overbalancing. He just went far too hard at that ball, really. And that's probably contributed as much as anything else, the reason why he nicked it, rather than got a 1/3 of a bat on it and it running away for 4 through the gully area. But that's great. Sam Northeast is a man who has been in form this year. And Rafi Weatherall will very much enjoy bowling at this guy and trying to get him out.
Yeah, 335 at Lords in the opening round of the county championship. Only 13 on Friday. So he got picked up by Ben Sanderson, caught by Ricardo Vasconcelos in the cordon. Tough going, wasn't it? He batted half an hour for those 13.
Challenging cricket.
Oh, and Rafi Weatherall starts with a Yorker just to make sure that Sam Northeast is switched on as he's walked out to the crease. He's played this game before. He's been there.
I like that.
It's a really aggressive tactic by Weatherall.
Brilliant tactic. I mean, you introduced this concept, the conversation.
Yeah.
You invented the Yorker, didn't you?
I did, yeah. Probably by mistake, but oh, that's a good idea.
Certainly, you've.
Oh, it's not far away from Vasconcelos. It's gone down, and Northeast is going to get himself off the mark with a 4 down to deep third.
Yeah, a great opening ball from Rafi Weatherall. Not a bad second ball. It was an error by the Glamorgan captain. It got a thickish edge and ran along the floor to where fourth slip would have been run away. There's no third man, so it's gone for 4. But what a nice over that was from Rafi Weatherall. Wickets are hard earned, and he is a man who can get people out. You know, this is the message that I've been asking about him, trying to catch up really on what's he got, what hasn't he got, what sort of bowler is he, what sort of character is he. Very positive answers to all of those things, including, crucially, he can get people out. And it's not a bad attribute to have as a bowler.
Not at all. Not at all. One that plenty of people would be queuing up to ask for.
Yeah, that's just too easy. That's just too easy. We need to do something about that, although not right now because we've now got a right-hander on strike. That we need to do something about is that easy single square of the wicket on the offside.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's a very valid point. I'm not quite sure. Do one of the boundary riders come in to cover that gap off? I mean, Northamptonshire have got runs to play with at the moment, haven't they? They still lead by 284.
Yeah, I'll think about. I don't know quite where he comes from. I don't want to lose my man on the offside boundary.
Turned around the corner into Vasconcelos. That last boundary at the end of the last over did bring up the 50 for Glamorgan as well.
That's nicely bowled. Anything on the socials, Dan, from our contributors on the live stream?
Not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. A few Glamorgan fans, I think, just commenting on the previous wicket to fall.
What were they saying? It wasn't complimentary.
No. Safe Zabe continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So we get close to completing the 20th over. It's gone for 8 so far. It's played into the leg side. Dot ball to finish. Just 1 run from it. 20 overs done. 51 for 1.
Yeah, so far, I think a very good experiment, very good decision to give Safe Zabe the hard ball, see if that can spin, and to give a different look. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 8. I don't think he's got a lot of purchase so far. Doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do. I'd give him another one.
Yeah,
perhaps another 2, even, but certainly another 1. I might ask him to just vary his pace a little bit, and see what that brings, if anything. There's a signal from Lewis McManus to the balcony. I think that might be the end of Safe Zabe. I don't know if that signal has come and take the helmets off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't clock it. I must admit, I didn't clock it. Weatherall is going to continue from the David Capel end.
And he's coming around the wicket for the first time in this spell.
Yeah, 3 slips in place. Billy Root on 31. And that is driven nicely wide of safe save. And that's going to be 4 through the covers. So he's going to move to 35. If it is the end of safe save spell, Sanderson's getting loose. I can see him just round the corner here having a stretch of his back. I think he comes back in from the Lynn Wilson centre ends.
Why not?
You'd rather go Sanderson than the captain Proctor, or we didn't see James Sales bowl in the first innings at all, did we?
No, we didn't. He bowled lightly in the Middlesex game as well, which probably tells us something about his fitness to bowl at this point in time. Yeah, I mean, we've got 20 overs to go in the day. 19, sorry, after this one. Sanderson from this end. Yeah, I think that's a good move.
Yeah. Predominantly operates from the David Capel end, doesn't he? But bit of extra bounce maybe coming this way up the very, very marginal hill. If you put a spirit level down on the square, you'd get your bubbles would move marginally, wouldn't they? But they would move.
There's not. You could play snooker on it, I think.
I couldn't.
Nicely bowled. It's hard game snooker, isn't it?
It's a long old walk in there as well.
It's a big table.
It is. Knocking a few balls around the table.
One and run is my tactic.
Is it a tactic or is it your ability?
It's typically for me, it's a tactic based on my ability. Yeah.
Defended off the back foot by Northeast into George Bartlett in the covers. Lovely day now in Northampton. Temperature-wise, maybe not so much, but the sky is blue and the sun is out.
The field to green.
They are. Well, this one is. There's a few spectators still in the ground, a couple in the shade of the football stand, or more likely out of the wind.
Get it up there a little bit fuller, Rafi, as you did before. Bit
of deja vu cricket there as Northeast plays that one into the covers. We one left in Wetherall's over. There's still a few people in the ground, isn't there? The coffee van's still open, which I think by this time yesterday it was firmly shut up, because I think it was glaring back across the outfield into your eyes, wasn't it?
That was. Lovely vegetable quiche there.
Is that twice you've had that this season, I think?
It is, yeah. I think it's my go-to.
Big drive. Beats Bartlett this time. And that is going to be 4 up towards the ComSafe stand. So one of those full row boundary balls off the last ball of the over. And Glamorgan moved to 60.
You don't mean sort of as I used to bowl, although that might well be true. You meant as I particularly like to comment on. Yeah, it was, as he let it go, I thought it looked like a long delivery rather than a ball that was bowled hard into that area. It looked like a missed length ball. But it was a drive ball, and as I've said probably numerous times now, the drive balls are the dangerous balls. Oftentimes, let alone on this pitch right now, but frequently as a seam bowler, the ball that gets driven for 4 is very similar to the one that gets the snick.
Yeah, we get things right sometimes here on this stream, don't we?
It happens.
Save Zabe out, as spotted by Phil Rowe. Sanderson in, as spotted by me. Teamwork, that is. That's a batting partnership.
Well batting.
Bowling in pairs or whatever other things you might say. 3 slips in place for Sanderson. Change of ends, and that's cut away and really well fielded there by Save Zabe at point. Covered a decent bit of ground there, didn't he, to get that one?
He did, yeah. He moved very well. That was an interesting little conversation. I'm trying to read the body language between. Initially, it was between Sanderson and Tremaine. It was about the way he released the ball and what happened to it. That's my cup of tea. That sort of conversation, the fine detail of how a cricket ball responds. God, it's good being me.
Third slip has moved to a gully now. Vasconcelos has gone to gully. Very close. And that's cut away powerfully down towards Save Zabe, who's moved out to the boundary just in front of the signal box. might be my favourite part of the ground, the signal box, you know?
You like that?
Yeah, I really do. It's quirky.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan. It's got no right to be there.
No, it's an interesting one. There was a lad from Yorkshire that was on the staff when I was playing in the academy team and trying to play the odd second team game. I think his name was Chris Pickles. It was Chris Pickles.
Good name.
Came down from Yorkshire on trial, got 100 against Nottinghamshire in a trial game, and then got signed very quickly, which was unusual. I think on the basis that everyone at the club at the time thought that Notts were going to sign him.
Right, okay. So it was we'll sign you before anybody else does.
Yeah, I actually think that wasn't true. But somehow that was the message that the club received, I think, from Chris Pickles. And so he played here briefly. I'll tell you the story about him and the signal box.
Ben Sanderson on the mark. 2 left in the over.
Yeah, there was a local lad, Duncan Wild, was on the staff as well, and I played a lot of club cricket with Duncan, and he still lives locally. So local. His dad played for Northampton as well in the 60s, John Wild, and Duncan Wild, practical joker, very funny man, convinced Chris Pickles that the signal box was because there was a model railway here, and Pickles got very excited about this. Oh, that's great, that model railway. Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah. On the circle, was it? Yeah, and it used to happen during games, and the players would sometimes get on it, and fans, and it was a big attraction. Says Duncan. What fascinating that, yeah. So the secretary, who would now be called the managing director, was then called the secretary, was a guy called Ken Turner, and the Turner stand is named after Ken Turner, such was his impact on Northampton cricket, and he did not tolerate fools gladly.
Oh dear.
A point that wasn't lost on Duncan. So Duncan suggested to Chris Pickles that he go and ask Ken Turner to see the photos of the model railway, which he did. I can't tell you what Ken Turner said to him, but Chris Pickles was never the same man again.
Oh no. Oh, he's been done like a kipper there, hasn't he?
Yeah, and there's a follow-up as well.
Oh, no.
Because, Duncan Wild was a very funny man, and when he's got an audience,
right,
he subsequently suggested to Chris Pickles that he could make amends, because Ken Turner liked lads who really loved the game of cricket. And in all second team games at that time, I played here, and second team game, and said, Chris, why don't you go and ask the sec? Ken Turner, go and ask the sec in his office what the score in the test match is. He'll have it on a little telly in there. He'll love that. You can get some ground back. Because
I'll tell you what, who needs enemies when you've got mates like this?
He thinks you're an idiot, but you go and have a chat with him about the test match, and thanks, mate. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thanks a lot. There wasn't a test match on at the time.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Do your research. Do your research, surely.
Lovely. Come on, Rafi.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Good. That's good.
Northeast up to the task though. The signal box kind of model train thing. The signal box has got no right to be there, and do you know it's one of those things that you could go, yeah, all right. I think the second that midway through the game you're opening batters and going around on the 733 or whatever from Wantage Road, you go
just slightly left of that, just slightly left. Is the score? You can see it. It's there. You go. Oh, Northamptonshire supporters. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's get back to the cricket because it's worth watching. That's a nice drive.
Driven through the covers. It's going to be another 4. It's going to beat the pursuing Northants fielders. But I mean, the fact that you're a proper cricketer and you don't know the test match is or isn't on, I don't like that at all. I'm not a fan of that. That's poor. It's poor form.
He subsequently turned himself into, so he's a batter. Floodlights going on.
Yeah,
they are. Turned himself into a bowling all-rounder, and I think he did break onto the Yorkshire staff subsequently from memory for a short while. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Yeah, straighter this time, and Northeast just leans into that, doesn't he? Through mid-wicket. Proctor, I think, is going to get there, and he does. He's quick across the grass, isn't he, Luke Proctor? And he saves his team a single as Northeast completes the 3.
He's already moved on to 16, Sam Northeast. That was a lovely bit of cricket, wasn't it? You can see from the way he's shaping up that he's looking to dominate the area of the danger area, the area the bowler wants to land it in, about 5-6 metres short of off stump. He's looking to come into that space. The previous ball was sort of 4th stump and was driven for 4 through extra cover. And this next one, the subsequently ball was a bit straight and over correction from Rafi Weatherall. And Sam Northeast just leaned forward, closed the face of the bat on contact, timed it beautifully up to wide mid-on for 3.
Yeah, Glamorgan going just over 3 and over. Billy Root 37 off 54, and Northeast, as you pointed out, 16 off 17. So this partnership is built quickly, 23 off 24. Billy Root's look organised so far. It's down the leg side from Rafi Weatherall. That's turned around the corner to safe save. One of the most popular shots played during the course of this match so far. I think Luke Proctor might be considering himself for a bowl from the David Capeland. I've just seen him loosening the shoulders.
I should have done this. I haven't followed closely the speed gun with Rafi, but in this spell. But he looks like he's bowled a bit too paced. Whether he's bustled in, hasn't he? He's really attacked the crease. Whether he's just blown himself out a wee bit, I'm not sure. It's a nice shot. It's going to go away for 4 as well, I think. Or it might be caught. Oh, it is caught actually comfortably by George Bartlett. Or a combination of him and James Sales. Keep it down to 2. But Northeast, who does like to field bat on ball, is scoring all around the ground at the moment. The pitch is very, very flat, as we've said before. And in that over, Rafi Weatherall not able to really be as consistent as he needs to be. You know, if the ball is going to deviate, if you are going to get seam movement, you got to do it from the right place. And the way that you do that is to maximise the amount of balls you get in that place. Didn't quite do that there. It's been a tad expensive, 5 overs, 1 for 29, but he'd have taken that.
Yeah, he broke the opening pair, didn't he?
He certainly did.
Did the job for the captain, what he would have been asked to have done. Picked up that wicket.
But he's a young, totally forgiven.
Yeah.
Because he's a young man learning his trade. Oof.
It's breezy, isn't it?
It does.
Cutaway square by Billy Root. Quite happy to get off strike and get down the other ends. Hand it over to Northeast. I suppose it's clearly Rafi Weatherall is going to be a really just a fit young lad, isn't he? But I think there's a difference between, I guess, bowling fitness and being able to come back for a second spell in a second innings and to keep that intensity up and the pace up. It's going to take time, isn't it, to build those reserves, I suppose, would be the right way to describe it.
100%. I mean, what you don't want to look out there and see, and I mean, this might sound a bit strange, but what you don't want to look out there and see is that the 19-year-old Rafi Weatherall is the best he's going to be.
Yes. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You want to look out there and say he's 19, he is going to get better. And I believe he will get better. I think he's very good at the moment. He will get better. I haven't got any empirical evidence for this. There might be some available. I think seam bowlers really at their peak, sort of 26, 27, 28, around that kind of age, probably more 27, 28, to be honest. When they've really learned their craft and they've built that physical resilience and robustness, they come through the peak they can still get injured at any point, but come through the peak injury period of kind of late teens, early 20s, when the volume goes through a still developing system. They grow stronger foundations in the legs and glutes, and they work out actually that it's top of off. They all want different theories, but they work that out. It's about there. That's where it is. It's about there.
Yeah, and I mean, for Rafi Weatherall at the moment, if you're going to have anybody to learn from, Ben Sanderson in the team and Chris Tremaine as well, they're Two pretty good blokes to have a chat with after play, similar to what we spoke about earlier. Chew the ear off of those that have been there and done it, see what you can learn. Luke Proctor himself. And I'd be really surprised if Rafi Weatherall was not asking questions to pretty much everybody who will listen at the moment.
Yeah.
Rory Kleinfeld, of course.
There's no better man. Beautifully bowled again. Yeah, it's great to see Rory back in the steel back setup. An enormously popular character in his time with Northants. It's really difficult to overstate the impact that guy had on the changing room. He's just a good man, you know, incredibly skillful bowler. Wanted to run in time and time again, would do so. The flatter the wicket, the more he enjoyed getting people out, because it meant that he'd been more skillful than anyone else in the game. Could bat, certainly. Lovely hands, and enjoyed his batting. Could change a game. You know, if Rory climb up bats for an hour, the game is a different place to it was an hour ago. So on and off the field, just a really good guy. He would also have little conversations here and there that no one would see, just the odd word here and there, just to remind people of what had been agreed, maybe as a team value or whatever it might be. Just a real role model in that respect for our dressing room at that stage. And then when there was a night out, great fun. You know, David Ripley used to talk about pink tickets, which was, you know, this is an opportunity to enjoy yourself. We haven't got a game for 3 or 4 days. It's a pink ticket.
Yeah.
And a good man on a pink ticket night, Rory. Great fun. It's great to have him back.
Yeah, of course. Change of ends for Save. He's going to replace Rafi Weatherall from the David Capel end. It's like someone down by the ice cream van's been painting all day. I don't know whether Ben could pick that up on the camera, but they're just in conversation with the coaches. They're just about to walk off. Look.
Oh, yeah.
2 rather large canvases there.
Yeah.
And that certainly looks like a cricket field. And from this distance, it looks like a really good painting of a cricket field as well.
It does. So no, it's a competitor for Jack Russell.
He is, well, I was going to say made a name for himself, but he already had a name, didn't he?
All well fielded.
Yeah, brilliantly fielded by Rafi Weatherall.
That's
out
great.
of the spell.
I love that bit of fielding. That's a little clap from me. That was fantastic. That's not an easy ball to field. That hits so hard, getting to him on the second bounce low. Well fielded, young man. He's got his long barrier out there.
Well, you know what? I like that.
The long barrier?
No, the art.
Oh.
The art. I'll share with you in a moment.
Oh, no, it wasn't an all, but there was a little bit of turn there.
It's an ooh and an R, isn't there? So the artist in question is Andy Brown. At Andy B is an artist on.
It's not the guy who used to be the Derbyshire assistant coach, is it?
Unlikely. He's painted all 30 Major League Baseball ballparks live.
Wow.
Not. But anyway, there's the Wantage Road.
Oh yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
It's very good.
Yeah, I enjoy it. That's lovely.
Oh, Billy Root's out. I think he's chopped on. Save, gets the big one. Billy Root goes. He's looked good for 41. Just chopped one on. Glamorgan a 75 for 2. I think he's gutted, didn't he, as he walks off. But the change of bowling worked.
Yeah, he has dragged it on. The previous ball turned and everyone went ooh and ah. And it was a bit of a nothing thing, really. It did turn. And that ball turned from very full. It turned enough to get the inside bottom corner of the bat and dragged it onto the stumps. That's very, very well bowled. Well done, young man.
Out of one of the footholes.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant bit of bowling. Brilliant bit of painting. That is a stunning picture of Wantage Road. Not quite sure where it's going to end up, but Andy Brown, the artist, is just sat at the end of the football stand at the moment, enjoying the rest of the cricket.
That is brilliant. And that is brilliant, as I point out to the middle. Let's have another look at this. I'm saying inside edge. If it's not an inside edge, it is absolutely ragged, and I Oh, I don't know, you know.
Well, producer George has just messaged to say, I don't think he got bat on that.
Yeah, well, like that's George. That's kind of what I'm thinking too. Yeah, I think it turned back through the gate. Yeah, I think you're right. Because it turned so much, I thought it had to have had some assistance from the bat, but no. Credit to save. Right, it's a classic dismissal for the finger spinner. Pitch and turn back through the gate. That turned considerably.
Well, it did from so full as well.
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
it would
yeah.
have to have turned considerably for that full.
Yeah, and that is the benefit of him bowling with the harder ball.
Yeah.
That it will turn sharply. If it does turn, it will turn more sharply. You know, normally in this situation, that's safe doesn't get the ball in his hand until the ball is twice as old as it is.
Mm-hmm.
So we said earlier when he bowled from this end, great idea. And and they've backed it up. He did come off from this end. I thought he could have had some more overs. They just wanted to change things around. He's gone to the other end, perhaps some more rough outside the left-handers off stump, and he's exploited that.
Yeah, well, the new man is Kieran Carlson. He was cleaned up on day one by, well, one of the balls of the round, I suspect, from Rafi Weatherall. 76 for 2, the score, and here is the replay of that wicket, the wicket of Billy Root for 41.
What a beauty. Oh, do you know that? Wow. I mean, if we could see, I don't know if we've got time to see that one more time, but if you look at the flight of the ball, it goes up and down. Thank you. That's great work. Thanks. This ball goes up and down, which says it's got a lot of, watch the ball fly. It goes up and then drops. You see the drop on that?
Yeah.
And that tells you how many revs are on the ball. That tells you how hard he's worked, safe say, because he used to come around the ball and it wouldn't have that drop.
Yeah, okay.
That ball dropped, as you saw there on slow motion. Great work from the team. And that tells you the ball is loaded. And when it hits the wicket, it fizzes off. I'm excited about that. Lovely work, safe save. And lovely work, Luke Proctor, as well.
Absolutely. Well, Luke Proctor himself was warming up, wasn't he, for a little while. I thought Proctor was going to replace Weatherall from the David Capel end, but Skipper obviously had other ideas. And so far, the David Capel end's providing the bit of luck or the opportunity. The Dewey United. If you're not aware, Coventry equalised in the 94th minute. 3-3 from 3-0 down in the FA Cup semi-final at Wembley. I don't know the game from there. Been getting updates as the.
What does it mean? What does that mean?
I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe do it in the. What are we looking for? How many overs have we got left? 14. Oh, it's edged. It's gone.
Got him.
He's held on to it. Sando gets the wicket, and Emilio Gay on the second grab picks up the wicket of the captain, Sam Northeast. And just like that, bang, bang, Glamorgan are 3 down.
That's bounce, doesn't it?
Yeah.
A bit of extra bounce. A little bit of extra bounce and a bit of a firm-footed push, it has to be said, from Sam Northeast. And it went very quickly to Emilio Gay, who juggled it. Because they're close there, right? So you're going to get those drops sometimes. You have to accept it. He didn't drop it. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind not to snatch at the rebound. He caught the rebound as he's falling backwards. Yeah, Sam Northeast will be unhappy. He's pushed hard at that ball. But nonetheless, a very good bit of bowling by Ben Sanderson. Got a little bit more bounce. As we said, there has been a little bit more bounce on offer from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end. Sanderson exploits that and well snapped at, I think, second slip from Emilio Gay. So, yeah, absolutely bang, bang, and a very different complexion on the scoreboard. There'll be a few in the Glamorgan changing room, certainly a few supporters, as I'm about to do, reaching for an electronic device just to check on the weather forecast for tomorrow to see if it has changed. I suspect it probably hasn't. But they're in a precarious position now. They're 3 down, 260 runs behind. And Northampton absolutely a great, strong position in this match.
Yeah, we could see by the reaction of the Northampton players how much that wicket meant to them. Colin Ingram is the new man at the crease. They've got 2 batters now on 0. Colin Ingram did bat very well on the first day for 82 in a partnership with Chris Cook, one that really stabilised that innings for Glamorgan and took it forward. Really, it wasn't a stabilisation in the end, was it? He made 82 off 125 balls and looked good for it, but he's got 2 slips in the gully, and Sanderson. Oh, and Emilio Gay's dropped this one.
No, it's Karun Nair.
It's Karun Nair. I'm sorry, Emilio. He's had a couple of goes at it. As you said, they're so close. Sanderson's just run it across Colin Ingram, who's poked at it. Genuine edge. I think he's dropped it 3 times there. Rowie at first slip. Go again, Benny, Chris Tremaine.
It looks like a bad drop, that. There are reasons why that ball was dropped, and we'll come on to that in a sec. It's gone past him again. They are incredibly close so the slip corner is incredibly close, which obviously means that the ball gets to you far quicker than it might normally do, and you have to have very quick reaction. So if we watch that again, the catch that Emilio Gay took, he juggled it. What Emilio Gay did very well was he had the presence one not to snatch at the rebound, and Karun Nair sort of panicked a little bit and snatched at the rebound. The skill there, which we'll come back to, Sanderson finishes this over. The skill there, if you do, in that position, if you do try and catch it and the ball just pops up in front of you, the skill is to just go soft and just let the ball fall into your hands, but you don't. You think it's going at a rate of knots, and you snatch at it, and he kind of knocked it to the floor himself. And it was unfortunate. It was a great bit of bowling. First ball to Colin Ingram.
Yeah, it was knee height, wasn't it? And
there's the snatch. Yeah,
Emilio is quite narrow there at second slip. I don't know whether might have got in the eye line of Karun, but I mean, it's nice to see Karun Nair's come straight out of second slip, and he's the first person over to Sanderson just to apologise and sorry, mate. I'm sure he said, I'll catch the next one for you. Safe save to continue from David Capel and Emilio Gay at first slip. Vasconcelos at short leg. Shorter ball, cut away, and Sanderson doesn't get any rest at the moment as he cuts that one off for a couple. Kieran Carlson off the mark.
And Nair took an amazing catch in the first innings.
He did, didn't he? And he made a double 100. So he's
he's in credit. Yeah. But that would have been bang, 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 wouldn't it?
It would.
Oh, wow.
Safe save. Use the extra one, safe. But that would have really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons, wouldn't it? If the cat wasn't firmly amongst them anyway. Just seems like this pitch has just come to life a little bit.
It's done it in spells, hasn't it? It's almost like someone's flicked the switch again for a bit of movement.
Safe save, certainly getting a bit of turn, a bit of purchase out of this one. Nice to see John Sadler, Rory and Greg
Smith
doing a lap and just giving Rafi a pat on the back. The Northampton coaching staff.
Just the 13.2 overs remaining tonight. If that was 4, no, I mean, we're going to need more than 13.2 overs to bowl them out.
Yes.
But if it was 4 down and we just got another one, then, oh no, it's not happening.
You never know.
You never know.
You never know. Maybe the lights came on. Maybe that just offered a little bit extra on the surface. It's shorter, and Carson tries to play that off the back foot through the covers, but Chris Tremaine is back in there at short cover.
I'm not sure about over the wicket, I have to say. The ball that got Billy Root out was over the wicket, but clearly Billy Root's a left-hander, and the ball was landed in a foothold and turned through the gate as he was pushing. And that same ball to Kieran Carlson doesn't get him out.
No, certainly not on that line, does it?
No.
End of the over. 2 runs and a no ball off it. 79 for 3 off 27. Yeah, there's 13 left in the day. There are the Northampton coaching staff having their Sunday evening stroll around Wantage Road.
Tell me about Coventry and Man United. Then. So it's the FA Cup semi-final.
Mm.
Didn't even know that was going on. Amazingly. Let's have a look. FA Cup, and the score is 3-3. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused by the reference from, I think it was Luke Proctor, wasn't it, that made the comment, because I don't think Northamptonshire have ever been 3-0 down in this game. But anyway, United were 3-0 up inside 58 minutes. Coventry 71-79 to make it 3-2. And then a 90+5 penalty at Wembley to make it 3-3, take it to extra time. Maybe Proc was just insinuating that this game's not over yet.
Yeah, let's say that.
Let's take this right the way to the end. Let's do a Coventry.
Although he said let's do a United.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Yeah. Well, don't do that. Oh, that's fine.
Oh,
that's
it's a penalty. 4. It's a penalty.
That's a gift, isn't it? Where would you like to get off the mark, Colin? There, please.
Yeah,
thank you.
Off the hip.
Got that fine, isn't he?
Yeah.
Possibly maybe not as fine as what he would have liked, but wide enough to not interest keeper Lewis McManus.
It's been an exciting last half an hour or so, isn't it? Things are happening. Northampton will want them to continue to happen for the next 12.4 overs. It's even that ball there. That ball's gone through. I think the lights are a factor. I'd have to think that. The cloud cover is kind of coming and going a wee bit during the spell earlier in the day when we felt there was an hour or so of more seam movement than there had been. It wasn't exaggerated by any means. It was modest, but it was there. It was cloud cover. It's not quite as cloudy now. It's a bit bright actually, but the floodlights are on. Oh,
it's gone past Ingram. Just draws him into the shot again. Blimey, how many overs can Ben Sanderson bowl here? This is his 4th. Can he bowl 9, 10? Can he just keep going? Can he bowl them all?
Well, he could, yeah.
He's bowled a lot.
He could do.
14 for 2 off the last 5 overs in this game.
How many balls has Colin Ingram faced?
6.
6. I reckon he's hit 1. Well, he clearly hit more than 1 because one was dropped it and he's hit a boundary. You know what I mean? He's played one from somewhere near where he was intending to. That's not to be critical of Colin Ingram, by the way. For any Glamorgan fans listening, that's to tell you, actually, this is a very difficult spell. Ben Sanderson's got his tail up. He's got 1 in this spell. Should have had another one. And wants Ingram in this spell. Oh, another edge. It looks like a different game, doesn't it, suddenly?
It does, yeah. 5 overs ago, that 1 wicket that Zabe picked up that went through the gate of Billy Root seems to have completely changed the complex of the game. Almost looks like we're playing on a different cricket wicket than what we were for the first 23 overs or so in this game. And
it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Northampton are up and about.
Yeah. It's great to see. It's great to see. The ball has suddenly started offering seam movement and a bit more bounce and some turn that it hadn't done for the first sort of 23 overs of its life. He's staying over the wicket now, Save. And I'll say this one more time. I don't like it. Get back.
Not a fan.
Get back around the wicket.
Rowie says. Yeah, I assume he's bowling here to Vasconcelos, isn't he? He's trying to get that turn round the corner into short leg.
Yeah.
I think it'd be an almighty leading edge if that goes through to Emilio Gay at first slip from that angle.
I mean, I'd caveat what I'm about to say by saying I don't know what the thinking is. I'm not privy to it. Clearly, I'm miles away up here. It looks to me, without the benefit of the input that's been given by some very experienced, talented people, that it's a bit all eggs in one basket. This, and we don't need to do that. I think from where he's bowling, he can't get LBW, probably can't get bowled, so he's taking two really key methods of dismissal out of his armoury, and this is a good matchup to the left-hander.
Ingram prepared to defend him off the back foot at the moment.
He loves a slog sweep, Karun Nair. I've struggled to say that again, haven't I?
You have. I mean, play that shot at your peril at the moment.
Oh, look, mid-wicket's just edged back. I'll catch out the corner of my eye.
11 overs to go in the day. I'm not sure that's what the doctor will order.
No, but it's just, I mean, I only mention it because I know it's a shot that he plays particularly well. There was nobody out as well. But as that over the three balls that he faced, as they progressed, I don't know who it was at mid-wicket, was just edging backwards and backwards and backwards, kind of imperceptibly. There's conversation between the two umpires, which is not really moving the game forward much.
No, I'm not sure what this... I think you made a point yesterday about frogs and frying pans, didn't you? But it's hard for us to sit here and suddenly notice that the light goes, but clearly that wasn't what the conversation was about anyway. 11 overs left in the day's play, assuming we get them all. I wouldn't have said the floodlights are taking that much effect right now. There's not huge shadows being cast across the outfield from the players, which I think there were yesterday, weren't there? It was quite noticeable at points with shadows going off in different directions. But Sanderson into bowl. That is left alone by Colin Ingram.
That wobbled on McManus. You see him ringing his right hand. It hasn't gone in nicely, that one. It wobbled on him. It's hit him in the wrong part of the hand, and it's hurt a little bit. And a little wander around just to get the adrenaline down.
Yeah, just steady the heart rate. 85 for 3 off 29 overs.
Nicely bowled.
Ingram up to task, defends that back to Luke Proctor.
It's been good, this. Good cricketing from Northants. Well cricketing. It's been good stuff.
It's been excellent. They've been superb, haven't they? They've been good for 29 overs, but the last half an hour has been something quite special. Certainly asked a lot of questions for Glamorgan that possibly Glamorgan didn't think they were going to be asked on a pitch that they've bowled. What did they bowl? 135 overs on it?
145.
145 overs. Didn't really get much assistance at all. That's an absolute jaffer again from Ben Sanderson. You can't believe it.
He's bowling an invisible ball. When Colin Ingram played very, very well in the first innings, in international cricket, he's a fine player. The fact that he's being made to look like a chump is not not critical of him.
Don't hold back here, Rory.
Well, I mean, he's not. He can't hit it, can he?
No.
He literally can't hit the ball. That's credit to Ben Sanderson. I've said more than once how good he is against left-handers.
Yeah,
and this is why. This is a demonstration of that. And Ingram's experience, he'll know he's being done here.
Yeah, of course. He played that time into the offside. That's part of the battle, isn't it? I guess not to give the indication that you've been done, so to speak, and also find a way to stay there.
It's letting that go, isn't it? It's saying, okay, I've played a miss there. Right, next ball.
Yeah.
Rather than I've played a miss, I'm in terrible form. He's got my number. He bowls well at left-handers. He's a very good bowler, etc., etc. It's, I can't miss that one. Next ball. I remember Justin Langer was asked about mental toughness. And he said, well, what do you mean, mental toughness? And they said, well, in the game, you're renowned for your mental toughness, your mental strength. And he said, I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about the ability to watch the next ball, I've gone pretty good at that. That is my living. That is what I do, and I'm pretty good at doing that.
Yeah.
I don't really think about anything else. And And there's a lot to be said for that. Don't worry about the one that's gone. Worry about the next one. The ability to switch off and focus.
So what you're saying is, if you're the type of person that maybe forgets whether they did or didn't leave the iron on or shut the back bedroom window or something, then professional cricket could be the sport for you.
Absolutely. But it's that ability to focus, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't concentrate fully for a long innings. You have to be able to turn the dial down, turn it back up again. And that ability to do that, as well as forget the scoreboard, forget reputation, forget pressure, forget that you've played and missed a dozen times, just focus on the next ball.
Yeah, it sounds incredibly simple what I'm about to say. And for a bloke that averaged about 20 in club cricket last year, when you say it like that, it's quite simple, isn't it?
It's simply
You've
said.
got one job.
It's simply said.
Yeah.
Some people are naturally good at it. They're just naturally good at it. I think Alistair Cook would be one of those.
Yeah.
Naturally good at watching the next ball. Justin Langer doesn't understand mental strength, understands focusing on the next ball. Others have to work at it.
Change of angle for safe save, which will please my co-commentator, brings a few more modes of dismissal into play. First slip is still there. Emilio Gay and Vasconcelos under the lid at short leg. Got Chris Tremaine at short cover, or a catching cover, so to speak, not necessarily short cover. It's turned around the corner by Kieran Carlson, moves to 3. And Rafi Weatherall does the fielding. Glamorgan quite happy not to push it. Left-hander on strike, which will please Northamptonshire and safe Zabe, following that wicket of Billy Root as well. Vasconcelos has just gone in front of square this time. Played off the back foot. No run available.
James Sales at extra cover raced to his right as he saw Ingram shaping up, thinking that he was going to have to field there, and actually beat him on his left. So he's thinking, oh, why do I do that? I've misread that. It's quite slow, Sales out there, quite slow. So it's more likely to go straighter on that shot on the back foot. But I like his eagerness,
Enthusiasm.
yeah, intent and focus. It's good stuff.
Enjoy being out there. Oh, there's an appeal for caught a short leg. Umpire Redfern says no. It must have gone straight down into the floor. Maybe an inquiry whether it came off the boot.
That would be the question, wouldn't it?
Good catch by Vasconcelos. Well watched.
It was a good catch. Yeah, well said. It was a good catch.
Width offered and inside edge onto pad by Ingram this time.
There's a patch there, isn't there? There is a patch there. And Colin Ingram is doing some gardening there, and he's looked at the patch, and the ball that did for Billy Root came off a very similar area to that. Turned really sharply through the gate. Initially, it turned so sharply, I thought it must have been assisted with an inside edge. But, but it clearly, on replay, it did turn back through the gate beautifully, and cleaned up Billy Root. And so this is a good matchup when safe saves on over the wicket.
Yeah.
And you can see Colin Ingram there. I got that right that time. Looking quizzically at that area. Someone has dug a bit of a trench there, which safe save will be grateful for. There's going to be a change at the Lynn Wilson end. There are 9 overs remaining in the day. I suspect that Chris Tremaine will probably want to bowl most of them from this end. There's going to be 5, obviously, from this end if we go the distance. He's got 2 slips and a gully. And he bowls to Carlson, who's forward early, pushing into the offside. There was no single there. It's Justin Broad who's on the field for somebody, fields that ball.
I think Karun Nair's just gone for a breather.
He has. But there was no thought of a single at all. There was not, it went between 2 fielders. It wasn't a run. I didn't see any intent to run either. That's nicely bowled by Chris Tremaine. Nicely blocked by Carlson. So we've got 2 slips, as I said, and the gully. They're all very close. We've talked about that. Justin Broad, who's on the field for Karun Nair is at just behind point, backward point. Rafi Weatherall is at extra cover. Ben Sanderson mid-off. The captain, Luke Proctor, at mid-on. And George Bartlett at mid-wicket. Safe save is down at long leg. Chris Tremaine started this over well. 2 balls absolutely on the money. That last one just a little bit wider. Left alone by Carlson. Didn't really get to the keeper. I hope that's not the end of the seam movement that's been on offer, because we did see the wicket of Northeast. The ball just bounced a little bit. He then added pace to the ball by pushing firmly at it. It wasn't the right shot to play that. Wasn't the right ball to play that shot to, I think. That's straight back on his line. Carlson didn't get either really backwards or forwards. Sort of played from the crease, a bit French cricket style, but with absolute ease, really, in the end, as it runs out to the offside. So yeah, so some have bounced a little bit more than others, and they've become more difficult to play. And also, there's been a little bit of lateral movement as well. There's been more oohs and ahs and edges, in fact, in the last 30 minutes than there have probably as many as there have been in the rest of the game. Tremaine wants to get in on the act. Pitches up, push back down the wicket. No run.
Yeah, there's been a question from Martin, which I think is quite well timed, actually, Rowie. Following the back of those opening 2 rounds of the County Championship, Martin's asked the question, do you think it's a problem that the Dukes reward 77-mile-an-hour right-arm over bowling so much? Obviously, the Kookaburra are not the answer, but still wondering. I think it's quite well timed based on what we've seen throughout the course of these 3 days so far, but give me your thoughts when you can.
Yeah, that's a perfect line and length and a perfect response. So it was a good over. Good first over back from Chris Tremaine. He's now got 8 overs, 2 maidens, of which that was the second 0 for 18. I guess this is where I'd kind of like to have a longer conversation with Martin and get behind that question a wee bit. You know, in England, English domestic seamers bowl somewhere between, you know, there's a few at the top end, isn't there, who are in the high 80s, Wood, Stone.
Yep. Not many.
Most of them operate between something like 78 and 84.
Yeah.
And we play with a Duke's ball. So they're the conditions that we played. So I'm not wishing to dismiss the question, or I'm genuinely not. I'd like to understand a bit more behind it.
Well, I'm sure if Martin's listening, he can share those.
I'd like to get stuck into that, because I think there's probably some stuff to explore in there for sure. Safe save to continue from the David Capel end, looking for that magic ball, which turns sharply back through. And look at Ingram. He is staring down at that space, that area, I should say, that did for Billy Root. Save's overdone that a little bit, a quicker, flatter one. But what you know here, what you should observe as a bowler here is that the batter is worried about the pitch in that particular area. He's worried about that. So we keep landing it there. That's good. There is an argument here for a silly point, I think.
Yeah.
It's a brave man to get in there, but I think there is an argument for a silly point, because what Ingram will want to do is make sure that he gets outside the line, and it may be thrusting at the ball a wee bit. And if it does turn inside edge onto pad, it doesn't necessarily go to short leg. It could just go forward into a silly point. I think that's the conversation perhaps that the captain's having with the bowler. It's resulted in no change. But I mean, you know, we're 248 ahead. We can get a man in there. Look how wide that ball was, and Ingram feeling I still need to play at that. That's not misjudgment. That's good judgment, because the ball has turned from that line back through the gate already. Oh wow! Wow, that was a misjudgment.
It's a real struggle here for Colin Ingram, isn't it?
It is
a real struggle at the moment.
I want another fielder and get a man in front of his, get him in his eye line. Come on, Prop, react.
Tough to start at the moment here at Wantage Road.
Flatter, quicker ball from Safe to end the over. Yeah, I want another catcher in. Come on. It's not genius captaincy. I think you've got to get a man in there.
It's kind of a similar situation with Glamorgan last night. It had 4 overs with the new ball, didn't they? There was an opportunity just to, not to say that it would have carried to a third slip, but there was a chance there just to kind of go, well,
absolutely,
I've got much to lose here. Let's not miss out on one if it were to go through that region, which...
There's another helmet arrived.
There is.
I wonder. Chris Tremaine is having a look, not at that area where the ball spun out of, but he's having a look at his front foot landing position. He has a couple of times had the ground staff on to dampen down, flatten out. Basically, what happens is you land in the same place often enough when you're 6'4" and coming in at the rate of knots that he does, and you create a little bowl. And then if you land not in the middle of that bowl, but on one of the sides of the bowl, that is sore. Your foot either turns in or out, and it can be sore. So I think it was Ben Sanderson or Luke Proctor, they're kicking the sides of the bowl to flatten that area out. It'll be repaired overnight. They have great materials, ground staff, that can almost it's not like a breathable concrete that will take a stud that they use to repair. Chris Tremaine's due a wicket, absolutely sure of it. He's not going to get one there as Kieran Carlson plays comfortably off the back foot away into the offside. It is, I don't know if it's glorious sunshine, but it's sunshine.
I think it's glorious. It's just cold.
Yeah, it is.
It's just cold, but I don't think the Northampton fielders will be worrying too much about the cold at the moment. I think they'll be pretty thrilled to be out there, and I think they'd probably like to stay out there for slightly longer than the 6.5 overs that are left in the day's play as well.
Just a bit. The hard-working Tremaine again bashes away at a good length. Carlson equal to the task. The thing about 4-day cricket, one of the things about 4-day cricket is that your skills are tested for a longer period of time. So, can we name 1 million people who can play that shot to that ball? Yeah, probably given time. But can they do it again and again and again and again at a higher level? That's what sorts the wheat from the chaff. That's why 4-day cricket is so great. And Chris Tremaine knows that, so he keeps asking the same question. Currently, he's getting the same reply, which is pretty close to the middle of Kieran Carlson's bat. And he must keep asking the same question.
Yeah, he's looked organised, hasn't he, Kieran Carlson? He's looked organised. He's looked compact. He's 4 off 23, which not to throw Colin Ingram's name out there, but his 5 off 27 have looked polar opposites of innings.
Yeah,
kind of feel like Kieran Carlson won't give you a chance, whereas almost every ball you feel Colin Ingram's going to do something.
He has had a pull at that one. It was a well-directed short ball from Chris Tremaine. Carlson took it on and made a bit of a mess of it. Got some bat on it and maybe some shoulder or something as well. It kind of looped, didn't it, down to, over where a leg gully would be or a leg slip would be. It looped over that area, so it clearly wasn't struck well. Graham Lloyd's having a very serious chat with Ben Sanderson. Not sure what that was all about.
No.
It didn't look altogether friendly. I think Graham Lloyd's generally a friendly-ish guy. Ben Sanderson certainly is. Who knows? Interesting.
No. Interesting.
First time in this spell, I think, to the left-handed Ingram. Oh, it was down the leg side. No bat on it. Ingram missed that one. Hit him on the leg. Avoided the diving Lewis McManus and runs away for 4 extras. Just lost the line there. First, I think it might have been the first ball that he's bowled in this spell to the left-hander, Chris Tremaine, and didn't get his line right at all there. And he will be cross with that. But he's got one more ball in this over to put that right. And we do know that Colin Ingram, who is a fine player, he's finding life difficult out there. Such has been the quality of the Northampton bowling to him. And he seems to have faced exclusively balls that have done something. He's had a life already. Tremaine right on the money there. Well played on that occasion by Colin Ingram. That's as solid as he's looked so far.
Yeah, Martin's provided a little bit
Oh,
more.
yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah.
So for the first few rounds of the county championship this year, Northants have had between 4 and 6 bowlers whose stock ball is 77-mile-an-hour right arm over. Other county attacks are pretty similar.
Yeah.
The Kookaburra game showed that there wasn't enough point of difference to make wickets happen in difficult conditions. Meanwhile, if you look at the second 11, there was a 6'7" quick George Grimshaw and 2 wristies with Alex Russell and Fred Heldrick playing.
Okay.
I think, I suppose for a couple of points from me, and we've obviously got a much bigger sample size with the Dukes than what we have had with the Kookaburra. As it stands, we've had 2 results across 2 divisions inside 3 days in this round of the championship. And we've got some brilliant of those late 70s bowlers involved there. Middlesex have beaten Lords. We saw them last week. Higgins, Bamber, Roland Jones, etc. Porter, Snater, Cook at Essex need no introduction. The other games are all relatively high scoring across the board. And there's a lot of runs being scored.
So the question is I think, before I start trying to give my view on it and explore what my view might be, really, the question seems it's more about the variety of attack than the ball or any of that, or pace particularly. But the pace is an element of variety, I know. But so to bring in the comparison with wrist spinners and 6'7" quicks, okay. So there's a question in there, I think, a point in there about selection. And point of difference in attack. I quite like it. I quite like that. Is what you want in an attack is ideally you want balance in your attack.
I agree.
So ideally you'd have at least one left armour, you'd have gas, you'd have swing, you'd have a guy who can come and bash it in the middle of the wicket. Ideally you'd have amongst that group someone who can bowl reverse swing or more than one. You'd have a good twirler when he takes the ball away, when he turns the ball back in. That would be your balanced attack, wouldn't it? Choose your weapon, but thereabouts. And I guess one of the things that we've hinted at so far, and something that the Kookaburra experiment has caused us to think about more, is that variety, is that point of difference, and have counties been too conservative in terms of their selection? We talked about the potential for Alex Russell perhaps to play in the second of the 2 Kookaburra games, for example. So, I mean, you've got to look at also who are the better performers, what does experience tell you, what sort of size staff have you got, what are your resources available to you. But I think it would be fair to say, Martin, that I would agree with your point. I think the point is about too many attacks look the same. And I think that's fair. I think that is a fair point. It's something, again, I've mentioned him a few times, that Richie Barker, our old analyst, used to be very keen on, was variety in attack. He used to talk, he could have written that question actually. He used to talk about right arm over medium paces and the need to look away from that. So I think there is certainly something in that. I do think that the Kookaburra experiment will cause us to ask questions that we didn't anticipate, and to do something about that. So say bowling early with the harder ball. I mean, I don't know this, right? But does that happen if the Kookaburra experiment hadn't been on? I think it's causing captains already to think slightly differently.
Which is good, which is
great.
positive.
Yeah, which is great. So I think Martin's point is a great point, and it's one that I would certainly agree with. Of course, it all depends on what resources you've got in your locker.
I mean, we have created an environment where right arm, left arm seamers that bowl late 70s, early 80s will thrive. We've bookended the summer with the county championship fixtures. It's a competitive sport. Teams want to win. There's trophies on offer. Of course, you're going to fill your staff with those type of cricketers that are going to best supplement your desire to stay up, to win, whatever your aspirations might be. But as you said, in an ideal world, you do have those point of differences through the ranks. But
yeah, I'll tell you a story at my own expense, and it's germane to Martin's point, and see what you think to this. I'm still not sure exactly what I think about it. Was it's about two Bens, actually. It's about Ben Sanderson and a guy called Ben Cotton. And Ben Cotton played county cricket for Derbyshire, and we had him on trial here. He was released by Derbyshire and out of the game for a short while, and then we had him on trial for a while, and he was a phenomenally skillful bowler, Ben Cotton. And just watch this one through. And so I would be with the second team from time to time during that period, and whenever I was around, for me, Ben Cotton was the best bowler in the game, and he was a trialist, so he was better than our guys, and he was better than the opposition guys as well. And talking to Rips about, I think we probably could do worse than sign this fella, and the conversation was absolutely, and rightly so, is he a bit similar to Ben Sanderson? And I vividly remember saying to Rips, if he had two Ben Sandersons, they'd be on at either end, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And they would be.
Yeah.
But I think that's to your point. So that's about Martin's point, and I was guilty of that. But to your point, those are the conditions that we play in.
Of course.
So if we're playing on harder, faster wickets, it would more encourage that point of difference, wouldn't it?
Yeah, completely agree.
You've got to choose your team for what you play on. And the other point is about county resources. We've talked probably off air, possibly on air, about counties who have stockpiled seam bowlers and can afford to have a very good bench available to them, and the smaller counties, of which we are one, haven't got that luxury.
Yeah.
But I think it's a great point.
Yeah, I think similar to what you said, with say bowling early, it's asking questions of captains and what they might do, but it's also asking questions of cricket fans as well, and it's causing cricket fans to think slightly differently about the game of cricket that they've loved and enjoyed for so long. And I don't necessarily think there probably are, but I don't necessarily think there are many bad questions, thoughts, or opinions when it comes to this, because it is such an unknown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're bang on as well with all the conversation. We see this last ball of the over, it's tucked away down to fine leg for a single. Is that with all of the factors, and we've covered some ground in that conversation, which I love. I try to find out what I think by exploring questions like that. Is the surface? Yeah. Bowlers bowl on the surface, and the surface really dictates what's going to be successful. And the surface in England is largely dictated by, as you say, when we play county cricket. And so you kind of get what you get, really. It is not particularly versatile, but it's very effective at doing the thing it needs to do in county cricket when the wickets offer sideways movement, is exploiting those conditions.
Yeah. And we, in the grand context of probably world cricket, I'd guess that we probably have the shortest playing window to be able to fit all of the cricket that we want to in.
Yeah.
Obviously, everybody has different opinions on how many formats that should be played in the UK, but the reality of the situation is that we have 4, and the ones that generate the revenue for the boards and the counties are the ones that are played in the middle of summer when the summer holidays are on, and when people ultimately want to be sat outside in the sunshine. Not sure you're going to get a loud Friday night crowd in at Wantage Road when it feels like 6 degrees outside and the wind's blowing across. Your beer's not going to get warm, but your burger might get cold quite quick.
Yeah. Did we have a silly point in then? I think we did.
We did. It's now moved though.
Okay. Well, yeah, but for the lefty, we did. Yeah, good.
Almost a leg slip now, James Sales.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to that point, Mark Wood would not be effective on this surface. He'd have to take the surface out of play.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen here across the 3 days, the pitch, with the exception of that first day till the heavy roller got on it, has offered very little, hasn't it? for moments, it's offered assistance, but it's certainly not been consistent outside of that first session. And Dan Douthwaite echoed those points. When the sun came out, the pitch got flatter. It was atmospheric as much as anything. That's not a nice ball to bowl, is it, when you stood at short leg?
No, it's not.
Thanks, Safe.
Suggesting that he could have dived and caught it. I love that. That's funny. Well, boys, bowled well, hasn't he, Safe? So, whilst I think he should be over the wicket to the right hand, he's still bowling well. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Has Martin come back? It'd be interesting to see if Martin's got a follow up to that, just to round that, give him the right of response.
The point of difference bowlers don't get rewarded in the Dukes ball games. Pretty sure returns diminish when the bowlers bowl over 84 mile an hour, but they're the bowlers who will play Test cricket and they don't develop playing county second 11s.
Yeah,
it's exceptionally tough for county sides. You're not going to pick different bowlers if you're not rewarded for it, which I think is what we've obviously kind of covered off there. So yeah,
well said.
Not wrong.
Yeah, well said. Great points. People want to chime in on that or anything else, and that there's not we don't have a monopoly on right answers here, and we're really open to talking these things through and exploring things. That's been really worthwhile for me anyway. I've enjoyed that. Thanks, Martin. I think you bang on.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good points, and as I said, I don't necessarily think there's many bad ones at the moment.
Agreed.
Certainly is something the ECB really do care about, and something that they're really thinking hard about, because otherwise we wouldn't be having these experiments, would we, with the Kookaburra? We'd just carry on with what we've always known.
There's a simple solution to this. It's cull the 100.
The thing is, you say that,
I do.
And I'm not trying to defend the competition. I'm pretty indifferent about it. The cricket's still good. I just don't necessarily think the tournament was ever really needed. However, the Blast would have occupied that space through the summer anyway. And we wouldn't have had, I suppose we would have had marginally more, but it wasn't a huge abundance of red ball cricket through the middle of summer, was it, before the 100 turned up?
The last thing we wanted was more cricket.
I agree. I do agree.
Now there is an economic argument, right? So I am deliberately ignoring that, which is crazy, really. But just for the sake of argument, we put that to one side for now.
Yeah.
You know, someone will quickly say, well, no 100, no Northants, no Leicestershire, no Derbyshire. That's a different argument. It's a different argument for the one we're having right now.
Yeah, and we've only got 2.5 overs left in the day.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. The calendar probably, ultimately didn't need another 60 fixtures across the course of the summer to squeeze into an already short window. It's been incredible for the women's game. Would the women's game currently in the UK be at the stature as what it is without it? Possibly not.
There might have been other ways of achieving that.
I completely agree.
But I agree with your point. Yeah.
I'm certain there would have been a ways of means of making the T20 fixtures double headers, similar to what we have seen in the 100,
of course.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But the reality of the situation was it didn't happen, really. It didn't happen before the 100, I don't think.
Well, this is for another time. I haven't got time in 2.2 overs.
I'm trying to rush you here.
No, I'm not going to.
I'm trying to get out my over quick.
I'll save my vitriol for another time.
Change your bowling from the full row end off the long run.
The soapbox end. He's running hard, as he always does. Chris Tremaine.
Interesting that they've gone short to Colin Ingram, who seemed a little bit pokey at the pitched up delivery early on. He has faced 43 balls now, hasn't he? And he's done well for it. He's only on 9, but he stuck out there. He survived. If that catch had been taken by Karun Nair, Chris Cook would have been out in the middle, and Glamorgan would have been 4 down, and you suddenly get a few batters up there panicking, looking for a thigh pad or a glove or whatever. And I mean, who knows what happens after that? But these two, they've done exactly what Glamorgan needed them to do.
Yeah, I suspect those 3 consecutive bouncers are not about the bouncers. They're about the one that they're about the follow up, to just deter him from camping on the front foot. but he survived that well. I say survived it, played it really easily, actually, very comfortably. There are 2 overs remaining in the day. Saif Zaib is going to bowl one of those overs. Unfortunately, he's going to start bowling at the right-handed Kieran Carlson. It would be lovely if he was able to bowl an over, this last over of the day, for him at the left-handed Colin Ingram, because there is a patch of rough outside the left-hander's off stump from which Saif Zaib turned the ball really sharply. I mean, that's a sharp turn in the middle of summer on a dry wicket, and bamboozled Billy Root, who pushed it, he thought, through the covers, and actually turned around and it hit middle stump. It turned really sharply.
Turned a long way, didn't it? 12 balls left on day 3.
That's an interesting position. James Sales.
That's very close, isn't it?
Is that
a silly backward point?
I don't think you can catch it there, can you? I mean, like reaction time.
I mean, personally, no. But
But yeah, perhaps he can, yeah.
I think he's there for the leading edge, isn't he? If Saif's going to persist with this line, he's there for a leading edge rather than a cut shot on his knees now, James Sales.
He's doing a Trescothic.
It starts getting quite terrifying, doesn't it, when you start encroaching and getting close like that.
That is close. Jeepers. Well, that's 4. I was looking for that just to dribble into the offside. He's timed that really well. Picks up 4. And he's been there a long time, and that takes him to 9. He's still in single figures.
Yeah. No, these two have done absolutely what the doctor ordered for Glamorgan. Just nullified that bit of excitement that Northampton generated with those 2 wickets. One from Saif Zaib, one from Sanderson. Would have been 3 had it not been for the one that got grassed at first slip.
I think we could have manufactured a run. Getting Ingram at this end for the last over.
Yeah.
Stick everyone on the boundary.
Yeah, true.
They're going to take the run. Otherwise, they're protecting Colin Ingram, which looks ridiculous.
True.
So they're probably going to take the run.
Yeah, it's a really good point.
So let's bowl at him.
Dare to
do what the opposition least want you to do.
Yeah. And I think with the runs on the board, they're in a position to be a bit funky.
Yeah.
But then again, it's an easy sport when you're sat
it's great.
100 yards away or however far we are.
I'm brilliant at this. No, I don't do it anymore.
No, you're a fantastic first-class captain from this far away, that's for sure.
Captain hindsight.
Yeah. 1 over left in the day.
Guess who's going to bowl it?
It's going to be Karun Nair. We saw him at the end of day 1, didn't we?
Yes.
Had the last over of the day.
I think he's... Oh. That's Wendell, I guess, is it? That I've just picked up.
I don't know.
Where is he?
Well, I believe the awards night started at 6, so I don't know whether they're.
Okay. He's not the worst, Karun Nair, by any means. That's a flippant thing to say. I think he's. I don't know what his numbers are modest because he's got a dozen very good spinners to get past in domestic cricket home, but. I've seen enough already to think actually he's quite a talented bowler.
Yeah, no, I echo those thoughts. I think it's worth a little gamble. Part-time, wouldn't have seen much of him. A little bit of lapse in concentration with 6 balls left. Very gentle pace, isn't it? Well fielded to keep Colin Ingram on strike. I mean, the weather forecast doesn't make for great reading, does it, tomorrow? However, the weather forecast didn't look brilliant on Friday, did it? And we didn't really get much. Well, we got a little break here or there once we got on, but other than that,
yeah, no, that's right. And they change. They don't always get it right, do they? If Northampton had a full day, they're going to win this game, aren't they?
You would very much think so. It would be a brilliant effort by Glamorgan to bat for, well, it'd be 100 odd overs, won't it? Because we'll still be making up time from day 1.
Oh, that would have been lovely, wouldn't it? Gentle. It's innocuous, isn't it? He does everything kind of quite. Oh, it's not needed. He doesn't need to play at that. in no position at all. That was a lapse of concentration, I think, wasn't it?
It really was, wasn't it? Two left for Kieran Carson. Colin Ingram to navigate. 102 for 3, the score. Trail by 232. There's a... Oh, that's annoying me, Phil. And I've just had that thought with one ball left, so I'm...
What's that? What's annoying you?
Well, in Karun Nair's load-up, there's a really famous spinner.
Is it Sacklin Mushtaq?
I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be. I think I had a similar thought when I saw him bowl previously. Let's have a look. Is it? No, it's not actually. No.
That was slightly less pronounced, mind you, but it's cut away. It's cut away for 1 off the last ball of the day. Day 3 at Northampton is done and dusted. Handshakes for Karun Nair from Colin Ingram. Well batted, Karun. 202 not out for the Northamptonshire overseas. And the score at close is 104 for 3.
Well, it's been a really interesting day's cricket, hasn't it? An entertaining day's cricket. We've seen some very high quality cricket, just quietly. As you say, the lead is 230. Northampton needs 7 wickets to win the game, basically, is the headline. But just to cover off what we've seen during the day, we saw the conclusion of Ricardo Vasoncelos' innings of 182, very close to his career best of 185. He batted beautifully, and his first outing of the season. That's a way to announce your presence. We saw a lovely third 100 for Saif Saib, third first-class 100 for Saif Saib, 100 off 138 balls, scored all round the wicket with a wide range of shots that we know he can play. Very entertaining and attractive innings it was. And the highlight of the lot was obviously Karun Nair's 202 not out of 253 balls, which was just sublime. Just, it's a joy to watch batting like that. Just moved beautifully off both feet and just had so much time. It was graceful, it was elegant, it was entertaining, and I, for one, thoroughly enjoyed it. Then with the ball, Northants have taken 3 wickets. They could have had a 4th. Colin Ingram dropped at first slip by Karun Nair off Ben Sanderson, first ball that he faced. Saif Zaid bowled beautifully, 11 overs, 1 for 22. Ben Sanderson did what he does, also 1 for 22 off 12. Chris Tremaine is due a wicket.
He really is, isn't
Sure,
he?
I said this to you in the break that he's due. It's a bit of a cricket thing. He's due, and it normally relates more to batters than bowlers. But if ever a bowler was due, it's Chris Tremaine, because he's worked very, very hard. And another scalp for Rafi Weatherall, 1 for 29. So good work from Northants. Again, really impressed with the way they've gone about their work. Their plans have been good. Their execution has been good. Their out cricket has been very good. And a lot to like. Hopefully we get some play tomorrow, because I think Northants deserve to be in this ascendant position, and would love to be able to convert that into a W.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a great day for Northamptonshire fans. Tough day for Glamorgan. And weather permitting, we'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 4 of the match between Northamptonshire and Glamorgan. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you in the morning.